For the fact that this is nevertheless not all that anarchy amounts to, and that it appeared as a bogey of the bourgeoisie, for a short time, it has to thank its most vehement exponent, Michael Bakunin. He did not call upon the center but upon unruly elements which wish and know how to live precisely in an unsecured way. He kept the fire in the so-called federations or trade associations, and taught a dangerously empty enthusiasm. The Wildwoods and the Free Steppes, together with the life of South Russian robbers, were occasionally incorporated but mostly only rehearsed in it. From Bakunin comes the abstract proposition that the pleasure of destruction is a creative pleasure, and he applied this dialectics 573 to reactionary thinking in Germany. This gave rise to the violent propaganda of direct action, by means of which individuals wanted to destroy the state by exterminating individuals. But also from Bakunin comes the nervous statement, in 1868, in a letter to Hassan, a member of Bakunin's Fraternite Internationale Proudhon, the great teacher of us all, said that the most disastrous combination that could arise was that of socialism with absolutism, the endeavors of the nation towards economic liberation and material prosperity with dictatorship and the concentration of all political and social powers in the state. May the future protect us from the favors of despotism. But let it preserve us from the fatal consequences and stultifications of doctrinaire or state socialism. Living things and human beings cannot prosper outside freedom, and a socialism which expelled it from its midst or did not adopt it as its sole creative principle and as its basis would lead us straight into slavery and bestiality. There is a complete monomania of hatred of authority in these lines, and at the same time they contain the declamatory stridency and the unconsidered sense of freedom, exhausting itself in immediacies, of anarchist utopia. For this, the main evil is not capital but the state. Bakunin's hatred is primarily fixed on the latter. Everything else appears an evil of secondary rank, a derivative one in fact. If the state is abolished, then capital perishes too, for it lives solely by the grace of this conglomerate of prisons, soldiers, and laws, and is allegedly derived from it, the oldest oppressor. According to anarchist theory, the state was solely created by conquerors and imposed on subjects who had first been reduced to drudgery and helotism by this very means. Accordingly, the state as political oppressor chronologically and causally precedes exploitation and remains ranked above it. Consistent with this, Bakunin diagnoses the state, a mere economic function in Marx, as the seat and origin of the entire system of exploitation and, in contrast to the Marxists, focuses on the abolition of this function. In the Marxists the state does not even have the honor of being specially abolished, instead it dies out of its own accord, in Engels' famous phrase, with the disappearance of classes. This interpretation is an economically realistic one. According to the anarchists, however, profit, the stock market, and accumulation are set in motion by the state, and even by the other world to some extent. For the instrument of the state is also made more and more of a fetish here. Bakunin's Du est l'État * 1871, traces the source of oppression back to God himself. Belief in God, i.e. a mere false consciousness, is the * God is the state. 574. Feudal lord of all authority, all right of inheritance, hence of all capital. In the anarchist image of the future, church and state are replaced by the free, godless workers. International, furthermore it replaces them immediately, not through seizure but through the demolition of state power. Economic freedom then directly follows. Bakunin, in his abstract hatred of power, despite the propaganda of direct action, rejects power even when it has become revolutionary, governmental control in the hands of the victorious proletariat. From the very first day the egalisation de classes, cohabitation, and spontaneous fraternity will begin in the new community, merely by abolishing authority. In fact, as soon as the ship of state sinks, in a way the whole inhospitable ocean will sink and disappear, the ocean of heteronomy, with its sharks and its night. Voluntary solidarity will blossom beneath the sun of autonomy. This is anarchist faith, founded, as is obvious, on the conviction that human nature is originally good and only corrupted by the master-servant relationship. So on the whole the anarchist image of freedom remains partly superannuated individualistic ideology from the 18th century, partly a bit of future in the future, for which no present prerequisites exist anywhere at all. Except in the putsch, the rash heroic deed, and in political lyricism which knows nothing about epic poetry and even less about the dialectics of history. Thus anarchy homelessly describes a vitalist idealistic curve, without matter, without detective knowledge of economic matter. Though if their upheaval succeeded for once, then certain anarchic themes, being applied in the right place, would also become Marxist ones. In fact, they are already to be found in Marxism, sensibly enough not as present postulates but as prophecies and conclusions. The above-mentioned prediction by Engels is relevant here, his hope that the state will die out one day, that it will pass from ruling over people to running affairs. All the more relevant here is the formula which Lenin cites in State and Revolution as summing up the communist goal, everyone producing according to his abilities, and consuming according to his needs. Though of course this formula which sounds so anarchic, the quintessence of non-constraint, does not stem from anarchists at all, but strangely enough from a Saint-Simonist, from Louis Blanc, the otherwise very questionable inventor of national workshops. To sum up, we can say that the dream of a society without rule is, when interpreted tactically, the surest means of not realizing this dream. When fundamentally understood, after the economic foundations of the state have been removed, this dream becomes a matter of course. 575. Proletarian Castle in the Air from the Vormärz, Weitling. Shortly before people wake up, they usually have the most colorful dreams. Weitling, one of the last purely utopian thinkers, gave not the richest but probably the most ardent and warmest picture of a new age. He was a proletarian by birth, and this fact alone already distinguishes him from the other world improvers treated here. Proudhon was also of plebeian origin of course, but he soon worked his way up into the petit bourgeoisie and spoke from its standpoint. Proudhon, the owner of a printing works, spoke from the standpoint of his credit problems. The traveling journeyman Weitling spoke from the standpoint of proletarian misery and of the dawning awareness of his class. Accordingly the tone of pity is also absent here which more aristocratic utopians so often show towards those who are very poor. In Weitling, bitterness and hope come from his own suffering. Weitling, as Franz Mehring says, threw down the barrier which separated the utopians of the West from the working class. That is his historical contribution. Weitling did not of course become the head and leader of the German working class, this was only just beginning to develop in the Germany of the Vormärz. But there was a contact here, even an identity, of a man from the disinherited class with its then existing clarity about itself. Accordingly, Weitling presents both a penetratingly genuine and a backward aspect. His pathos is related to that of another early proletarian spokesman, that of Babeuf. Weitling is the earliest proletarian voice in Germany, Babeuf one of the earliest in France, and he was certainly the first person after the stifling of the French Revolution to represent those demands for real equality out of which the bourgeois had cheated the citoyen. So there are connections, both of purity and primitiveness, between the head of the Egalitaires and Weitling. The early Proletarian Manifesto of 1795 issued by the Egalitaires is unjustly half forgotten. Weitling also shares their emotions. One might say, their confused farsightedness and radicalism. Take a few sentences from Babeuf's manifesto on this subject: the French Revolution is only the forerunner of a much greater, much more serious revolution, which will be the last. No individual ownership of the soil anymore, the soil belongs to nobody, we demand, we want the common enjoyment of the fruits of the earth, the fruits belong to all. Away with the outrageous distinctions between rich and poor, between rulers and the ruled. The moment has come to form a republic of equals. 576. And the majority will never make an attempt to destroy this right, because it is its own right, the right of the majority. This is naive and stirring popular language, full of the old original state of things and Christian dreams. But as for bringing this state of affairs about, Whiteling the proletarian talks considerably less naively than most bourgeois utopians. He has the realism of the afflicted man, even more than that, of the capitalist victim. He no longer believes in socialist measures with the aid of the ruling class. In this respect, Whiteling the proletarian is far superior to previous illusionists. He sees through the sly believers, criticizes the dilettante believers of every kind of socialism from above. This is shown by the following sentence: let us mistrust the reforms intended by means of capital, as well as the financiers. We cannot expect perfection from either, but rather the same traps, of which the good can never be wary enough. Here is a warning not to allow ourselves to be diverted from the hard path on the march to the land of happiness by something worse than false prophets, by false friends. This warning is accompanied by less realistic pieces of advice, but all unbowed and demonstrating a Christianity which has not been heard for a long time. As in the gospel of the poor sinner, and especially in the guarantees of harmony and freedom, 1842, an association of dreams which is frequently reminiscent of the hopes of the German peasant war, act and content of social revolution, are concisely expressed in two sentences: fear is the root of cowardice, and the worker must eradicate it, this poisonous plant, and allow courage and brotherly love to take root in its place. Brotherly love is Christ's first commandment. The wish and will, and therefore the happiness and the welfare of all that is good, is contained within it. There is also a hint of Adventist hope. Shortly before the people's spring of 1848, a new Messiah will come, to implement the teachings of the first. He will demolish the rotten structure of the old social order, channel the springs of tears into the ocean of oblivion, and transform the earth into a paradise. Whiteling was no great architect, but his castle in the air has particularly humane dimensions. There is something of the fair hand of women in it, a piece of female maternal utopia, which loathes war and brutality, exploitation and tyranny from the bottom of its heart. And Whiteling's structure certainly also contains a piece of the work of the carpenter's son, an element of early Christian love. Saint Simon had also tried to restore the connection between Jesus and the tribune of the people, but the result was not so much a new Christianity as a new kind of church. Whiteling's more gentle dream never builds into the world of masters, not even into the socialist one of 578. Saint Simon. He is a bosom companion, friendly by nature, but for the first time in ages again, and for the last time for ages, he knows how to read the Bible as it was read by a Baptist. From the aspect of an undeveloped proletariat, of course, what emerged was more the image of a society of ordinary people than a classless one. In fact, not even the society of ordinary people could be realized in this way. But the great family league of mankind, made possible by a cooperative business order, is nevertheless more than the Biedermeier style in utopia. It has the grace and purity of this style, but it does not lack crude greatness, thorough aspiration, and within it a problem which radical movements were to disregard for a century. It is the problem of the carpenter's son and socialism, or Christ's homecoming to those that labor and are heavy laden. Whiteling sought a red trade union of Jesus the proletarian. He intended a socialism which does not even guard against being devotional. Whiteling's dream, with much bitterness and purity, glanced into a promised land at a time when Marx and Engels had just begun to discover and to open up the real entrances to it. A conclusion, weakness and status of the rational utopias. It comes as a constant surprise that great hatred can still remain trusting. Many of the visionary thinkers who have appeared so far found themselves in this situation. They were ultimately conciliatory. The same deadly enemies of exploitation who have just portrayed its merciless horror turn to the exploiters and suggest that they put an end to themselves. With their hearts the utopians condemned injustice, and wished for justice, with their minds they sought as abstract utopians to construct the better world, and in their hearts again they hoped to kindle the will for this world. A few friendly, and also snobbish exceptions, a few deserters from fawning commerce were made the rule. The appeal, for all that, was to justice and reason. Only around 1848 did the experience open up more generally which Herweg expressed as follows: only the lightning which strikes them can illuminate our masters. But just as the employers were to be persuaded into their opposite, so the rest of reality, society as a whole, was to be turned into its opposite, immediately, as if by abruptly breaking a spell. Although a few utopians, such as Fourier and Saint Simon, explored historical mediations and premonitions of existing tendencies, even here. 579. The essentially private and abstract fathoming of an imaginary state independent of history and the present, of the dross of the present, wins the day. Fourier, the only dialectician in this group, took most notice of real tendencies. Yet even in his case we find more decrees than insights, more abstract than concrete utopia. The dream lantern shines into an empty space. In the case of the abstract utopians, the given has to bow to the idea. Thus the constructive wishful images were applied unhistorically and undialectically, abstractly and statically to a reality which knew little or nothing about them. Though this weakness is only rarely a personal one of the utopians. Rather, it was precisely here that the conception did not attain reality because the reality at that time did not attain conception. Industry was undeveloped, the proletariat immature, the new society barely visible in the old. Marx comments on this in his Poverty of Philosophy, admittedly only contra Proudhon, but also describing all the older utopians as long as the proletariat is not yet sufficiently developed to be constituted as a class, and hence the struggle of the proletariat still bears no political character, as long as the forces of production are not sufficiently developed even in the bosom of the bourgeoisie itself to allow the material conditions to shine through, which are necessary for the liberation of the proletariat and for the creation of a new society. These theorists will simply remain utopians who, in order to remedy the needs of the oppressed class, devise systems and search for a regenerating science. But to the same extent that history progresses and with it the struggle of the proletariat becomes more clearly apparent, they no longer need to search for this science in their minds. They merely have to account for that which is taking place before their eyes, and to make themselves a mouthpiece of it. As long as they search for this science and only construct systems, they will only see the misery in misery, without perceiving the revolutionary aspect within it which will throw out the old society. From this moment on science becomes a conscious product of historical movement, and it has ceased to be doctrinaire, it has become revolutionary. And the old utopias were doctrinaire because they combined their otherwise so highly imaginative, indeed fantastic nature with the rationalist style of thought of the bourgeoisie. Up to the end of the 18th century, the fundamental discipline of the bourgeoisie was mathematics, not history. But the method of this mathematics was formal, was the creation of the object from pure thought. It was not least the methodical model for the deductions of natural right, this strict cousin of the utopias. However little utopistic construction has in common with exact mathematical construction, and even that of 580. Natural right. However little utopianism in general represents a science, it does occasionally proceed in logical constructions, even with a basis of axioms in Proudhon, as if it too were a formal science. This constructive nature had such a powerful effect that both the existing state and especially the utopian rational state could be presented as a mechanism, and the modern utopian was a social engineer, out of pure reason. He no longer waited for Jerusalem to descend by an act of grace, he exchanged a poorly functioning social machine for a perfect one. And none of the utopians completely understood why the world took no interest in his plans and why it gave so few orders to carry out the new design. Yet these dreamers have a status which nobody can take away from them. Their very will for change in itself is unquestionable, and despite their abstract appearance, they are never simply contemplative. This distinguishes the utopians from the political economists of their time, even from those who are most critical, to whom they are so often greatly inferior in knowledge and research. Fourier rightly says that the political economists, his contemporaries Sismondi and Ricardo for example, had only exposed the chaos, but he wanted to lead the way out of it. This will for practice almost never erupted, of course, because of the weak connection with the proletariat, because of the scanty analysis of the objective tendencies in existing society. But there is also the fact, of course, that increased attention to these tendencies can, if it is mechanically increased, if it turns into economism, weaken the will for practice all the more. It can weaken it far more thoroughly than abstract utopia. It can cause the socialist, or to be more precise, the social democrat, as a completely non-utopian type, to become a slave to the objective tendencies. Objectivist idolatry of the objectively possible then waits winking until the economic conditions for socialism have become completely ripe, so to speak. But they are never completely ripe or so perfect that they are in no need of a will to action and an anticipatory dream in the subjective factor of this will. Lenin, as is well known, did not wait until the conditions everywhere in Russia gave leave for socialism. In a comfortably distant age of his children's children, Lenin surpassed the conditions, or rather, he helped them to ripen. By means of surpassing targets of a concrete anticipatory kind, which are likewise a part of ripeness. And when the realization that with the rule of monopolies, capitalism had reached its final stage, that of death and decay, that the chain had to break at its weakest link, when this realization was also certain of the objective conditions of revolutionary victory, how could the hour of the Great October Revolution have been seized, and how could 581 power have been maintained without the surpassing goal image of socialism, without the subjective factor in the highly organized, disciplined, conscious form of the party? Marxism is instruction for action. But if it becomes both subjectless and alienated from its goal, then a fatalistic anti-Marxism arises, that degenerates into the justification for not having acted because the process was already underway of its own accord. Such automatism therefore becomes a cookbook of missed opportunities, a commentary on wasted chances, vacated positions. But Marxism is only an instruction for action when its grasp is simultaneously a grasp ahead. The concretely anticipated goal governs the concrete path. Hence, even more decisive than the will for change is the pathos of the basic goal, which is usually so instructive for the status of the old utopians and for the significance which is still due to them today, and indeed makes them into allies against so-called social democracy, for which since Bernstein the movement means everything but the goal means nothing. Regardless of the fact that the goal pathos of the utopians, being all too direct, is questionable in a different way because it replaced the path, it skipped over it abstractly. It operated above all as a static pathos, as one of the mere exposure of existing cathedrals. It posited good order as readily available, a ready alternative. In this respect there is very often no genuine, historically new future at all in the goal of utopians, but a false, non-new future. Bad utopians like Proudhon even imagined a mere transfigured petit bourgeois into the idée générale de la révolution. And even great utopians decorated, indeed overfilled their constructions with false ideals, i.e. with those which in terms of content, essentially, were exactly known and complete. Only not yet realized, so to speak. But if instead of such ideals, they all stem from a static theory of two worlds, Marx teaches the work of the next step and determines little in advance about the realm of freedom. This does not mean, as we know, that these goal substances were missing in his work. On the contrary, they move within the entire dialectical tendency as its ultimately inspiring purpose. They establish the spirit of the entire revolutionary work. Marx likewise uses ideals as a measure of criticism and direction, only not transcendentally introduced and fixed ideals, but those to be found in history and thus unfinished ideals, i.e. those of concrete anticipation. This was clearly distinguished above as the warm stream of Marxism, cf. Volume I, p. 210f, as the theory practice of reaching home or of departure from inappropriate objectification. If Marxism did not have its dialectical materialist humanism, in historically dawning, and also inheriting anticipation, then we could never speak of capitalist alienation, dehumanization. 582. Marx even teaches a restoration of man. Except that this human element or the complexities of a realm of freedom as a whole are not rigid genera, but ensembles of social conditions, and above all that they do not stand behind history as an unchangeable essence, existing like a golden fleece which only has to be fetched from existing cultures after it has been described and depicted. This was the plan of the abstract utopias, but not in fact their only one, the intention towards the better world. Itself is by no means discharged, it and it alone is a major invariable in history. Without such anticipation in general there is no undisappointability, no belief in the goal, no distributable abundance of belief. And even if Marx rightly assigned the stimulus to the new life decisively to the homo economicus, to the control of points of economic interest, in order to conquer the paradisial order, beyond the world and assumed to be all too Arcadian, of rational and at heart chiliastic socialism in a harsh manner and with a worldly wise struggle against the world, one surely does not die merely for a thoroughly organized production budget, and even in the very Bolshevist fulfillment of Marxism the old Taborite Jochite type, aggressive towards God, of radical baptism recognizably recurs, with a still hidden, secret myth of the what for which chiliasm nevertheless constantly figures as a prelude and a corrective. Ernst Bloch, Thomas Munzer als Theologie der Revolution, 1921, p. 128. The abstract element is the defect, the remorseless and unconditional element is the power of great old utopian books. And as a condition of this unconditional element, they almost always named the same thing, omnia sint communia, let everything be in common. It is a credit to pre-Marxist political literature to possess these isolated and rebellious enthusiasms among its many ideological insights. Even if they did not seem to contain a shred of possibility, and naked appearances, and all the more so, those cloaked in ideology, contradicted their reveries. After all, the society projected within them managed without self-interest at the expense of others and was to keep going without the spur of the bourgeois drive for acquisition. For thousands of years this hope of the social utopias in particular was passed off as particularly unworldly and much laughed at. Until this sort of thing actually started to begin in a vast country, instead of on a dream island. Whereupon the laughter stopped. So, there was ultimately also insight in these enthusiasms after all, and despite everything a great deal of reality, at first one which was still immature, which confined the better world to an abstractly pictured, immediately anticipatory system in the mind of its creator, but then a forcibly prevented reality which, however difficult its birth, finally breaks through. Since Marx the abstract. 583. Character of utopias has been overcome. World improvement occurs as work in and with the dialectical coherence of the laws of the objective world, with the material dialectics of a comprehended, consciously manufactured history. Since Marx, mere utopianizing, apart from still having a partial active role in a few struggles for emancipation, has turned into reactionary or superfluous playful forms. These do not lack a seductive quality, of course, and are at least useful for diversion, but this is precisely why they have become mere ideologies of the existent, beneath a critical utopian mask. The work of the genuine social dreamers was different, honest and great. This is how it must be understood and taken to heart, with all the weaknesses of its abstractness and its all too nimble optimism, but also with its constant insistence on peace, freedom, bread. And the history of utopias demonstrates that socialism is as old as the Western world, much older in fact in the archetype which continually accompanies it, the Golden Age. 3 Projects and progress towards science. Topical remnants, bourgeois group utopias. Previous sociable dreams were not separately inviting. They did not concern themselves with a particular, or smaller group. Instead they wanted to cure the whole of society, the lives of everyone, even if a single discontented stratum was to see to this. But now groups appear on their own and peel themselves, with supposed or genuine individuality, out of the whole in order to seek and picture ahead what is specifically best for them. They separate themselves in a longitudinal section which is supposedly to go through all classes. They were linked by organic and national characteristics. And of course by those of oppression or persecution, like young people, the female sex, and especially the Jews. Quite late social utopias thus arose here, alongside Marx so to speak, those of a group emancipation. It operates as the youth movement, as the women's movement, and as Zionism. Gulfs lie between them, but also the common element of feeling oppressed in existing society by virtue of a single characteristic. The program of these groups does not contain revolution but secession, exodus from a manifold ghetto. What they strive for and dream of is of course an influence on society, in a way a new virtue pouring out of youth, womanhood, and national. 584. Judaism. Thus it wants or wanted to escape from mustiness, pressure, and also the atmosphere of lazy scepticism. But the will towards rebuilding the whole of society, that was usual in the great social utopias, is lacking. It is nevertheless remarkable that the programs confined to groups have a certain specialist status. They know their way around in their groups and undertake utopian gleaning there. Many elements from these specialized utopias were even included in Marxism, which did not happen with any bourgeois full-scale utopia after Marx. These emancipatory plans are certainly not lacking in the short-sightedness which characterizes every mere reformism, but they do lack or did lack deceit. They are thus as different from the bourgeois full-scale utopias of the present as the patch on a dress from the festive garb of finished rags. Utopian remnants, as dished up by capitalist democracy and later by fascism, were sheer deceit, either of an objective kind, with private self-delusion, or of a thoroughly conscious, deliberate kind. One only has to compare with the specialized short-sighted character of the group utopias cited above the totally bogus character of the bourgeois full-scale utopias which have recently sprung up. A future as envisaged by Moeller van den Broek in his Third Reich, and Rosenberg in his Myth of the 20th Century is capitalism plus murder. Ernst J. Finger's imagined unity of workers and soldiers is the same demagogy in its tone of command, which Rosenberg demonstrated in Blood and Flickering Flames. What Spengler called Prussianness and socialism even around 1920 is a dream of the future which rightly followed the decline of the Western world. Even earlier, Cagelin, another utopian reactionary, had declared the ideas of 1914 to be superior to those of 1789. Indeed, to be Prussian salvation, a third Rome in Brandenburg, thus full-scale utopia had a fascist appearance. There remains the bourgeois democratic future, with H.G. Wells as its first champion. It certainly does not wear such a warlike death mask as fascism. Instead, it wears moral makeup, and feigns human rights as if the capitalist whore could become a virgin again. Wilson's fate showed what comes out of this *. Freedom from fear cannot be brought by those who themselves represent and produce the cause for fear. Freedom as the utopia of Western capitalism is chloroform. Thus the smaller or group utopias still stand out as honest exceptions to this. They really wanted to reach the light. Once again a dream of the better life surfaced here, even if by unsuitable means, on soil that had. Thomas Woodrow Wilson, 1856–1924, whose 14 points were the basis on which the League of Nations was established. They were presented at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919. 585. Become wholly unsuitable. All the same, a cause for the dream existed and a goal of freedom. There also is or was real movement there and behind it, which is lacking in all bourgeois full-scale utopias after Marx. Escape from minority, from the doll's house, from being a nation of pariahs was what was longed for in these movements. This is the aim of the special utopia of their program. The women's movement even contains its own utopian question, that concerning the border of sex, and it entertains the doubt whether such a border exists at all. A piece of Thomas More, a late romantic stirring of liberalism, circulates in these movements for the last time. In places, that draught of fresh air blows through them which a man like Ibsen wanted to send in all its lively purity through the bourgeois home and community. But the movement ends at the bourgeois barriers erected for it and which tolerate only corruption or abstractness. Life was to resemble nothing but the nobility, nothing but Sunday weather, but they did not see the connection whereby bourgeois life is not like that. For the liberal abstract element to come to an end, the necessary information still lies solely in socialism, even for these social dreams. Both things lie in socialism, the end of their movement and the end of the deprivation which caused this movement to begin. The partial utopias of today repeatedly exhibit dreams of emancipation which are a sequel to or an after-ripening of the 18th century. Although or because the latter, apart from a few points in the program of the Sturmundy-Drang, still did not in the least dream of such far-reaching emancipation. Beginning, program of the youth movement. The child is only to speak when it is spoken to. Even when growing up, it belongs to its parents, has always been more or less kindly enslaved. But around 1900 a will surfaced among young people, on a fairly broad scale, to belong to nobody but themselves. Youth experienced itself as a beginning, wore its own costume, loved travel, cooking in the open air, and was consciously green. It wished for a new life of its own, different from that of adults and better in everything, namely informal and sincere. Family pressure was felt here to the same extent that it decreased. For only those parents no longer sure of themselves, only the home no longer stable itself, had children who renounced them and joined their contemporaries to make a fresh beginning. The former bourgeois home as well as the school corresponding to it still at least gave a support which did 586. Not merely coincide with constraint or with empty habit. The fathers still set an example, the teachers by virtue of their strictness towards themselves and their knowledge of their subjects were such that young people trusted them and allowed themselves to be guided by them. It was only possible to become widely disrespectful and to set one's own goals when the old simply knew how to oppress and to lie, and not to guide any more. Above all when new paths seemed to open up, on which the old in their insecurity were unable to find their way. An open field lay ahead, it only seemed to be accessible and indeed visible to the young. First, boys and then also girls banded together and emigrated as it were. Green, that was the approved color, in order to begin afresh. In order to remain fresh and not to grow wooden, not even later on as a man. Everyone was a scout, the leaders developed out of the circle. The youth movement, in this contrast to the old, is historically new. Only the student fraternity of the Vormärts may come close to it. But it was politically more distinct, i.e. not separated from its older men of freedom, with full beards. The federated form of the free youth movement is also old, even very old. It has been placed alongside the elemental community, alongside the so-called organic community, full of customs, sustained and held together by tradition. But the earlier federations, precisely when they contained young people, were intermediate forms, they prepared them for adult life. As is self-evident in a restricted society. And all the more so in the horde, in the primitive tribe. However carefully the original male federations were cut off from older age groups, unmarried young people by themselves, no path led from here out of the customs of the old, nor was one sought. Also, the bachelors of the male federation were by no means always young men. The primitive only marries at around the age of 40, so the young people of that time were strongly mixed with men of mature years. The tension is quite different which the modern youth federations with their utopian goals felt between themselves and the older world. From this tension came the enthusiasms in the war directed against the functionally rational society, often intoxicated, streams of love or hatred pouring from the heart or soul. Though this took forms which frequently copied and even helped the society against which they were protesting. After all, this society itself was no longer solidly respectable, dignity loved to make itself up to look young, and even rebellious youth, if confused and rebellious, slowly began to seem quite useful to it. The federated emotional haze in which young people fought before, without seeing their real opponent, could be easily combined with the intoxicated fascist haze. The SA had long been tolerated. 587. And allowed out into the forest before it was called together and put to use, before they were no longer made to ramble but to march. The Wandervogel* is not just a German phenomenon but above all a petit bourgeois one, hence the blurred nature of his dream both in terms of class and content. This kind of fuzziness is different from youthful vagueness, and it is only roughly connected with the striving for candor, with student fraternities, hatred of everyday life, and the longing for elemental, unbroken life. One particular reason for it lay above all in the fact that youth was not merely experienced as a condition but wrongly as a class of its own. Or also, a purely organic longitudinal section was drawn through all classes, that which fell on the side of youth thereby already seemed to have contents of its own, not just its own tempo. Schultz Henk, one of the leaders at the time, thus spoke of an overcoming of parties by youth. A petit bourgeois sense of harmony, a petit bourgeois deadening thus pretended to be young German, free German and advance guard, even a fountain of youth or various other things. That is why the youth movement could be so easily captured. There were denominational federations, again in accord with the family, especially when the mother had an earphone hairstyle herself, and the father plucked the lute himself. The longing for a community such as did not exist among adults finally listened to Hitler. For if there were no new contents to counter old people, there were still new burning blowing overblown words, and to counter those old people who were not yet fired with bloodlust there was power. The tension between father and son and the revolt of the son against the oppressive father was replaced by the parent's fear of the member of the Hitler youth. With him the seemingly changing society enters the home. Relationships which had been faltering for a long time through bourgeois insecurity were now completely and most alarmingly overturned. The fact that the father ego, against which the dream of the young was fighting, had merely been replaced by the much harsher one of a murderous state did not occur to them. The young petit bourgeois obviously was not himself brought onto the path that could help him by his youth alone, by the reform of life which was to pass through all classes with a green light. Silt, mud, mustiness, and business were little affected by cooking in the open air in the forest and by the open country that shone beyond it. Literally bird of passage, a member of the Wandervogel youth movement. A reference to Das Junge Deutschland, a revolutionary group of writers after 1830. A reference to Freie Deutsche Jugend, a youth movement in East Germany. 588. The pot of dreams was filled with even more mud, and finally with his own blood. Although the open country was certainly meant to be liberal originally, with people who did not belong to everyday life as guides to it and no everyday life within it. The Wandervogel had moreover found a certain nest in new schools, likewise longitudinally through the classes, founded for the sons and daughters of liberal families. These were forest schools, Wynecken's free school community, and also a federation of determined school reformers belonged here, represented by Danziger and Colorau. Education was no longer handed down from above. The cultivation of individual life, and a community spirit were attempted in these emphatic schools of youth. Noble general goals hovered about the picnic and the lamp of evening. Gatherings, comradeship, and even courage were cultivated. As was the love of verse. Only the life itself which was afterwards in store remained unrhymed and absurd. It lay behind a glimmer which lasted no longer than the youth that created it. Which did not prevent this youth from feeling very rebellious. Especially as the city, seen from the campfire, seemed particularly corrupt and stunted. The word bourgeois acquired a special resonance in the youth movement. Bloch spoke of the atrocities of the bourgeois type. He was regarded primarily as the aged and senile type. His thrifty, economical, calculating, zestless nature was derived from this alone, and likewise the herd of bourgeois conformists, bourgeois society. There was far less talk of exploitation, in fact the other side of the bourgeois, so lovingly elaborated even by Sombart, that of the entrepreneur, the man who takes risks, the conqueror met with sympathy. The hostility towards the bourgeois was therefore certainly not proletarian or akin to the proletariat. The bourgeois was regarded instead as the counterpart to their own bohemian world, that of knights of chivalry. The society dreamed up by this kind of youth was to be ultimately ardent and strict, anarchistic and class-bound at one and the same time. Nevertheless there was and is also a proletarian youth movement, only not an independent one, with a childish land of its own. The young worker feels no more discriminated against by adults as such than the female worker does by men as such. The enemy of both is the employer. Their idea of the bourgeois primarily refers to the capitalist, not the nasty bourgeois conformist. Also the tension between father and son is absent or is powerfully diminished in the working class family. For whereas the bourgeois sees in his son only the heir, the class-conscious proletarian brings up his son to be a comrade. Bourgeois youth thought it was being unbourgeois by carving people into age groups, and by 589. Contrasting its rosy cheeks with the pallor of adults. Whereupon they turned out to have little more in common than a fresh skin and a general air of the March Revolution. Proletarian youth, however, does not create any fictitious contrast to its class, but identifies itself with it. It sees the latter as just as young and futurist as itself. And just as preoccupied with the morning of life, with the life of tomorrow. What it brings to that class is therefore not a goal of its own but an unbroken impetus towards the common proletarian goal. Sorrow, however, greatness, noble-mindedness, all naive and high-vaulted, do not constitute a future on their own. The good of Not being cheated of our youth will only be achieved when nobody can be cheated and deprived of their rights anymore. Struggle for the New Woman, program of the women's movement. Woman lies at the bottom, she has long been trained to do so. She is always available, always serviceable, she is the weaker sex and tied to the home. Serving and the obligation to please are related in female life, since pleasing also makes for servitude. The young girl had to be provided for through marriage, so she sat on the perch and had to wait for a husband. Or she captured men with cunning and herself as the bait, remained a minor even then, without a hunting license. If her catch was not successful, or if the virgin was too choosy, then she suffered a barren mockery, the woman ranked as an old maid. Sexual life, if it was present, as it mostly was not allowed to be shown. A job was regarded as indecent right down to the lower petit bourgeois levels of society. But courageous girls and women drew a different conclusion. Dreams of the new woman began. Around 1900, a little before and afterwards, a light flared up here which retains its attraction. The free girl announced her arrival, but so too did the masculine woman, both no longer inclined to be oppressed or even misunderstood. The incipient disintegration of the bourgeois home and the growing need for employees facilitated or justified this path into the open. New love, new life were demanded, a thoroughly self-chosen love, without the official stamp of approval. But what seemed more important, and certainly more strongly affirmative, was the access to public life, to a job. The longing was to enjoy life to the full. Happy brooding on the nest was no longer the goal. This lay instead outside the limits of the family, outside all the limits which had previously determined woman by hemming her in. The bourgeois girl who did not yet need to earn her 590 living was different in this connection from poorer and bolder women. The latter had mostly broken with the family completely and bore the consequences. They adopted the masculine course, that of the professional person, entirely. The young ladies who no longer wanted to be so merely got overexcited, but the masculine woman acted differently, the leading woman of the time, the incipient suffragette. The intention of this female protester was, unconsciously and very often consciously, to go her own way, to attain masculine superiority. An undeniable hatred of men was a strange mixture here of hatred by those who were oppressed and of reluctant recognition at the same time. Hence their envy, their emulation, indeed their grotesque will to outdo men. Suffering from their own sex made them prone to this, and in turn their own sex was to be led to victory, against itself. This broken wish did not prevent the female protester of the time from providing and sustaining the boldness of the call for the new woman. The free girl also blazed up now, as only young boys would do as a rule, and the masculine woman, in her new haircut, thoroughly sharpened the dream of being a woman in a different way. But it turned out that the rebellious life did not remain fresh for long. The more workers were needed, the less room there was for the so-called free girl, the less reason the female protester had to be one. The bourgeois young woman who was capable of working for a living came to stand on her own 2 feet, but this only made her seemingly more independent. Instead of the right to self-chosen love and a free life, there arose the tedium of the office, mostly with a subordinate position as well. Hardly had she gained the right to vote, then Parliament had less say than ever before. Hardly were the lecture halls opened up to women, then the crisis of bourgeois science began. At the same time capital, when it opened up jobs for women, was interested in removing everything that smacked of the desire for freedom, and especially everything neighboring on thorough emancipation, on socialist emancipation. The tamer female leaders now arose, Helene Lang, Marie Stritt, and finally Gertrude Baumer, all for a movement without aberrations. Around 1900 the aberrations had been secessionist, the hatred of the just milieu. At that time the new Woman had her utopia of water lilies and sunflowers together with the Art Nouveau man. It was a bohemian literary one, but for this very reason not a tame one. The background of the future dreamed up for women was filled with festive Dionysian images of revolution, of which little more remained a generation later than the liberation from the corset and the right to smoke, to vote, and to study. When Babel wrote Woman and 591 Socialism in 1899, he recognized woman as the first creature to be oppressed earlier than the male slave, and the question of women's rights was still inflammatory and shocking. But soon afterwards, when the spoons had been won, there was no millet gruel. And the bourgeois women's movement now defended the right to keep itself clear of socialism. Helene Lang fought for the goal that the headship of the secondary school for girls should be entrusted to a woman. Marie Stritt was satisfied with women's education, women's studies in general, and Gertrude Baumer saw the fulfillment of the new woman in the citizenship of the Weimar Republic. All this had not been foreseen of the movement, neither by the suffragettes nor even by the earliest champions of the second sex. After all, the movement, which seeks to advance the organic and political limits of woman in a utopian fashion, is actually as old as the struggle for freedom itself. Instead of being confined to art nouveau, this movement extends from the Athenian ecclesiazousi mocked by Aristophanes into the Ottonian age, into the Renaissance and its virago, into the programs of the Sturmuendy-Drang, into the young Germany of the Vormärz. The passionate Mary Wollstonecraft had published a fundamental book about women's rights in 1792, which radically applied the human rights of the time to women. George Sand had made the connection between the July Revolution of 1830 and women. In fact, a sentence from her novel The Miller of Angebalt, unlike the Daughters of the American Revolution, who belong to the most reactionary group in America, and are not confined to America, posits subversion on the horizon of the women's movement too. The violent, terrible blow to all egoistical interests must give birth to the necessity of a universal change. One German female pioneer from the Vormärz is quite astonishing, Louise Otto, a Red Democrat. She was the one who, when the revolutionary struggles broke out in 1848, founded the first German women's magazine, with the motto, "I recruit female citizens for the realm of freedom." The first number declares to these female citizens, when the times grow forcibly loud, it is inevitable that women too should hear their voice and obey it. In 1865 Louise Otto summoned the first women's conference to Leipzig, founded the General Association of German Women and ensured that the representation of female workers and their rights also became a point in its program. But bourgeois liberalism, still so heated before 1871, very soon became a pillar of the state in the empire. An association of women who knew what was seemly especially moderated its demands. The realm of freedom in its political aspect found few female citizens among the female citizens. Their freedom, 592, was shattered not on the barrier of sex but on that of class. The class barrier was clearly apparent in 1896, and therefore in the early light of the new woman and her struggle for freedom, it was apparent in the strike of the female clothing workers in Berlin. Women were forbidden by law to participate in political associations, a deprivation of rights against which radical bourgeois women were the first to act. But the same bourgeois women used this law at the time as a pretext to leave the striking female workers in the lurch. The class barrier cut through the claims of the heart or the seemingly general female solidarity. Thus the question of women's rights is a function of the social question, as had already occurred to George Sand. And also to almost all earlier utopians. Thomas More demanded total equality, and Fourier taught that the degree of female emancipation was the natural measure of general emancipation in a society. A state which appears in the guise of Papua Down Below will not be able to release women from their minority either, not even from their gilded minority in the ruling class. In spite of all this, the question remains as to the moving force in this new departure by women. Sex is in fact the moving force within it, but one which steps forward and seeks to be determined in social terms. It is false of course that only the old maid or even the masculine woman had rebelled. It was predominantly young women who were stirred by the strange movement in the 90s. There have always been old maids and masculine women, but for many centuries women were silent in the community. And women's revolt, although it occurred again and again in between times, had no breadth up to the end of the last century. It only gained support, and also the aspect of a thorough social utopia, when the capitalist need for forces of production gave it a permit. When the interest in freedom of movement released even this kind of serf. Though in this connection no more was asked about the moving force in this new departure by women, about the submerged or remotely possible contents of the sex, than capital asks on the whole about the unusable qualities of its employees. People were measured by results, ultimately only the flexibility of women was taken into consideration, which was present and treasured in male law even before the so-called emancipation. It was good for badly paid jobs, for voluntary subordination. This is also a reason why the women's movement went flat. In fact, an undeniable insipidity of women, which the cult of the Virgin Mary so vehemently refused to admit and which is not predetermined in utopian terms either, was rewarded by capitalist objectification. And politically nothing actually changed. When women were 593 given the right to vote, except that the votes for all previous parties doubled. Reactionary thinking was even rather more than doubled. No explosive or even just particularly humane impact of the political woman is discernible on bourgeois life. The senior female office clerk thus triumphed over what the lover not unreasonably saw in the first fictional, varied women created by this emancipation, in Ibsen's Nora, Hauptmann's Anna Maar, Lonely People, Wedekind's Franziska. Thus in the bourgeois women's movement the contents of the sex certainly did not become manifest, and yet from the beginning they were intended as never before, and yet they were rejected by the opponents of emancipation, as if the movement was not heading for the office hours in which it died, but as if it was a recollection of Carmen on the one hand, and of Antigone on the other, in fact a utopian conjuring up of the Hittite age on the one hand, and of matriarchy on the other. And above all as if the women's movement were that of a specific human totality and fullness, which for this very reason, in its remotely possible contents, is inconsistent with soulless capitalist enterprise, as the mortal enemy of art and woman. The bourgeois male hatred of the women's movement announces all these themes again and again e contrario, devaluing them. And the devaluation of woman here into a Hittite seemed the cheapest and most ambivalent of all, with simultaneous reduction to no more than this, and stabilization within it. Weininger proceeded in this direction with total obsession, Sex and Character, 1903 W, The Essence of Woman, is accordingly downright lechery, without ego, memory, or loyalty, the totally opposite spirit to Jesus in man or to purity. Carmen thus appears as a genuine woman who has had no voice in civilization and is not at home in accepted morality. The need to be engaged in coition herself is woman's intensest need, but it is only a special case of her deepest, her only vital interest, which is in coition in general, of the wish that there should be as much coition as possible, by whomsoever, wherever, whenever it may be. And this characteristic of woman to be the envoy and agent of the idea of coition is also the only one which is present at all ages and even survives the menopause. The old woman goes on prostituting, no longer herself, but others, LC, p. 351 ff. And even more wildly, the education of woman must be taken away from woman, and the education of the whole of mankind must be taken away from the mother, LC, p. 471. For only woman as Hetaira is the truth, woman as Madonna is a creation of man. There is nothing that corresponds to her in reality. So much for the most vehement misogyny known to history, a single anti-utopia of woman, in 594. The middle of the period of secession * also during the incipient playing down of woman into a grey sister of reform. But precisely in this abyss of negation it is evident at the same time what unknown, unobjectified elements are on the move in the women's movement. After all, it was itself conceived as an emancipation of humanity from woman, that is, from the woman whose voice has been heard up till now. Its basic question was always that concerning the limits of sex, and whether these limits existed at all. Whether, if she could not jump over the sexual barrier, woman could make it into a stepping stone that would lead to hidden untrodden contents of humanity itself. Extravagant dreams undoubtedly, aimed at an awakening of half the earth, yet with a historical and social depth, the very depth unwillingly sensed by whining Ernst. Hatred of Hetairae. Fundamentally, in accordance with its demonstrable utopia, the women's movement did in fact keep the idea of Carmen alive, i.e. recollected Hetairanism, but also the essence of Antigone as well, the second primitive woman before the age of men, recollected matriarchy. Both forms of life in fact preceded the patriarchal one, the irregular mixture of the sexes, which corresponded to the gathering and hunting stage, and matrilineal with the primacy of woman and the earth, which corresponded to the agricultural stage. Both recollections revived again in the women's movement, explicitly and implicitly, and occupied archaic utopian unfilled imagination. The Hetairan age was interpreted by Bachofen in terms of mythical ornamental swamp symbols, reeds, jungle, the matriarchal age in terms of night and earth symbols, moon, cave, ear of corn. The Hetairan age, with an interchangeable female and male community, preceded marriage, the matriarchal age posited marriage, assigning the family and indeed the entire community to the mother. While Bachofen discovered these relationships and undoubtedly transfigured them beyond what was historically provable, he only expressed what dawned ahead on the subsequent women's movement as archaic utopia, Dionysian life on the one hand, regaining the night of Demeter on the other. Both forms of life are assigned to a language of the womb, which was later no longer heard in the world of male law. Unless in monade-like outbursts or in tributes of the strict master's law to the equally older and milder law of the bona dea. The myth of the female lover thus sounds as follows in Bachofen: for this, Helen, who is not so richly endowed in order that, given up to the exclusive possession of one man alone, her beauty should fade, is. Bloch is again referring to the breakaway movement among groups of artists in the 1890s. 595. The great model of every mortal woman, the symbol of every Dionysian woman. And the myth, or rather the archaic utopia of woman as a ruler announces itself in Bachofen as follows: the relationship by means of which humanity first grows up to civilized behavior, which serves as the starting point of the development of every virtue and the cultivation of every nobler side of existence, is the magic of motherhood which acts in the midst of a life full of violence as the divine principle of love, of agreement, of peace, preface to matrilineal. Sex of a quite unfinished kind, one which sought to be recollected in non-capitalist terms and further determined in social utopian terms, was thus on the move in the women's movement throughout. It was not confined to old maids and masculine women. It was full of unobjectified expectation, no longer and not yet announced in previous objectivities. Woman, after such a long period of minority, had the fine presumption to want to introduce a past and never realized island of the Great Mother into the patriarchy. The movement is at once outmoded, replaced and postponed, all with good reason. It is outmoded because it has pushed open bourgeois doors that were already open, and behind which there then proved to be nothing. The sexless worker bee is not the goal for which we started out. We cannot get any further now in bourgeois terms. It is irrelevant whether woman has the same value as man if both are employees of a firm which does not value them at all, but squeezes them dry. The movement is replaced because a struggle against the sexual barrier becomes pathetic without a struggle against the class barrier. The female worker does not feel discriminated against by the men of her class, any more than the young worker feels discriminated against by adults as such. Thus an important element of the proletarian youth movement recurs in the proletarian women's movement. The semi-colonial status of women in general cannot be specially lamented by those who, like the working man, are themselves, if not even more so, kept as coolies. The female worker measures herself jointly with poor male workers against rich men and women. And the old social democracy already supported the programmatic statement, the question of women's rights coincides with the question of workers' rights. The Soviet Union faces no question of women's rights anymore, because it has solved the question of workers' rights. Where master and servant cease, the lower stratum, woman also disappears. A third problem, though, a separate problem of content, continues to be sex, which determines woman far more extensively, but also far more indecisively than man. Gottfried Keller spoke of the unfathomable half-measure of woman. This means 596. That the women's movement, even where it is replaced by the proletarian one, is still only postponed. That is to say, woman the sexual being, so little clarified in previous male societies and so little defined beyond the mere family, emerges as a problem again even beyond economic and social liberation. The very decline of female oppression does not create, per se ipsum, the decline of female content. Lover, mother, even objectified worker have never yet shaped this content, let alone exhausted its utopian possibilities. It is not even shaped in the categories of lover and mother, however poetically condensed. Not to speak of new, previously unknown, and yet possible categories. The leveling of sexual differences which appeared in the Soviet Union during the first urgent general program of construction did not go very deep. Precisely where it depended on less regimented intervention, specifically female attitudes and energies appeared and are proving themselves over and over again. The mother, as Gorky presents her in his realistic novel, knew how to do her revolutionary work differently from her male comrades. The nature of her kindness, of her hatred and of her understanding could not be replaced by a man. On the whole, the difference between the sexes lies in a different field to the artificial differences which the class society has produced. Thus it does not disappear with the latter. Sexual difference disappears so little that female nature can only become clear in socialism. Enough of it remains in any case to refurbish it in its content, to have it as Eve in search of her form. The largely ambiguous element remains, the fermenting half. Decisive, wrongly decisive, indecisive muddle and tangle in woman, as the previous society delivers it to a coming one. It is something gentle and wild, destructive and compassionate. It is the flower, the witch, the haughty bronze and the efficient life and soul of business. It is the Maenad and the ruling Demeter, it is the mature Juno, the cool Artemis and the artistic Minerva and all sorts of other things. It is the musical capriccioso, the violin solo in Strauss' Heldenleben, and the prototype of the lento of calm. It is finally, with an arc which no man knows, the tension between Venus and Mary. All this is incompatible, but it cannot be corrected, let alone abolished with a stroke of the pen through the problem of the content of woman. This is even less the case with that which has not yet been announced in woman up to now, that utopian indefinite element which caused the great variety of previous definitions in the first place. As if they were mere attempts and experiments with names, in which the main thing has still not been named and revealed at all. has not been nearly as revealed as in the case of man and his predicates. Although the latter, 597, also has a great deal of distinctions and a great deal of unfinished material behind him, with historical guiding types like warrior, monk, citoyen, and so on. The women's movement is therefore still sufficient to form a partial utopia, just as it formed one in the previous full-scale utopias. This specifically announced and hoped for element will still call for advice and action even in the classly SS society, as a special problem which is the legacy of history and prehistory. Consider the Hittierian features in the Cynic, and in parts also in the libertine anarchistic utopia. They have not been dealt with. Consider the matriarchal features in the Stoic social utopia and its after effects. Down to natural right and Rousseau's notion of a benevolent nature. They have not been completed. Thus elements from the female partial utopia have certainly already made a contribution to previous full-scale utopias, one of unrest and of collection, and also of the distant attractive ideal, for Goethe, in his own words, always conceived in female form. And the fragrance, fullness, melody of this genre continue to have an effect, mutatis mutandis, in the utopia which has progressed towards science. There thus remains a special contribution of the female utopian content to the realm of freedom. The desire to escape from confinement has come to an end in bourgeois society, and will only return in a classless society. Only here will there be a new tide, an open voyage, and correctly placed orders for a women's movement too. Which utopian forces and values will then begin can only be stated, like classless man as a whole, in terms of direction and not unempted content. It is a direction which leads out of the previous bad breadth, the incompatible muddle of female types. It leads out onto an existence where the unfathomable half-measure, and also the unaimed art of experimentation disappears, which in fact first made possible the false abundance of female predicates and types. An abundance whose falsity and indefiniteness is already discernible in the swift transition of one type and its attitude into another, wholly incompatible one. Since the flower-like quality in existing woman can become the set it alight, of the witch, since the efficient life and soul of business almost effortlessly turns into a Maenad, and even Venus into Mary, these individual definite characteristics often appear so provisionally, as if they were not even irregular experiments of female being, but mere masks. Chaste Luna has capricious moods. This statement, whispered by Mephisto, shows what this hysterical abundance and false breadth of variation is all about. Female emancipation. Faust, Part 2, 4955. Mephisto is prompting the astrologer as he speaks. 598. Of a concrete kind aims instead at genuine tests of utopian essentials. It brings out of the muddle of types the real abundance of female nature within human nature. All the more reliably as the various and alienating categories of goods and categories of rule which have helped to model the female types which have so far appeared, chiefly in capitalism, vanish in a society that is becoming classless. Then a real legacy arises beside the previous, so frequently disguised and diverted predicates of femininity, and is able to arise from them. The real possible is more unformed in woman than in man, but also intended from time immemorial, in all visions of female perfection, as more promising. It reaches more powerfully into well-founded imagination. Just as the musical is more promising than the poetic, which is already coined by its precise statement. And just as music, where it is already formed, can go deeper than even a lot of verbal poetry, so the utopian element in woman, where it valuably appears in advance, signifies a countenance of central human depth and a comforting depth. The gentle and the compassionate element operate more intensively in the female version of mankind. The qualities once ascribed to Artemis have no equal in pure coolness among young boys. The female saint displays a Christian condition in its full glory. The bourgeois women's movement, being bourgeois, indicated little or nothing of course of such possibilities or that which may correspond to them in a new guise. It hardly got beyond contrasting trivialities like free love and suffragettes. If a human spring begins with the classless society, then so does the prospect of venturing beyond an undetermined sexual barrier, of dispelling frozen vagueness. A society without an assignable dark side of life will undoubtedly be the first to give femininity probation and license. And woman as comrade will be that part of society which keeps her full of subject and unobjectified in every respect. Old New Land, Program of Zionism. There is no suffering that can be compared with that of the Jews. Other small nations were also dispersed, led away from their soil, but then they quickly perished. Not even the names of the other tribes which had been dragged off to work by the Nile have come down to us. The Jews did not allow themselves to be gobbled up, as we know, although they were constantly between the teeth of their host nations. Devoted to trade and the scriptures, they rescued their fearful existence in the face of endless 599 killing, until after long centuries the air outside the ghetto seemed a little less dangerous. The Jew was now simply beaten, despised, but no longer burned to death. This patronage further increased. In the course of bourgeois liberation, the yellow patch was removed from the caftan, the latter also disappeared, and around 1800 the Jewish fellow citizen emerged in the West. He took up his new position trustingly, and since doings and dealings prevailed in the world outside anyway, and also the more chivalrous or official professions continued to remain closed to him, the start was for the most part commercial. He entered existing capitalist society, no longer, as in the Spanish heyday, a feudal and ecclesiastically learned society. This causes distinctions. They are not simply a burden to those Jews who so smartly went into general business life. The station of the cross is also important, at which the long life of suffering finally stops. This station was the capitalist one, for the same reason that it was the provisionally liberating one. Free competition requires the legal equality of its partners. Amongst these partners the best Jewish element did not always come to light, any more than the best German or French element. The stock market does not look good from all angles, and it was the columns of the liberal press from which the breath of the age blew most fiercely. The Jewish spirit came to be one which gabbled everything to pieces, which produced solely for the market, and distinguished itself in this respect. Only in the beginning, when liberation arrived, this sort of thing did not yet become apparent. The fall of the walls which had surrounded so much oppression and of course also so much seriousness and devout strictness seemed even biblical. It was a first red dawn, that of conformity. Behind it nothing but democratic happiness was suspected, new life after long paralysis. It was not just the Jews however, but also the Gentiles who did not, as we know, wholly achieve what was hoped for in this liberation. The equality of Jews with others, if it ever existed, was a temporary exception, it never became a rule. In the end that which seemed unthinkable only to the fools who believed in an empty rolling progress returned in an intensified form, extermination. The liberal citizen stood by, arms at the ready, in so far as he was not himself aiming his rifle at Jews. There seemed or seems nothing left for it but to separate for good from fellow citizens who endangered their lives. A homeland asterisk gleams before them. Asterisk Bloch is not using his own concept Heimat here for homeland. We translate it thus in this section in view of the language of the Balfour Declaration discussed below. 600. This had been longed for ages, even when conformity flourished. Many would not have chosen to be Jewish of course, but now nothing could be done about it. They pretended to be proud of the fact. This was a false pride, and they only paid lip service to the promised land. Just as many Jews have now become extremely Zionist, who do not want to emigrate at all from the country where they are getting on tolerably well. They are Zionist partly out of sympathy for exiled racial comrades, partly out of the passion with which one usually takes out accident insurance. And for the last 2,000 years Orthodox Jews have been expressing the wish in their prayers, next year in Jerusalem. Although a strong aversion to actual return emanated from these very circles. Nevertheless, the dream of a restored kingdom of David had never wholly died in political terms. There were military adventurers like David Rabini, around 1530, who called upon the nation so long unaccustomed to arms to undertake a kind of Jewish crusade against the Turks. There was the false Messiah Sabbatizui, around 1640, who first wanted to call Israel home to Jerusalem in the campaign of redemption. Provided that a nation still felt itself to be such and still had coherence, it seemed hard to take away from it the memory of the soil where it took root and, in frequently deceptive memory, was happy. Even the exiled Spanish Jews were consumed by longing, if not for Palestine, then for Spain, and have often remembered down to the present day the names of long-vanished streets, and long-collapsed houses in which their ancestors had lived as seigneurs. Thus even real naturalization, when the bourgeois sky still had a friendly aspect, did not prevent wishes to return in everyone, in this case without lip service, wishes which were even passionately genuine. Astonishingly, it did not even prevent a varied, leading, teaching connection with the international labor movement. On the contrary, the socialist Moses Hess, the former friend and precursor of Marx and Engels, the later friend of Lassalle, admittedly a permanently idealistic dialectician, wrote in Rome and Jerusalem, 1862, the most moving Zionist dream book. He was aided in this by the simultaneously warm and obscure manner in which he believed in race as a source of inspiration. Hess was an upright revolutionary to the end, but nevertheless belonged to the brain-spinning of the left-wing Hegelian school. He belonged to the true socialism whose economic ignorance, speculative cobwebs, and practical naivete were afterwards so sharply criticized by the Communist Manifesto. Hess remained within idealistic dialectics, although, indeed because he wanted to intersperse Hegel's self-movement of reason with that of energy and the will. With this philosophy of action he went 601. Back far more to Fichte's active deeds than forward to a comprehension of the economic material factors of history. He adopted Marx's economic materialist interpretation of history, but almost at the same time accused Marx and Engels of having exchanged the nebulous standpoint of German philosophy for the narrow and petty standpoint of English economics. Economics was thus defined by Hess himself in the narrow sense, not in the total social sense of Marx. He regarded it as the typical class science of the bourgeoisie. Consequently, even energy and will, the driving forces in dialectics activistically introduced by Hess, were not primarily understood in terms of radical economic change but ethically, approximating to Fichte's active deeds, and finally in terms of racial theory. Alongside the proletariat, which is still celebrated as the real subject of radical practice, race was the shaping force of history for the later Moses Hess. Of course, Marx and Engels also discussed race, as a kind of inner aspect of nature, and this must not be forgotten. In a letter of 1894, Engels acknowledged race as an economic factor, and Marx also declared economic development to be dependent on the favorable nature of the circumstances, on the racial character. There were nations with more or less temperament and disposition for capitalist production, and Marx names the Turks among the less disposed. But Marx and Engels made race neither into an intrinsically determining factor nor into a constant factor within history. Racial fetishist ideas are totally smashed. The racial disposition is also historically redisposed again. And again in Marx by man's work, because he acts through this movement on the nature outside him and changes it, he also changes his own nature at the same time. It is different in the case of Moses Hess, different because apart from appearing as an economic factor, race also appears in his work as a factor independently shaping ideology, even with the same economic substructure, and for him the strongest spiritual race is and remains Jewish. There have been several small Near Eastern nations with a fairly similar agrarian economy and political constitution, but, Moses Hess adds, only the Jews have carried the banner which the nations are following today. It is the moral prophetic banner, and only for its sake, for the sake of the inscription, Zion, are Jews to be planted in their old soil again. Thus Zionism wanted this to be done on the basis of Zion and not on that of a chance sojourn of the Jews in Palestine 2,000 years ago. Carry your banner high, my people, Hess demands in Rome and Jerusalem. The living corn is stored in you which, like the seed corns in Egyptian mummies, has lain dormant for thousands of years but has not lost its powers of germination. Only from national rebirth will 602. The religious genius of the Jews, like the giant who touches native soil, draw new strength and be filled by the Holy Spirit of the prophets again. But the content of these emotive expressions or missions, of this rather long-winded edification, remains socialism alone. For Hess the revolutionary, he was one of the first to apply Judaism, as he knew it from the works of the prophets, to the cause of the revolutionary proletariat. Socialism becomes for Hess the victory of the Jewish mission in the spirit of the prophets. Only to this end did this international socialist plan an action center in Palestine, in which the spirit of the Jewish race can rise again. Admittedly with the aid of France, though not of imperialistic France but that of the Great Revolution, which Hess thought was still at work within it. Once on its own soil again, once lifted back onto the rails of world history again, the Jewish nation was to astonish the house of Rothschild, the social animal kingdom, which lives off the mutual exploitation of human beings, is coming to an end. So much for the Zionist utopia of Moses Hess, dreamed and designed as a socialist one of Ovo, based on the prophets. But the Western Jews were mostly bourgeois, there were not many workers among them. The Zionist dreams therefore only gained influence on these middle classes in so far as they no longer had a socialist ring, but were moderate and liberal. Long after Hess, a generation later, Theodor Herzl appeared, the originator of the only Zionist program to become effective, maybe with Jeremiah, but without Isaiah. This for two reasons, one political and one ideological, both in keeping with the situation of a Jewish bourgeoisie to which Zionism passed, very much without socialism. Politically, in the wake of the crises of the middle classes, the thin liberal pro-Semitism of the surrounding world had swiftly been completely undermined again. Ideologically, liberal Judaism itself wanted to know very little about committed love, about the revolutionary love which its prophets had preached and which would have cost more money than suited mere charity. Politically it promoted Herzl's success. That a so-called anti-Semitic league had arisen, that trials for ritual murder advanced from Russia and Romania to Hungary and Germany. Herzl saw in the Dreyfus trial that even the classic bourgeois land of human rights no longer remained what it was, and he drew from this no conclusions about the citizens themselves, on whose side he remained, but about their character as Gentiles. What was ideologically decisive for Herzl's influence on the Jewish bourgeoisie was in fact the bourgeois détente, the liberal level of enlightenment which was given here to the dream of Zion. Above all, Herzl removed every 603 connection with the social radicalism of the prophets, with socialist mission and other so-called extravagances of Moses Hess. Zionism thus became acceptable to the liberal Jewish bourgeoisie. Now Herzl found the model for a separate Jewish state in the manifold irredentist movement as which the Austro-Hungarian monarchy masqueraded. Like Czechs, Poles, Ruthenians, Romanians, Serbs, and Italians, the Jews were also to return home to their own nation-state. Not even the ancient golden sound of Jerusalem was heard at first. Herzl's utopia wavered initially, in search of the land of the future, between Argentina and Palestine. And the paths to Canaan were political realist and diplomatic ones, cleverly taking into account existing shady deals and imperialist interests of several great powers. The Jewish question is a national question. In order to solve it, we must above all make it into a world question which will have to be solved in the Council of Civilized Nations. Moses Hess, as we have seen, also had international political aid in mind, that of France. But what was naivete or a kind of romanticism in Hess, stemming from 1789, became capitalist approval in Herzl. The only alternative for Judaism seemed extinction through intermarriage or national rebirth. Herzl preached the latter, but in the form of a capitalist democratic miniature state by the grace of England or even Germany, under sovereignty of the Sultan. There thus appeared the Jewish state, 1896, worked out as a scheme in considerable detail, cooperative private capitalism with land reform. The land is public property, and is only leased for 50 years at any one time. The entire civilization of the turn of the century is transferred. When we troop out of Egypt again, we will not forget the flesh pots. Thus the fairytale will come true. If the Jews wanted to, and a utopian novel Old New Land, 1900, further pictured the bourgeois land of progress, sitting in one's own tent, beneath one's own vine, at home as before, so to speak, in Europe, but now by oneself. In keeping with the slight economic change in the model Jewish state, this utopia is set not far in the future. It claims to be a report from the year 1920. Even in the Jewish state, critics like Akadham had found few Jewish elements, almost none, which would have differed from the business of Western civilization other than through the admittedly invaluable security with which this business was now to be continued on their own soil, in their own cities. In modern Hebrew, certainly also with the hope for decomplication through agriculture, dairy cooperatives and other kinds of return to the land, which every bank manager finds a sound proposition. Herzl's Zion was thus a utopia of the immediately 604. Attainable, with a capitalist democratic background. Firmly rooted in the soil, the only thing it did not yet have, it did not tilt at any windmills. If it thus recommended itself to the specific idealism of the Jewish businessman, and lawyer too, then as far as the national element is concerned this utopia cut very sharply through assimilation. Much more sharply than Moses Hess. Pride, not a sense of mission, was the substance of Jewish national consciousness according to Herzl. The diaspora with its thousands of distortions and forms of pariahdom was to be reversed, but so was Moses Mendelssohn or assimilation, as a false red dawn, in which the diaspora had not been cleared but affirmed. Instead the second and true red dawn now seemed to be breaking with Zionism or anti-Mendelssohn, a homeland for the Jewish nation in Palestine protected under public law. In spite of the fact that at least the immigrants keen on investment and most certainly the fleshpots of Egypt presuppose and profit by a strong assimilation. The Hasidim would not have founded a Tel Aviv, the study of the Talmud would not have deposited an Einstein manuscript in the University of Jerusalem, and there would not be any professors of the Kabbalah there, but Kabbalists. Jewish fascism in particular, as a consequence of the adopted contemporary capitalist democratic state, would be totally unknown without such an adoption. Herzl's utopia is in nous itself more of an assimilation than the apparently much more assimilated utopia of the romantic Zionist Moses Hess. The latter was much more closely connected with the old Messianism, a believer in the social Zion, who fought in the labor movement up to the moment he died, and who believed he was activating the spirit of the prophets precisely in his connection with the international labor movement. As Hess, unlike Herzl, tried to show, there is clearly a Zionism for which the family grave is less important than resurrection. If not that of the Jewish national consciousness of the bourgeoisie, then that of a very old, frequently submerged faith. If this faith, because it is still a utopia, also sought an action center in Palestine, then this center was clearly conceived as radiating outwards, as an appeal to the world and not as a miniature state. The element of social mission and prophetic legacy which is still at work in Judaism and which makes it uniquely important was proclaimed by Moses Hess far from Palestine, and made current by Marx even in total alienation from Palestine. For them, Zion was everywhere where the social animal kingdom is destroyed and the diaspora comes to an end, that of all the exploited. When the dream had been turned into a bourgeois one by Herzl, it 605 immediately began to work. It was undoubtedly skillfully nurtured. From 1897 Zionist congresses regularly took place in Basel. The movement grew, a voluntary transplantation of minorities such as had not yet occurred before. It also came close to success again and again, and this was owing to a totally unsentimental trend, which promoted it even among Gentiles. If there had in fact even been sentimental trends towards Zionism among Gentiles, then this was also true of millenarians in the English Revolution and of other Adventist sects, again and again. But this sort of thing was powerless, temporary, and mystical. The ruling class is not expecting Elijah. On the other hand, the English ruling class had long been interested in safeguarding the overland route to India, and Palestine fitted the bill. Hollingworth, a political writer, suggested a Jewish state in this spot even earlier than Hess, let alone Herzl. Jews in Palestine, 1852. Lords Palmerston, Beaconsfield, the latter admittedly flirting with a highly illustrious Israelite tribal feeling, and Salisbury were already negotiating with the Port * over the concession. It is true that England was not only interested in the overland route. In 1903 it also offered Herzl land in East Africa, for which colonists were lacking and which it did not want to populate with convicts as was once the case with Australia. Besides, it was not just England that was interested in Palestine. Wilhelm II and German imperialism also had Zionist sympathies. In 1898 the Kaiser discussed with Herzl a Jewish Palestine under German protection and Turkish sovereignty. The reason for this was the interest, which has become proverbial, of the Deutsche Bank in the Baghdad Railway and all that was connected with it. It was the whole German legacy hunting around Turkey, the sick man of Europe. Thus, Zionism was certainly entrusted on several sides to the Council of Civilized Nations, as Herzl had said, a piece on the board of imperialist politics. But when German imperialism lost the game and Turkey stood there without this patron of Islam, the thing which had been waiting for so long in the files of the Foreign Office for its moment to come was proclaimed in 1917, the Balfour Declaration. A British mandate of Palestine was declared as a homeland for the Jewish nation under public law. Parts of Herzl's program thereby admirably suited imperialist England, magnanimous as always, and the realization, if we can call it that, of the Zionist dream arrived in time to establish a refuge for the later victims of fascism. Or rather, it would have arrived in time if the Sublime Porte, the central office of the Ottoman government, an old diplomatic term derived via the French from the Turkish title. 606. England, which opened the homeland, had not closed it at the very moment when it was most urgently needed. But in 1939, the appropriate year, a white paper appeared to the following effect: in the next 5 years at most 75,000 Jews will be admitted, and after that no more without Arab consent, hence no more in fact. A Peaceful business situation in Arab Egypt and Muslim India was automatically dearer to the hearts of the English philanthropists than saving the lives of the European Jews, and, said Churchill, the logic in doing so is simple. It simply left several million Jews to be slaughtered by the Nazis, and in fact, it drove them back into their hands again by preventing them from landing in Palestine. England aided and abetted the murder which, moral as always, it so hotly condemned. The homeland from the period of the Balfour Declaration was immediately interpreted as an Arab state, and its Jewish population was not allowed to amount to more than a third of the Arab. 1. Herzl's Jewish state had thus resulted in numerous clauses of the Jewish right of abode, which was unknown in any other country before the Jewish state, apart from Tsarist Russia. The reality which came about accordingly corresponds to Herzl's means of realizing it. The land of the Jews became one from which politically awkward Jews could even be deported as troublesome foreigners. Certainly, the means do not always ruin the end. The relationship between cause and effect does not hold good here, where causati quod effectum, but different means can also possibly lead to a good end. But then the end itself must be a powerful one and not a begging one. If it is not powerful, then it does not use the means but the means uses it, and if it is constructed on exactly the same capitalist democratic lines as the England whose imperialism it uses as a means, then the interest of the stronger capital must triumph over the programs of the weaker one. Zion thus became a fraction of the business to be attended to in the English Empire, and Jewish secession, since it occurred as an invasion, became an object of hate for the Arab national revolutionary movement, which for its part represents in turn a card in the game of British imperialism. Now the Jews who escaped from fascism or even simply social discrimination have a new conflict with the Arabs, and the planned Jewish state is more precarious than any assimilation ever was, up to Hitler. The difficulties hereby no means appear to be temporary ones, unless geographical Zionism itself becomes a mere program once again, that is, after the end of Hitler's fascism only a handful of Jews from capitalist countries demands admission to Palestine again. Or far more thoroughly, the difficulties decrease because a general social upheaval also solves these 607 miniature problems dripping with blood. And it is not then Herzl the Jew from the New Free Press who will be responsible for this upheaval, but Marx the Jew, who was not merely no Zionist but only became what he is and was able to do what he did because he was not a Zionist. Precisely the originally better, subjectively pure, though false will at the outset of Zionist enthusiasm, that of a real new beginning in Palestine, with a very different nemus rerum than before, does not come with Herzl's blessing, let alone as a result of it. Tremendous enthusiasm poured with Jewish youth into the cultivation of the old earth. Agrarian communes were formed, related in their intention to those of Owen or Cabot in North America, and in places even attempted collective farms. Very far at any rate from Tel Aviv, the real contemporary expression of the bourgeoisie and speculation. But all this only promoted the fact that the state of Israel, populated by the flight from fascism, has itself become a fascist state. And at this bitter end, which was not yet foreseen even by Herzl, Israel even became the not even well-kept cur of American imperialism in the Near East. Both the archetype of Moses, and the other of Egypt the desert Canaan have developed a different power and hope in revolutions. But the Jewish state looks as if these archetypes of its own have become alien to Judaism itself, which is not always the case, however, as the example of Marx shows. Here, too, the conclusion remains that there is no isolated solution to any problem of minorities or nationalities as such. This means that there is no solution to the so-called Jewish question, in so far as it exists, without an overall solution to the economic and social one. Zionism is not even possible in Palestine without such a settlement. There is no Pax Britannica anymore, let alone a Pax Americana. and however many psychological, anthropological, or even mythological secondary causes antisemitism, a stubborn and conspicuous phenomenon, may have, its basis is the precarious economy. It was after all precisely a Russian Zionist in the days of Lenin who felt compelled to observe that Bolshevism was beginning to realize what the old prophets had preached. The Soviet goal was biblical, whether people knew it or not. If that is so, then Judaism in the spirit of Moses Hess is intact and has new things to do, even without its own miniature state. Zionist utopia was not alone in cultivating the special distinction of being transfigured past and hoped for future at one and the same time. This is cultivated by other national and minority utopias too, such as the Wends in Prussia, the Czechs, the Poles before 1918. They all had a traditional utopian dream of resurrection. Even the Germans had it, in the imperial dream between 1806 and 1871, in its various patriotic fantasies. 608. So a mere irredentist movement does not distinguish the Zionist group Utopia from others or do it credit. Even if the Jews were only regarded as Ahasuerus as ***, the Poles, divided up among three empires, were still at home. On the other hand, the unique feature of the Jewish utopia is the obligation, posited along with it and stressed not for the first time by Moses Hess, to act in accordance with the intention of the prophets. And this obligation, as a result of the revolutionary situation which has ripened in Europe since the days of Moses Hess, certainly needs no action center in Palestine anymore. It needs no geographical Zionism. In an extensive liberation movement, the Jews have room at any time to make the last ghetto superfluous. To line up with the movement towards the light, in every country to which we belong, this seems the genuine homeland of the Jews. Provided that Judaism not only represents a more or less anthropological quality, but a certain messianic emotion. One for the genuine Canaan, which is no longer restricted in national terms. Thomas Munzer, with the sword of Gideon, displayed it, the house of Rothschild did not. It is mostly right to explain hatred in economic terms from the start. What can be directly seized, often what is someone else's, and even better what is weak, simply gives grounds for giving vent to it. For ages it was easiest to vent hatred and rage on the Jews, on poor ones as well as and even better than on rich ones. It remains the simplest thing to blame them for disaster. They are not as conspicuous as the gypsies, let alone the Negroes, but they are more popular scapegoats, precisely because of their familiar strangeness as it were. Until the Nazis arrived, they were not charged with such monstrous things as witches had once been, but instead they are more credible as mischief makers to an enlightened rabble as it were. There are wishes and non-wishes, images on which what was wished for was unloaded, and images on which what was not wished for was unloaded, and the Jews, as Musil splendidly remarks on one occasion, provided the non-wish image, which was formerly the fetish that the sorcerer pulled out of the sick man's throat. The human delight in a whipping boy was therefore undoubtedly added to economic distress, a very old and stubborn delight. All this is true, and yet without famine, without fine gentlemen and deflectors there would not have been this fattening of scapegoats. The motivation of anti-Semitism changed 3 times in the course of time, even its intensity was different in each case, but in spite of all this its essential feature remains recognizable. In antiquity the alleged arrogance was regarded as provocative. Ahasuerus, the wandering Jew. 609. With which the Jews cut themselves off from the Gentiles, had their own rules about food and their own feast days and other things as well. Philo the Jew even maintained that Plato owed his best work to Moses, which was undoubtedly going too far, especially in a Rome still little influenced by the Middle East. In the Middle Ages, Judas furnished the motive for anti-Semitism, despite the fact that all the other disciples were also Jews, like Jesus himself. In the age of fascism, though, racial theory and the wise men of Zion make up the business of anti-Semitism. For the crucifixion of Jesus, the Jew no longer enrages fascists at all, they sympathize with it. Instead, indeed, the blood of the whole of Jewry is to be drained with his blood, so that the Aryan is finally redeemed. Incompatible motives obviously, and yet, as the anti-Semites say, united in their instinct against the Jew. So that the Jew still offered a unique starting point for false consciousness and the ideology surrounding economic grounds for a pogrom. As if there really was something in this group of people which has condemned them for 2,000 years to allow themselves to be treated as the guilty cause of every problem. This broad availability of the Jews for the purpose of the bogeyman almost represents a counterpart to the broad availability which the Bible has found in the entire white race for the purpose of edification. And it is unprecedented that the authorship of that same Bible is granted to the Jews, but they are still cheated of the honor this brings with it. This can also be expressed in poetic terms, as Beer Hoffman has done in Jacob's Dream, where the devil prophesies, "People may well incline to your word / but they will smash the mouth to pulp that spoke it / you shall be a nation from which everyone takes the spoils." This double view of Judaism, this unprecedented split consciousness in the apperception of Judaism undoubtedly indicates an uncanny hatred of the object, a hatred which has become almost autarchical, within which the economic diversionary tactics could only succeed. All this is true too, of course, just as true as the delight in a whipping boy, and yet even the not very rational source of offense which the Jewish object may represent would never have been effective without a profit economy. The fact remains that the economic social revolution sweeps the Jewish question in an instant under the table. Anti-Semitism is not an eternal institution, as the Zionists would have us believe, and if it were one, then it would not be mitigated by the invasion of an Arab country, with new frictions, and a new protective Judaism, but solely by the self-banishment of the Jews to a desert island, without windows and doors, which would be neither capitalist democratic, in the sense of Theodor Herzl, nor by any means socialist, in the grand sense of Moses Hess. The latter would 610. Now no longer locate his imagined Jerusalem in Jerusalem, in the age of the Soviet Union and the movement towards Soviet unions. The end of the tunnel is in sight. Certainly not from the standpoint of Palestine, but from Moscow. Uba Lenin, IBI Jerusalem. It is not in question whether the Jews are still a nation or not. If they had ceased to be a nation, as is totally the case in Western Europe, then what they had lost could certainly be regained through renewed separation, and in Palestine something of the kind has clearly succeeded in the Hebrew-speaking generation that was born there. This may be gratifying and even necessary from a national Jewish standpoint, but it is no more moving than the preservation of other small nations. Judaism still claims in its Bible at least a more specific pathos of its existence, without which pathos its existence would be immaterial. So what is in question is solely this: do the Jews, whether a nation or not, still as such have a consciousness of what the God of Exodus said to his servant Israel, not as a promise, but as a task, "I have put my spirit upon him, he shall bring forth judgment to the Gentiles," Isaiah 42:1. With the apostrophe to the very nation for which misery has been prophesied and which has learned better than any other nation what it is all about, to open the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the prison, and them that sit in darkness out of the prison house, Isaiah 42:7. The Jews also did this kind of missionary work, though on nothing like the Christian or Muslim scale. Nubian tribes accepted the Mosaic Law. In the 2nd century AD the Jewish religion spread to China, and in the 8th century the Khazar Empire, with its capital Astrakhan, went over to Judaism. All this occurred late, of course, and probably not because of an actual agitation. The diaspora also became less and less inviting. and almost all scriptural texts only tackle the idea of a mission as that messianic tendency and the future of its expansion, which is to be kept open by Jews. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Lord, as the waters cover the sea. Isaiah 11:9. The memory of such tendencies can be just as burning in Jews who do not have any trace of Zionist national consciousness as it is in Joachim of Fiore. Conversely, it can be totally lacking in Jews who merely apply the age of a highly intensified nationalism to themselves and confuse every future international with the cosmopolitanism of commercial travelers, or with the opinion that the international would be nothing but all the national flags sewn together. Then it would be important, of course, to have a blue and white Zionist flag in the combine too. But if Judaism is a prophetic movement, that is, a movement towards that which 611 has been conceived as Zion for 3,000 years, then it definitely belongs among the nations and not to an English protectorate at the eastern corner of the Mediterranean, in which it is not foxes and wolves who say good night to one another, but the Suez Canal and Mosul oil, Arab tension, and the British sphere of influence, the sinking empire and the American monster who say good day to one another. This sort of thing is rather too little to suit the idea of Moses Hess, or too much. If a Jewish nation still exists, then its liberation coincides with social liberation, or its state is an invention in which the British speculative buyer has no longer shown such an interest as in 1917, as in the solvent age of the empire, and which is now leading America into atomic war. If a Jewish nation no longer exists, then experience shows that there remains an old affinity in the best Jews with everything which suggests the destruction of the Great Babel, and a new world. This dream has its action center where the country of their birth and education is, where it helps to build the language, history, and culture of the latter, where it participates both patriotically and expertly in the struggle for a new earth. Hic Rhodus, hic Salta, Zion is everywhere according to the intention of the prophets, and the local mount in Palestine has long since become a symbol. Nazi Germany was its strongest counterblow. The Soviet Union defeated this counterblow, for all the oppressed in the world, including the Jews, in harmony with the universalist hope of the prophets. In short, this partial movement could come to an end without a Jewish component itself. Coming to an end, whether as a nation, whether in a considerably more genuine fashion as witness to an evidence of a messianic cast of mind. Zionism flows out into socialism, or it does not flow out at all. Novels set in the future and full-scale utopias after Marx, Bellamy, William Morris, Carlyle, Henry George. It was some weeks later. It was now the middle of November, and Mr. Britling, very warmly wrapped in his thick dressing gown and his thick llama wool pajamas, was sitting at his night desk, and working ever and again at an essay of preposterous ambitions, for the title of it was The Better Government of the World. H.G. Wells, Mr. Britling sees it through. Since everything grows worse in bourgeois terms, the dream does not come to an end even here. But it is only reasonably fresh when it announces 612 itself in a group and subsequently for it. If a tomorrow is pictured as a whole, however, then this mostly becomes deceit in late bourgeois terms, and at best it becomes a game, or romantic. We shall possibly have to speak about these last two varieties later. At least they kept utopian inclination afloat. The prophetic light novel provided this kind of thing among non-proletarian strata, in the inquisitive petty bourgeoisie. Herzke's A Journey to Freeland, 1889, belongs here, with a girl from Freeland in it, mildly advocating agrarian reform. Even a private capitalist fairytale of an ideal state ventured forward, rare even in ancient times, and bold so to speak today, Thyrians. News Tria, 1901, devoted to a new Gironda. The capitalist future was seen in a better light in Tard's Underground Man, 1905, images of attempted restoration arise. Where the past is concerned, but solely those of underground escape where the future is concerned. Air, light, and sunshine, however, are to cure the defects at home in Ebenezer Howard's Tomorrow, 1898, and also in his Garden Cities of Tomorrow, 1902. The first garden city is pictured in the latter, organized according to nothing but social functions. What keeps the chimneys burning * is rather less clear. Weak in insight, rich in ideas, such an organization is to be established and to succeed. And as usual it is not at all clear by what means life is radically changed into something better. The American Bellamy still appears the most sympathetic of all herewith. His once famous book Looking Backward, 1888, published in German by Dietz as Einrückblick aus dem Jahr 2000. The story in which it is cloaked is well tested. Cole Portage, a rich Bostonian, Mr. Julius West, is buried shortly before his wedding, after he had sunk into a magnetic sleep. He is dug up in the year 2000, the magnetic sleep has conserved his body, and Mr. West becomes a citizen of the American ideal state which has arisen in the meantime. The reader can now inspect this construct of the future as if through opera glasses. More than in any previous utopia, that which is dreamed appears as a fabulous present. Thus Bellamy satisfies the demand rejected by Marxists to give a picture of future society. His sensational novel, for all its shallowness and the superficiality of its civilization, is not without agile socialist imagination. It hallucinates, knowing Marx at best by hearsay, an egalitarian organization of economic life, without slums, banks, stock markets, and courts. America is regarded here as a pioneer of general radical change. There is no money anymore, only goods and credit notes for the work accomplished. Not higher wages but social competitiveness in the service of the nation and degrees of distinction provide the impetus in the general army of workers. Like working hours, the horde of civil servants is amazingly reduced, a simplified, clearly arranged, generous administration prevails on all sides, a kind of card index of the distribution of goods is started, statistics of supplies. Even at the beginning of the 20th century, Bellamy relates, capital had passed out of the hands of a few, in which it was concentrated, to the state, and what is more without any violence. State socialism has arisen since then, that is, the state has transformed itself into a large business association, to whose profit and savings all citizens have an equal right. Thus Bellamy propagates a kind of centralist socialism, though rather within the framework of Babbitt wishes. Bellamy's utopia lies flawlessly in the line of extension of the modern world. It is fundamentally satisfied with the disposition of capitalist civilization. The nationalization of private property only removes the social defects and hindrances from the current state of affairs, but it does not change the general style. The earth becomes a gigantic Boston, or better still Chicago, with a bit of agriculture in between. The latter region was formerly called nature. Many good Europeans, incidentally, viewed America as mechanized like this anyway, but in a bad sense, even the America that already existed. So that Bellamy's utopia produced a flood of other contrasting utopias, and the old Europe, so to speak, rose up against the Americans. Socialism of the business association, with a romantic counter-move. Not only is the stock market then supposed to disappear, but the very steel and iron in which it deals. The most significant rejoinder to Bellamy's steam association was called News from Nowhere, 1891, and was written by William Morris, the great innovator in English industrial art, the friend of Ruskin and the romantic anti-capitalist. Morris, architect and draftsman, maker of glass and ceramics, producer of furniture, fabrics, carpets, and wallpaper, was in agreement with Ruskin, only. Work done by hand puts things right, machines are hell. So the driving force here is not sympathy with the poor, or rage against the rich, but a previously unfamiliar note. Is struck in a social utopian fashion, Morris is a socialist craftsman, a homespun socialist. News from Nowhere is thus not merely a contrasting utopia to Bellamy, it is a campaign against the whole mechanization of existence. The world of profit leaves a lot to be desired not only in moral, but also in aesthetic terms, and this was the source of the anger with capital here. Or as the architect van der Velde expresses. 614. Sake of a revolutionary new beginning. The old romanticism had still lacked this agrarian artisan longing. There was no cause for it as yet amongst the profusion of well-preserved country towns and the peaceful beauty of life. Seldom has a utopian homespun city appeared more tasteful than in William Morris, but seldom too has it been directed at such a small circle, with its simultaneously naive and sentimental intellectual mixture of Gothic revival and revolution. The circle has admittedly increased since the Gothic revival was obliterated and the aversion to the haste, enervation, and artificiality of mechanical life grew along with this. Especially since the lost goods of a more peaceful distant past have been sought by all kinds of modeled reactionary thinking in rectified capitalism, instead of in capitalism which has been surmounted and driven to abrupt change. The bourgeois utopias now end. With his neo-Gothic Arcadia Morris supplied the last original, though redundant motif. Unless we also include Carlyle and the obsession with heroes which he conjured up. This was likewise opposed to the industrial world, but only ostensibly, since this exhorter did not so much look at grey misery from behind as look down on it from above. His puritanical sermons on working and not despairing were precisely associated with the imperialist kind, which by no means want to shut down the factories but rather the class struggle. This plan is also relevant here. It was after all Carlyle, in conjunction with Nietzsche, who contributed a lot directly after Marx to a utopian, and then terrible cult of the leader. Of course, Carlyle is still pure, is very much a moral person, as they say, an individualist and later definitely a patriarchalist. He definitely sought the happiness from which all life streams only in individuals. But in those who make a fine combination. He suffered like Ruskin from the new factory civilization, and he coined the undoubtedly anti-capitalist phrase that cash payment was the sole connecting link in modern society. He hated Manchesterist liberalism, described the misery of the English working classes and not just the ugliness of the factory buildings, and utopianized a world which is no longer surrounded by cold general laissez-faire. He understood the French Revolution as the breakthrough of the industrial age and of its anarchy, but unlike Ruskin and Morris he did not evaluate it solely in negative terms but also positively, without any longing for the stale Middle Ages. French Revolution means here the open violent rebellion, and victory, of disimprisoned anarchy against corrupt worn-out authority. Above all, the power of industry cannot be removed by anything anymore. Carlyle, with his Puritan work ethic, is not sparing in his contempt for the lazy and phantom aristocracy. 616. Since the end of the Middle Ages. Nevertheless, the same friend of the victims of industry, the same enemy of both liberalism and feudalism, produced out of blazing ignorance one of the most reactionary late utopias. In so far as this sort of thing can still be called utopia, let alone utopia, the land of happiness. Carlyle was the first to posit the leader-workforce relationship, and hence the industrial neo-feudalism which was slyly rampant even before the days of fascism and merged with it in a systematic and violent manner. He was the first to posit the captain of industry despite Saint Simon, who had underestimated the proletariat and had likewise advocated that the big employers should become the leaders of the nation. But in the days of Saint Simon it was still possible to believe in the weakness of the working classes, whereas Carlyle lived in the middle of the period of social struggle and heightened proletarian class consciousness. And then Saint Simon considered the exploitation by employers to be a remnant of the actual and only age of oppression, the feudal one, which would vanish from industry with progressive political liberation, whereas Carlyle thought that liberalism itself was the root of all evil and therefore applied feudalism to it. The way was thus prepared for the fascist theory of elitism, the demigod who earns a lot. Carlyle sees his ideas of leadership and proletarian vassalage in thoroughly individual terms. There thus arose the paradox of an individualistic neo-feudalism. His later works, in particular, Past and Present, 1843, The History of Frederick II of Prussia, 1858, give way in a utopian manner to enlightened industrial despotism. In Past and Present he conjures up the noble employer, who is summoned away from Midas-eared Mamonism towards the exemplary heroism kindled by prophets, poets, and statesmen. Welfare institutions are prophesied, cheerful communal evenings of the patriarchal entrepreneur with his worker children. We all know the outcome. Even Carlyle himself did not cherish very great expectations with regard to such an ethicizing relationship between employer and employee. He writes in his French Revolution, and he writes this not just as a Puritan, in such prophesied lubberland of happiness, benevolence, and vice, cured of its deformity, trust not, my friends. The beginning of winter thus descends on the bourgeois utopia, for the first time in its existence, and in fact a lubberland did not arrive with this utopia. The appeal to the philanthropy of the exploiters, common to all pre-Marxist plans for world improvement, also wrecked this world improvement. Not only did nothing come of this lubberland, it became a hell. So much for Carlyle, as a side utopia to Ruskin's neo-Gothicism and to the old new formations of Morris. All other latecomers, after Morris, tread a familiar beaten track in their utopias, and are, at least in so far as they still remain liberalism, a diluted modernization of Thomas More. In the 20th century H. G. Wells leads the way in the fabrication of these peep show images of a better future. Half a dozen dream trains, time machines, and Mr. Britlings who write until daybreak were dispatched into the future by Wells and brought back snapshots. And it is characteristic here that hardly one of these snapshots shows related landscapes, apart from the liberal lilac. And even that is perforated with sarcasm in the time machine, which is interesting from a technological utopian point of view. Among other things, Wells wrote The Idyll of the Future with Greek embellishments, Men Like Gods, 1923, a frolicking life like that of naked piano teachers in Arcadia. Bourgeois utopias thus end in skylarking. Imagination has disappeared too, and the so-called noble future, which dodges Marxism because of its own vagueness and especially its bourgeois substitutes for socialism, becomes odd or epigonic. Thus what remained in the end was dilettantism and chaff. The grain of the social utopias has been removed along with Marxism. Even socialism then becomes, in the mocking words of Engels, nothing other than the existing social order minus its defects. In this way, of course, bourgeois liberal utopianizing still finds adherents. Otherwise it would be totally inconceivable to want to improve the economy in such a particularly silly way, i.e. piecemeal. And all this sort of thing, even when it is dressed up in a particularly naive Anglo-American fashion, follows the lead of one of the most dubious utopians, Proudhon. In this way, strange dwarfish creations like the free money and shrinking money * utopia appeared, building socialism on mere currency. Capital is abolished in Silvio Gesell's dream of free gold by a kind of legal inflation. Thus it does not breed interest anymore. Similar measures are taken against ground rent, relations of free money free land to the older utopia of agrarian reform emerge. Henry George was the advocate of this, and in his influential book Progress and Poverty, 1879, he taught that the increase in mass poverty and the industrial crises were primarily caused solely by the private ownership of landed property. Ground rent gives landowners the power to make life intolerably more expensive. In order to establish a paradise for the poor, George demands the confiscation of this rent, and indeed nationalization of the land, in the case of uncontested profit from industrial and commercial capital. And since only land capital was fought in this way, and not productive capital, manufacturers were able to join forces with the working classes on the basis of Henry George, particularly in England. The English proletariat, the majority of which had so little class consciousness and Marxist training anyway, was thus further diverted from its direct exploiters. In 1887 the English Trades Union Congress adopted a resolution in favor of the nationalization of the land. Its effect was nothing more than a heavier taxation of ground rent. The following instructive sentence from John Stuart Mill stands at the head of a chapter of George's book: "It mocks itself without knowing it when the object is to raise the permanent condition of a people. Small means do not merely produce small effects. They produce no effect at all." This is in fact a motto against the whole of reformism and its utopia. But Anglo-Saxon socialism as a whole, in the English and especially American economy, for so long the most progressive, managed only partially, if at all even just to understand, let alone to implement, the conclusions which Marx drew from this very economy. The taste for delay, compromise, and appeasement in English business life and its politics, the cunning evolutionism with which the ruling class forestalled every revolutionary will, in so far as it existed at all, and diffused it, this hesitation and Fabianism, together with the Labour Party of the time, but above all the illusory existence of a workers' aristocracy, owing to colonial exploitation, all this preserved, in one and the same act, capitalism and a pre-Marxist utopianizing, as if scientific socialism did not exist at all. These are the consequences when social utopia lags behind Marx. It then even lags behind Owen, and behind Thomas More. It falls totally outside the socialist tradition. All the more so when the eternal waverers, posing as men of private means, or when artificial stick-in-the-muds, posing as renegades, when these disappointed or kept lovers of a so-called third force, against fascism and Bolshevism, against every dictatorship, whether it comes from the right or the left, fool themselves with a belated Lincoln utopia, or allow themselves to be fooled in Atlantic terms for a terribly long time, in order to stoke up 619. Murderous hatred of the Soviet Union with the notion of freedom as well, and at least to indulge in both the easing of their conscience and a socialism of the heart, which even Bellamy had scornfully derided. Reformism of the Henry George type is in comparison with all this, still totally innocent, unless the petit bourgeois patchwork as a whole contains the elements of deception which not only promote the anti-Soviet Philistine or snobbish renegade but which led to SA fascism, which was and is pictured and introduced in the name of socialism, and to USA fascism, which was and is pictured and introduced in the name of freedom. But reformism in the narrow sense always remains the art of not admitting contradictions between capital and work, between the compulsion to export and peace, and the side of its seduction is precisely the middle class in which, according to Marx, the contradictions and the interests of two classes still both take the edge off one another. Thus a utopian synthesis emerges of the era of the man in the street and large profits, of overproduction and guaranteed employment, of the atom bomb and a united world. The Archimedean point from which fear and privation, tyranny, and the catacomb life of truth could be removed has long since been discovered. In the meantime, there would be no need for any extravagances at all. But if the position of this point was avoided by the frivolous utopians after Marx, as if they could not see it, it is avoided by the surrogate utopians because they can see it. With the danger, which has here likewise already occurred, that the edifice of hope, occupied by thoughts of improvement, will totally collapse. What remains left over is then nihilism, so that it shall swallow up the salvation of those who are lost and deceived as well. Social utopia without frivolity and error can only operate in so far as it is concrete, as the progress from it towards science, with the undeceivable mandate of the revolutionary proletariat behind it. This is the result of the history of utopias before Marx, and especially of their history of decay and ultimately of opium after him. Progress only counters poverty when reforming progress no longer produces poverty, but active poverty produces progress. Marxism and concrete anticipation. To think our way into what is right, this will has to remain more than ever. Since it was so powerfully alive in the earlier, really flourishing forward. 620. Dreams, these deserve to be remembered with special emphasis. Remembered all the more fondly as the progress of socialism from utopia towards science has long been a decided one. Sentimental and abstract world improvement is played out. Disciplined work in and with actual tendencies has taken its place. Existing misery is not lamented and left at that, but it appears, when it becomes aware of itself and of its causes, as the revolutionary power to cancel itself out causally. Marx likewise never allowed his subjective indignation to pose as an objective factor and thus to deceive itself about the actually existing revolutionary factors. He never taught, like Owen and Proudhon, and also like Rodbertus and especially Lassalle, that because workers receive unfair wages in capitalist society a new society must therefore be created, with fair wages for instance. But the must discovered by Marx is quite different from that of the introduced moral demand. It lies within the economically immanent manifestations of capitalist society itself and causes the latter to collapse only in immanent dialectical terms. The subjective factor of its destruction lies in the proletariat, which is simultaneously produced by capitalist society as its contradiction and becomes aware of itself as a contradiction. The objective factor of its destruction lies in the accumulation and concentration of capital, in monopolization, in the crisis of affluence which stems from the contradiction between the attained collective mode of production and the retained private form of acquisition. Such are the new rudiments of an immanent economic critique. They are almost entirely lacking in the older utopias, they are characteristic of Marx. Marx's critique displays no recesses of the heart, as Hegel would say, but it displays all the more sharply the recesses, fissures, cracks, and contrasts incorporated in the objectively existing economy. For this very reason, as far as the so-called state of the future is concerned, there is also no detailed specification privately introduced from outside, anti-ram, of an abstract anticipatory kind, as in the old utopias. The abstract utopias had devoted 9/10 of their space to a portrayal of the state of the future and only 1/10 to the critical, often merely negative consideration of the present. This kept the goal colorful and vivid of course, but the path towards it, in so far as it could lie in given circumstances, remained hidden. Marx devoted more than 9/10 of his writings to the critical analysis of the present, and he granted relatively little space to descriptions of the future. Hence, as has justly been remarked, Marx called his work Capital and not Appeal for Socialism for instance. It contains an overall view of economic life, for the first time since Quesnay's economic tableau, and on a much higher level. It 621 does not picture a paradise on earth, it reveals the secret of profiteering and the almost more complicated secret of profit distribution. Marx applies Ricardo's law of value to labor as a product, he discovers the dialectics of the product by means of exchange value and within it, he discovers profit as extorted surplus value and the strange average rate of profit as the basis of the class solidarity of capitalists. In this way he first lays the material foundations of the dialectics of history which leads to tensions, utopias, and revolutions. He substantiates and amends the anticipations of utopia by means of economics, by means of the imminent radical changes in the mode of production and exchange, and he thereby cancels out the reified dualism between what is and what ought to be, between empirical experience and utopia. He thus fights against both clinging empiricism and skimming utopianism. What counts instead is actively conscious participation in the historically imminent process of the revolutionary reorganization of society. All this as realism full of future, in the most thorough investigations, with breathtaking sharpness and breadth, for the purpose of real revolution, as both its general staff office and arsenal. And just as, from the standpoint of attained realism, there was no longer any justification for the novelistic goal images of the old utopias, so there was still no cause at that time to specify the construction of socialism already in a concrete processive way. The humane conditions behind the nationalization of the means of production are still barely indicated, for all the comprehensiveness of the mode of investigation. Engels speaks in general terms of the realm of freedom. Marx posits little more than the sparse concept of the classless society, even though it is powerfully differentiated from what has gone before. Actual descriptions of the future are deliberately missing, as noted above, and they are deliberately missing precisely because Marx's whole work serves the future, and can only be comprehended and implemented at all in the horizon of the future, yet one which is not pictured in a utopian abstract way, but a future which is illuminated in historical materialist terms in and by the past and present, and hence by the tendencies which operate and continue to operate, in order to be at last a knowing future capable of being shaped. Nothing was more necessary than this emphatic contrast to the imagined phalansteres or new harmonies, than the rejection of all fantasies of the so-called state of the future, than the omission of the field to come, together with the restrained style which is in keeping with it. But in fact this omission occurred solely for the sake of the future, a comprehended future into which it was finally possible to travel with a map and compass. The omission certainly did not occur. 622. For the sake of the revisionists who confused concreteness with empiricism because they did not want to travel at all. In their case though, the faintness of the descriptions of their goal was turned into one of the goal itself, and the desired omission in Marx essentially a keeping open lost its critical shades of value as well. In an age which was not threatened by dreams anyway but abandoned itself to a flat empiricism, the movement became everything for the reformists, as noted above. And the goal became nothing. And the path itself thereby came to an end. In fact, the meeting of extremes even resulted in ostensibly radical sectarianism likewise sinking into empiricism, and thus robbing Marxism of its very richness and the life of profundity which the sectarianism does not understand. But Marx, when he set dialectics on its feet and combated the cloud formations in the sky of his still thoroughly idealistic age, definitely had not preached empiricism and the mechanistic philosophy analogous to it, a halved world. Occasionally such an undernourishment of revolutionary imagination occurred and a comfortable, i.e. schematically pragmatic, reduction of totality. Despite Lenin's call to bear this totality in mind both in the subjective and in the objective factor. Thus a far too great progress of socialism from utopia towards science occasionally appeared, such that the pillar of fire in utopias, the thing which was powerfully leading the way, could also be liquidated along with the cloud. Instead it must be repeated that Marxism is not no anticipation, utopian function, but the novum of a processive concrete anticipation. Likewise, this is precisely why it is part of Marxism that enthusiasm and sobriety, awareness of the goal and analysis of the given facts go hand in hand. When the young Marx called on people to think at last, to act like a disillusioned man who has come to his senses, it was not to dampen the enthusiasm of the goal, but to sharpen it. With all this, what Marx had established as the categorical imperative first became and becomes accomplishable, namely to overturn all circumstances in which man is a degraded, a subjugated, a forsaken, a contemptible creature. What is best in utopia is given a firm practical footing. Thus from Marx onwards the inserting of the boldest intending into the occurring world elucidates itself, the unity of hope and knowledge of process, in short, realism. Everything inflamed in the forward dream is thereby removed, as is everything moldy in sobriety. The concrete dream makes itself sound and valid all the more unmistakably, and its performed content developed, its unperformed content works, all the more powerfully in reality. To think our way into what is right, this will has to operate more than 623. Ever. The sound dream actively follows what is historically due and underway in a more or less hindered fashion. Concrete utopia is therefore concerned to understand the dream of its object exactly, a dream which lies in the historical trend itself. As a utopia mediated with process, it is concerned to deliver the forms and contents which have already developed in the womb of present society. Utopia in this no longer abstract sense is thus the same as realistic anticipation of what is good, which must have become clear. There is processive concrete utopia in both basic elements of the reality discerned by Marxism, in its tendency, the tension of what is due, though hindered, and in its latency, the correlate of the not yet realized objective real possibilities in the world. Wherever so much is constructed into the mediated blue, a utopian ground is required. If it did not exist, nothing of value could be created. Every dream of a better, of a higher, of a fulfilled life would be confined to a separate, inner, slender, and quite mysteriously isolated enclave. But a great suggesting and an intending of the still unarrived runs through the whole world. Concrete utopia is the most important theory practice of this tendency. Accordingly, utopian intention is confined neither to the mere inner dream enclave nor to the problems of the best social constitution either. On the contrary, its field is broad in social terms, it has all the object worlds of human work in its favor, it extends, as must be remembered, and as is to be demonstrated in what follows, no less into technology and architecture, into painting, literature, and music, into ethics and religion. There are technological wishful images as well as social ones, they are not inferior to these in boldness, and have always been intertwined with them, in so far as they push back the barriers of nature and fashion a world for us. And every work of art, every central philosophy had and has a utopian window in which there lies a landscape which is still developing. Even natural forms, apart from what they are as forms that have become, constitute a cipher in which a not yet become, an object-based utopian element circulates, which is first only present as a latent form. Natural beauty, and also natural mythology gave and give access to these real utopian ciphers. Just as a not yet conscious, which has never been conscious before, dawns in the human soul, so a not yet become dawns in the world, at the head of the world process. And world whole is this front and the vast, still so little understood category of the novum. Its contents are not merely those that have not appeared, but those that are not decided, they dawn in mere real possibility, and contain the danger of possible disaster, but also the hope of possible, still not thwarted happiness, capable of 624. Being decided by human beings. So far does utopia extend, so vigorously does this raw material spread to all human activities, so essentially must every anthropology and science of the world contain it. There is no realism worthy of the name if it abstracts from this strongest element in reality, as an unfinished reality. And certainly only the socially successful utopia, allied with the technologically successful one, can precisely enable us to define that pre-appearance in art, let alone religion, which is not illusion, let alone superstition. But Marxism is the first door to the position which removes the root cause of exploitation and dependence, and consequently to an incipient being like utopia. It posits liberation from blind fate, from unfathomed necessity, allied with the concrete act of pushing back the barriers of nature. Since human beings here consciously make history for the first time, the appearance vanishes of that fate which has been produced by human beings themselves, in class society, and ignorantly made into a fetish. Fate is unfathomed, uncontrolled necessity, freedom is controlled necessity, from which alienation has vanished and real order emerges. Precisely as the realm of freedom. Utopia that has become concrete provides the key to this, to unalienated order in the best of all possible societies. Homo homini. Homo, this is therefore what the outlines of a better world suggest, as far as society is concerned. And only when the interhuman relation has duly been put in order, the relation to man, the most powerful thing alive, can a truly concrete mediation also begin with the most powerful thing that is not alive, with the forces of inorganic nature. 625. 37 Will and nature, the technological utopias. Beneficent is the fire might, if man controls and guards it right. Schiller. Better like this though. Sublime Spirit, you gave me all. For which I asked. You did not turn in vain your countenance to me within the fire. You gave me glorious nature for my kingdom. The strength to feel and to enjoy it. Not just cold astonished visits do you allow. You let me look into her breast so deep, as if into the bosom of a friend. Goethe. In the language of the old legends, the task of man with regard to nature involved nothing less than propagating and spreading a paradise over his earth. In other words, man's vocation as a heavenly body of the earth was no less than to help this earth to bring forth heavenly fruits and forms, and thus to perform a similar service for it, only in a higher sense, as the external heavenly body, the sun, performs for it, which likewise not only liberates and releases the sealed earthly powers from their chains like the vanished and fettered spirits in fables, but also gives them the necessary restoration for growth, for blossoming and bearing fruit. Just as in the rising of the external solar image the entire external organism unfolds, so in the rising of the divine image in man, this external nature was to be equipped and fortified for the unfolding and consequent effects of an internal, higher organism. Franz von Bader, On the Foundation of Ethics Through Physics. It is characteristic of the ideology of a decaying class that it is incapable of imagining the harmony between human beings and the universe. The contradictions in the system oppose the conscious mastery of the forces of nature. The world seems to be hostile to a society which is paralyzed by internal disorder. Roger Garaudy. The human essence of nature only exists for social man. For only here does she exist for him as a bond with man, as existence for the others and of the others for him. Only here does she exist as the basis of a human existence. Only here has his natural existence, his human existence and nature for him become. 626. Man for him. Thus society is the perfect essential unity of men with nature, the true resurrection of nature, the implemented naturalism of man and the implemented humanism of nature. Marx, Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts. I magic past. Plunged into misery. Our bare skin absolutely forces us to invent. Man as such is strangely helpless, even against the weather. He only progresses in regularly warm regions, and could not survive a single winter. The South permits us to walk about naked, of course, but not to walk about unarmed. The teeth of the apes receded in primitive man, even the manliest fist is hardly any use against a single wolf. For protection and attack it must grow further, into something which did not grow with it, into the club, into the stone. Axe. As long as these had not yet been invented, it is strange that men remained alive at all. Since then at any rate they preserve themselves only by working a thing, by planning something better. Fire and new armament. Our nakedness is now covered, not of our own accord, but only from outside. The alien skin is put round our shoulders, and the cave from which the bear and lion sometimes first had to be driven away was replaced by the house, made of wood or large stones. Birds also build a nest, but it is only used for rearing their brood, not for extending the fortification of the body like human implements and houses. The ant, the bee, the badger, and especially the beaver all build structures and partly even actually like an extension of their body, like an artificial shell as a fortress, but everything essential to technological invention is lacking, implements and their conscious use. Man is the only animal who makes implements, who intensified the nail into a file, the fist into a hammer, the teeth into a knife. Only self-made man utilized fire, which cooks the food, smelts the ore, and scares off every predator, and even more quickly than the plundered. 627. Raw materials grew the art of making something out of them that never existed before. Since then, invention means procuring additional strength or comfort from organic or dead resources outside the body by processing them. Whereby, after the host of commodities has arisen, it becomes essential for invention to add something new to these as well, which has not been found among them up till now. The German Patent Journal of 1880 gives an adequate supplementary definition along these lines. Invention is the production of a new kind or a new kind of production of artifacts. The first can be the zip fastener for instance, the second a different method from previous ones of fastening the heel of a shoe to the sole. The whole of life is thus surrounded by a belt of artificial creations which have never existed before. The human house is vastly extended by them, it becomes more and more comfortable and adventurous. Lunacy and Aladdin's fairy tale. Almost everything was dreamed in his field which has since come to exist. And more as well, if only because the fiery owl of delusion is particularly inventive. It prompted one of the lunatics to invent a bed which is both a kitchen and a lake to bathe in. A schizophrenic tailor kept in a thimble water mixed with childlike innocence, which washed up the plates and cleaned the suits in a flash. Stain removers are popular, which in addition to cleaning change cotton into silk. A hunter who suffered from paranoia even invented a lamp by means of which he hatched eagles from hens' eggs. But all these foolish tricks are taken from an area which, as was seen in the case of medical wishful dreams and those of an ideal state, has long been occupied by the fairytale, and occupied in particular detail on the technological level. The needle which sews by itself, and the saucepan which puts on and cooks the meal on its own, is incomparable fairytale invention. As is the mill which even grows out of the corn itself, and threshes and grinds it, as is the fruit loaf which always grows again provided just a little crust of it is left over, and which replaces all other foods. Thus Grimm also explains the social aspect of the fairytale of the land of Cocken in technological terms. The human imagination here satisfies the desire to wield the big knife which cuts through all barriers with total freedom for once. From the family of the knife from Cocken come the wishing hat, the magic hood and so much else from the witch's store, the magic table, the 7-league boots, the cudgel from the sack and the 628. Alchemical aspiracle bride who pours forth gold when all ends well. Said in Hauf's fairytale blows the silver whistle which the fairy gave him as a present, and the waves immediately subside. The piece of wood to which the shipwrecked sailor clings becomes a dolphin that carries him to the shore. The magic table also turns up here. Again, this time from the waves, but as dry as if it had stood in the sun for a week, and laden with the most delicious foods. Said's whistle has distinguished relations. They are all gifted not just musically but with magic technology. Roland's horn in the valley of Roncesvalles already half belongs here, but above all the magic flute and Oberon's horn. The full glory of technological wishful images erupts, in keeping with its more luxurious needs, in the Oriental fairytale. There the magic objects are even comparatively rationalized and amassed into a technological treasure chamber. The fairytale of Prince Ahmed and the fairy Peri Banu contains an ivory tube through which one can see whatever one wishes to see, even if the object of one's wishes is hundreds of miles away. This fairytale contains the flying carpet which carries its owner in a moment, even if he only utters his wish in his thoughts, to the goal revealed to him by the ivory tube. The fairytale contains winged giants who not only carry people over immense distances like lightning, but also bring up treasures so rich that people would hardly dare to wish for them from underground. In fact, as in the case of Aladdin and the magic lamp, from the void. That which appears impossible, that which is almost deliberately arranged to be impossible is thus created with effortless ease, above all also by means of imaginary instruments. Difficulties fall away on all sides, nothing sounds fantastic in such fairytalist, everything sounds plausible. Gigantic forces of nature, pictured as spirits, are immediately and slavishly at the command of Aladdin, the master of the ring and the lamp, or of Hassan the Basorite, the master of the magic rod. He strikes the ground with it, then the earth gaped open, and out came 10 Afrits, whose legs still stuck in the bowels of the earth while their heads towered far above the clouds, the Arabian Nights. The fairytale of the ebony horse hallucinates technological wishful images even soberly as it were. In detail, the magic horse has a lock of hair for ascending and descending, it can be steered according to the direction in which its head is turned, and it is so well equipped for every purpose that the rider carries off the king's daughter from the inaccessible castle or ascends and escapes from the ranks of his enemies. A Chinese fairytale on the other hand, called the Suit of Leaves, enchants with the magic of a raw material which can be transformed at will, almost as infinitely. 629. Usable as the above-mentioned all-purpose artificial bed of the lunatic. The fairy here makes a suit of green silk for her human lover out of banana leaves, cakes are baked out of the same foliage, a hen and a fish are cut and cooked, and finally donkeys are carved, on which the lover rides home with the children who have been born in the meantime. It is again a fairy, the wish for superhuman, more superhuman powers, in a fairytale by Lagerlöf who bestows the gift of new creation. So that a blacksmith successfully sets about producing another sun, in the middle of the northern winter. One which does not forsake people for half the year like the celestial one. Magic tables, Aladdin's lamps, divining rods at every turn, along with mead cauldrons, caps of Fortunatus, Oberon's horns in the legends and so much more. Obstacles are removed from the course of things in a wishful magic way. Sluggish time is overtaken, heavy matter is to settle lightly and transparently around all wishes. The most popular expression of this, which no longer had an improbable fairytale quality, was in the novels of Jules Verne, and partly in those of Kurt Laswitz. The journey around the world in 80 days is already long out of date, that to the center of the earth and to the moon is still to come. But all this sort of thing, whether it is a crazy device, whether it is an even crazier success with it, is, as Baroque title pages used to say, not only pleasant but useful to read. It is sometimes the future of human ability, asserted and described as if it already existed now. Professor Misto's an invention. In addition, there are now also those eccentrics who seduced others and even themselves. Often deceitful, occasionally obsessed and then not wholly capable of recognizing their suspect trade. Crooks and dreamers are among them, boasters as a whole, distributing unlaid eggs with open hands. Alchemists formerly used to be at their head, better people by and large than the quacks of today. For all around them, even learned men believed in spirits, in a summonable something which flutters up above, and digs down below, and above all they believed in the philosopher's stone. Though porcelain was invented in this connection quite by chance, and also ruby glass, the discoverers, the court adepts Böttger and Kunkel, who had the philosopher's stone in mind, were honestly disappointed, so to speak. The alchemist Brand first produced phosphorus from human urine in 1674. 630. Instead of the philosopher's stone. But it seemed to Brand as if he had found a she-ass instead of the expected kingdom. Even the swindler Cagliostro, in his by no means scientific awareness, believed some of the tales of alchemists and ghost-seers which a greedy, corrupt, and bored aristocracy so willingly swallowed from him. The contemporary and as it were liberal occult Freemasons were also up to so many cranky tricks, with coffins, lights, hermetic arts, that Cagliostro, their so-called Grandkofte, could almost appear as a serious case among mere scene painters. It is altogether strange how at that time 2 or 3 trends could run alongside, and even into one another in this variously inventive sorcery. First, the rising bourgeois tendency towards promoting the technological forces of production, but then the obscurantist addiction to miracles of the declining feudal class, which produced the appearance of Cagliostro himself in a way reminiscent of Rasputin at the court of the Tsar. But these are joined by a third component, the Kabbalism, which still had a continuing influence precisely from the Renaissance again, from its witches' kitchens and incantations. Though witch burnings themselves had also become rarer of late, the belief in helpful spirits had not. A book against ghosts like Balthasar Becker's Enchanted World, which denied the pact with the devil, still seemed bold and almost paradoxical around 1690 and later, outside the highest academic sphere. The magical Renaissance and the theosophical 17th century lived on for such a long time. The dividing line between Freemasonry and the Rosicrucians was still often blurred. Swedenborg, deep in the Age of Enlightenment, best demonstrates what a strange background open to wonders had still remained to reason. In fact, mechanics itself occasionally still had a ghostly element of its own at that time, one which was not even that far-fetched. It joined the old one surrounding the clock, this strange life-simulating phenomenon, above all the church clock and its lonely dark activity. Surrounding the clicking and shifting of the wheels up in the casing. Surrounding the whole mechanical life in death and its aura. Thus cogwheels, gears, pulley blocks stare out at us from woodcuts of this period, all natural, all as if from the belfry, all spooky. Even l'homme machine, the materialist catchphrase of La Mettrie, which seemed to break the spell so thoroughly around 1750, produced a new shudder of horror, one which until then was even unknown, for the diversely uncontemporary bizarreness which persisted even during the bourgeois Enlightenment. It was a mixture of a bit of the golem legend with the metaphor of the clock with which the Baroque is filled, particularly in its dramas. Hallmann's Marianne talks of the 631 body as practicable clockwork, and Lohenstein gathers up the wheels of his fallen Agrippina, the female tyrant, who had the strange idea the clockwork of her brain was powerfully to revolve the orbit of the stars. But the new element was in fact added as the shudder of exposure, precisely in mechanics, the fact that living man is a piece of clockwork which is self-winding. This sort of thing seemed to become apparent in the automata which emerged at that time, in the singing nightingale, the mechanical violin player, the mathematical wizard, all made of wax and inside only clockwork, but all alive as it were. It was characteristic that the clockwork was not concealed, it was merely draped with rococo clothes or rich Turkish costume and thus doubly apparent. The mechanism was emphasized in a downright coquettish fashion in all these figures. The skirt or curtain drawn back from the wheels displayed the mechanics precisely as a new magic abyss. There is an echo of this in the keeper of the stool shop from the Tales of Hoffmann, with a barometer, hygrometer, and glasses, whoever looks through them sees everything that is dead as alive all. The more so in Dr. Spallanzani, the physicist who hatches automata. There is still an echo in the advertising preparations of modern chemical laboratories, the sparkling glass itself, and the bright mechanistic light reaches into old, strangely increased imagination. At any rate, mechanics also seem to reveal something secret, a land of adventure and hubris beyond the frontiers, in the midst of sobriety. The golem was to be found in there too, not just in the pre-mechanical region in which Rabbi Leib as a Kabbalist wanted to attempt the business of creation, with a lump of clay and a magic slip of paper. Thus the various Cagliostros were not made totally impossible even by the Enlightenment, especially when they used a mechanical technological language apart from the magic one. Moreover, even today we still say that a liar invents something. The strange, bad, and good ambiguity of this word particularly found adherents at that time, among bankrupt and bored princes. And it was the age of the rising bourgeoisie, very interested in profitable inventions. But inventing was still bizarre, so to some extent it was uncritically merged in human consciousness as something à la Munchausen and as something technological. Consequently, adventurers of the kind that were called projectors in the Baroque also moved into technology as much on a wishful basis as on one of swindling and shudders of horror. These project makers or donneurs divas effortlessly switched at that time from the domain of state finances, where they were never at a loss for any invention, to the domain of technology, again with an often complicated mixture of cunning. 632. An ardent enthusiasm. The same type who concocted patent economic remedies, and often sold them at great profit, to himself, also had technological arcana for sale. One of these project makers, his name was Bessler and he later called himself, probably crossing Orpheus and Zephyr, Orpher, also Dr. Orffyreus, first eked out a living as a wood turner, clockmaker, and grinder, switched over into a quack, astrologer, and alchemist, and then united this versatility in the business of a charlatan engineer. As such he created the curious and duly appointed running pearl, called Orfyre Perpetuum Mobile. Around this he wrote a trashy piece of technological colportage in 1720, with the fairground title, The 8 Hidden Chambers of the Edifice of Nature. This was then described like one of those fairytale castles in which entry into one chamber, of special luxuriousness, was not permitted. The edifice of nature of Dr. Orffyreus had 8 such chambers all at once. They contained curiosities and utopian gadgets. In one chamber there was the squaring of the circle, in another the hyperbolic mirror, in the third the solution to the problem of making a jet of water rise out of a pond without using pipes. In the fourth there was inextinguishable fire, and so on through to the last one where the model of the said Perpetuum Mobile stood. It is precisely this which Orffyreus claims to have stolen from its chamber of nature. He set it up, after a thorough inspection of the works, first in Gera, and then in a summer residence of the Landgrave of Hessen-Kassel. There the machine is said to have been on show for a long time in perfect running order and even to have performed some work. An unknown trick aided the illusion, and the public was blinded by the illusion. Perhaps there was a hunchbacked dwarf hidden in the impossible object, who could be packed into it particularly easily, as in another famous contemporary automaton, the invincible chess player. Every Perpetuum Mobile was interesting anyway, since it fulfilled in the most radical fashion the mission of newly begun capitalism, cheaper production. The same Orffyreus, he was also called Professor Mistos, planned to place orchestrions with windmill sails on high towers, and in stormy weather an organ concert would peal in fortissimo above the town. A plan which shows that the fiery owl, when it adopts windmill sails, seems quite splendid, almost American. If even 7-league boots were technologically promised. and exhibited to good effect, then the style of Orffyreus was always present, with and without the title of doctor. The cosmic universal powers in particular, discovered over and over again although always given a different name, remained immortal. The fluid of old Mesmer was newly revived anyway when it 633 was able to adopt the scientific language and the electricity of the 19th century. And the transition to the really and truly revived radiation magnetism of today was represented by an otherwise very proficient natural scientist with an equally proficient eccentricity, the chemist Reichenbach, the discoverer of paraffin and creosote. He provided the transition through the discovery he also made of the world OD. This was actually the sought-after original radiating force, which spiritualists were soon able to use too. Physiological investigations into the dynamics of magnetism, electricity, light etc. in relation to the life force, 1845, it ranges from protoplasm and the fuel of machines animated like the golem and operating instinctively, to the cause of the halo. And part of the most recent bombast of the fluid. One which now even makes its perpetuum mobile again in a roundabout psychoanalytical way, is the so-called argon of W. Reich. That is, a juicy world OD, from the wedding night of being, or the biological cosmic potent and orgasmic force par excellence. Moreover, this orgasmic force is visible, it appears both in the blue coloring of frogs during coition and in the St. Elmo's fire on ships' yards, as well as in the likewise bluish twinkling of the stars, argonies and several other things of this kind, sheer cosmic supervitamins for that kind of hope which does not run out, were also collected by America in accumulators, which draw the priceless but saleable substance from the air, after which it remedies every kind of debilitation, sexual, spiritual, social, and cosmic all at the same time. All this is the style of Cagliostro and Orffyreus, introduced into the epigonic light of hazy blue nonsense in the world. Nevertheless, the Cagliostro approach belongs, even in the form of the petit bourgeois humbug of today, to the region of technological dreams. It constitutes its old traces of magic, even though they are grotesquely decayed. But just as Gothic capitals often display little grotesque figures, with their heads looking out between their open legs or making other faces, the ever-recurring professors Mistos also have exactly this traditional place in the technological utopian structure. And a permanent attribute of this kind of inventor, apart from the world fluid mentioned above, is not least the old alchemical gold-making, in the most comprehensible meaning of the word. So as not to tire ourselves out with too many tripods in the modernized junk shop, let us indicate only one new motif of ancient alchemy. Typical of the continuing appeal of the cheap witch's kitchen was the activity of the alchemist Franz Tausend, one of the last of the breed. With a host of people behind him, right up to the highest circles, right up to the German General Staff. 634. Who invested capital in the business, so that although never coming to an end it started up all over again. Tausend certainly introduced a particularly acoustic attraction into the old magic, namely a kind of musical reform. Gold cooking was namely transferred from its traditional furnace to tuning forks, and in fact achieved by merely changing keys. For according to Tausend every element is formed by a characteristic frequency of oscillation. Hence by means of chemical musical modulation it can be readily transformed from its original element key into another one. Corriger la fortune, this unites the cheats with the old grave court adepts and their shoddy Pythagorean descendants down to the very end. The correction would be perfectly good, if only the means were as good, the unsuitable means for inventing things which are not possible as such. Andreas' chemical wedding of Christian Rosenkreutz anno 1459. The most tempting idea remained that of baking money out of the muck that is lying around. If everyone forges his own happiness, then it is best forged at its metal. Origin. Thousands upon thousands have worked before the furnace, with abstruse means to a very generally comprehensible end. And further, what is rarer, more interesting, and mostly overlooked today, if most necromancers merely wanted gold, then several others wanted something more than this, the transformation of the world. The Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreuz anno 1459 appeared in 1616, it aims at a broader refinement than that of base metal into gold. The author of this anonymously published work is almost certainly Johann Valentin Andrea, Swabian poet, churchman, theosophist, utopian. The work sharply criticizes the bad gold cookers, in places it can even be interpreted as mocking the whole hermetic craft. But more striking than the undeniable presence of an element of satire is the solemn significance which the chemical wedding gives to the path of gold and to the allegorical knight who takes it. In two earlier works, the Fama Fraternitatis and the Confessio Fraternitatis, Andrea had already invented and introduced Rosenkreuz, a founder of an order. Born in 1388, the latter travels to the East as a young man, is there initiated into the occult sciences and into a reformation, of which the transformation of metals is only the beginning. The chemical wedding shows the same Rosenkreuz as an old man, engaged in a new journey, on the eve of Easter Day, to the royal castle where a wedding is to be celebrated. He is admitted to the mysterious castle, undergoes 635. A kind of ordeal of fire and water, then afterwards, adorned with the golden fleece, attends the 7-day wedding celebration as chief guest, has a vision of death and afterwards the resurrection of the royal couple. The guests are dubbed Knights of the Golden Stone, but Christian Rosenkreuz, having forced his way into a chamber where he found Lady Venus asleep, is induced, as the wedding is in full swing, to remain in the castle as a doorkeeper or as Peter Alchymia gives away the bride at the wedding. She is the paragon to the ergon of the 7 days. On the whole, the alchemical meaning in Andrea's allegory is clear, but not as one which refers exclusively to metallurgy. If it is confined to the latter, then the chemical wedding bears no or only very little relation to gold cooking. If, however, alchemy is conceived as giving away the bride of a transformation of the world or general reformation, then it is understandable that contemporary believers saw in the novel, even if it is typically a fragment, the most sublime allegory of the work of perfection, of the extraction of philosophical gold. A Rosicrucian by the name of Brothofer published an interpretation in 1617, Elucidarius Major or Synopsis of the Chemical Wedding FRC, in which Preparatio Lapidis Aurae is very neatly described. This interpretation openly explains the 7 days of the wedding as the 7 stages of the alchemical process, spiritually brought to light, as destillatio, solutio, purefactio, nigratio, albedo, fermentatio, and projectio medicinae, tincture of gold. It is even correct that the chemical wedding was not only intended as allegory but as symbolism in the comprehensively final sense, i.e. as metaphorical reference to an ultimate unitus, to the fermenting golden pen. So, in alchemy of THIS kind, this was supposed to be the solemn significance announced above, that of an Easter day to be fantastically created against ice and barriers. The bourgeois impulse towards the freedom of the Christian man that did not arrive now adopted such strange paths and naturally adorned disguises in the so-called Hermetic societies of the German Baroque and their stated symbolism. A reveille was intended which was to resound through the whole earthly layer, and awake, frozen Christian, through lead, creation, society, and the remaining Alteritas. The preparation of gold and the promotion of humanity are jumbled together in Rosicrucianism from then on, constitute the peculiar quality of its mixed fantasy. In 1622 the since famous Society of Rosicrucians was founded in The Hague, though the name of the order itself is older than the Fama and Confessio which Andrea produced about it. Paracelsus cites a Rosicrucian lodge in Basel in 1530, not wholly unequivocal manuscripts from the beginning of the 12th century tell of lodges of this name in Germany. Not content with this, Rosicrucians from the time of Andrea, and even from that of the magic flute, claimed to have preserved that veram sapientium for thousands of years qui olim abegyptius et Perseus magia, hodi vero of venerabili fraternitate Rosii crucis pens ophi erect vocator *. But however old the name Rosicrucian is, and however far the emblem may go back into utopianizing or utopianized myths, only Andrea with his chemical wedding gave it the sense, claimed to be rising or humane, of higher alchemy. We must continue even further, into the peculiar connection which exists, through Andrea's link of a general reformation, between something as superstitious as alchemy and something as sunlike and crystal clear as the Enlightenment, this battle of light against superstition. For the pathos of light itself, as the birth, as the advancing process of light, gold, comes from alchemy. Enlightenment itself is originally an alchemical concept, just like process and its result. Conversely, the strange connection of Freemasonry, and even the Enlightenment with occultism arises from this, of course. Even Andrea mixed his fraternities with magic rites. The golden dream of a Societas Humana thus found its philanthropic alchemical conventicles in Germany, but also in the strangely theosophical England. Throughout the whole of the 17th and 18th century, there was a secret society called Antilia, another called Macaria, a brotherhood of the celestial wheel, for the restoration of Hermetic medicine and philosophy. There was, with a mixed social cosmological dream, the Collegium Lucis, which was founded by no less a person than Comenius, the disciple of Andrea. And all these sections set up the Rosy Cross or the higher alchemy. They all wanted to turn the course of society and of nature towards the original state of paradise, where social equality and unfallen or golden nature were one and the same. The dream of these alchemical sects thus remained general reformation throughout, in the sense of the restoration of the original state of paradise, and above all of leading the fallen world over to Christ. Which is why the Rosicrucians were also continually compared with the Anabaptists by their enemies at the time. Gold cooking became chiliastic or, as a hostile tract denounced it at the time, turning the whole world upside down before the day of judgment into an earthly paradise such as Adam occupied before the fall, and the restitution of all the arts and wisdom possessed by Adam, after the fall, Enoch and Solomon. Alchemy and chiliasm together thus entered the Hermetic sects, with the transformation of metals as a prelude to the true homunculus or to the birth of the new man. A late after-image of this is still to be found in Goethe's fragment The Mysteries, concerning the dream of a chemical kingdom. The wanderer, exhausted by the days-long journeying he undertook upon impulse sublime, here sees a mysterious image on the monastery gate, sees the cross entwined with roses, and light celestial clouds of silver float to soar into the sky with cross and roses. 13 chairs are standing in the monastery hall, at their heads hang 13 shields with unmistakably alchemical allegories, and here he sees a fiery dragon pause to quench his raging thirst in wild flames and here an arm caught in a bear's fierce jaws from which the blood is pouring in hot streams. The images on the shields signify in this order 13 stages of turning to gold, and thus they are the ancestral hall which the old man in the monastery tells the wanderer about. But then the wise man, who has such diverse ancestors behind him, is called Humanus in Goethe's strange poem. And this very name has also been claimed in the Rosicrucianism of Andrea to be the final name and content which rises from the transformation of metals and the world. Cross and rose, the first the symbol of pain and of dissolution, the second the symbol of love and life, thus united allegorically in the work of perfection. And a French philosopher, as Gottfried Arnold's History of Heretics of 1741 relates, in the chapter on the Rosicrucians, has sought the secret of making gold in the name itself and suggested that rose comes from ros or dew, and crux means lux for them, which things the alchemists used most. Thus, again and again Rosicrucianism opened out into a kind of second story of alchemy. The philosopher's stone in the chemical wedding was at the same time Christ the cornerstone. For lead and man and for the whole world, Vita Christi, Mors Adami, Mors Christi, Vita Adami * ran the epitaph of the Rosicrucian and friend of Jacob Bohm, Abraham von Frankenberg. Or as the same Frankenberg, in connection with the chemical wedding, had taught, alchemy was renewal of the celestial lights. Ages, men, animals, trees, plants, metals, and all things in the world. Moreover, this kind of thing was levelled at any constraint or spellbinding by the existing celestial legates, and therefore, despite some cross-connections, at the mythology of fate at that time, astrology. Some cross-connections did exist, of course. All metals bore planetary symbols and vice versa. The position of the planets was always taken into account when cooking gold. Nevertheless, the superstition of alchemy has always reserved to itself something distinctive from, even contrary to that of astrology. Simply the act of intervention, combination, the changing process. All this was to be levelled precisely at the frozen heavens. At the horoscope of the beginning, which also claims right at the beginning to be an epitaph as well, an unchangeable, inescapable one. The planetary symbols themselves, in metals and in the heavens, were to be chemically surmounted, namely by the sun or by gold. That is why Frankenberg's Ocula Sidereus of 1643 boils down to this: since we have been stuck long enough in the circumscribed cage or whitewashed imaginary vault of the frozen heavens and have fooled one another with all kinds of fantastic visions and constellations, we now need to rub the sleep of 7 ages out of our eyes at once. The hidden alchemy at work in Thomas More and his liberal utopia has already been referred to as the mythology of liberation, cf. Volume 2, p. 528. This was in contrast to astrology, the characteristic guiding system in Campanella's authoritarian utopia. Astrology is solely magic that descends from above. It does not, like alchemy, ascend from below into something better. Turning to gold as a whole was and remained for Andrea and his successors the transformation of the world, and metallurgy a mere vicarious test of this technology. In the end, out of the really divined pen, the world was to be rebuilt, by means of Pansophy and humanity. The paths to this were clearly confused, and in a more familiar region they became conspicuously short. In 1619, 3 years after the anonymous chemical wedding, Andrea also published a social utopia, Rei Publici Christianopolis Descriptio. Outside the background we have just seen, it is not particularly important and is not independent in any case. That is also why we can talk about it only now, in connection with the Rosicrucians. The Golden Order has here become a kind of thoroughly Christianized city of artisans and schools, an island city with a circular temple in the middle, with a market, gymnastics and pleasure zone around it, with fields and workshops on the outskirts of the city. Admittedly, there is no mention of alchemy even in the curriculum of the utopian school. Even the undoubted dispersion of the city is surrounded by a kind of planetary circle, almost in the manner of the somewhat later Civita Solis of Campanella. Nevertheless, an alchemical consciousness, opposed to the astrological one, is at work on this social utopia, as was already the case in that of More. For Christianopolis rises in an emphatically antithetical manner, as if processed out, from the dross of the topsy-turvy, completely. 639. Corrupt world. And the science of its wise men, divided into 3 stages, is not static and self-enclosed, as in Campanella, but the final lesson in the top class is called Prophecy of the Final Status, Prophetic Theology. With this the arc towards the general Reformation is described once again, towards Rosicrucianism, which combines superstition with light, Pansophy with the day of judgment in such a strange way. And in the end the most important disciple of Andrea, Comenius, the founder of visual instruction, but also of an Ecclesia Philadelphica, also summarized the intention of Rosicrucian alchemy. Exactly like Andrea, Comenius also speaks ironically and not just enthusiastically about it, but even the irony shares the superstition faith which it mocks. In the labyrinth of the world and the paradise of the heart, 1631, the following is related of the Rosicrucians to the sound of trumpets: making gold is the least among 100 other things they can do, for since the whole of nature is an open book to them, they are capable of giving a particular form to every single thing at will, and of knowing everything that happens within the whole circumference of the old world and in the new world, especially as they can speak to one another at a distance of 1,000 miles. Then they possess the philosopher's stone, with the aid of which they cure all diseases and confer long life, and after they have kept themselves hidden for so many centuries and have worked quietly at the perfection of philosophy, they are willing, especially now everything is in order and in their opinion a powerful upheaval is in store for the world, not to remain hidden away any longer but to come out into the open, and are ready to communicate their most precious secrets to anyone who is worthy of them. The precious secrets are here always the same as the secret ways to turn the topsy-turvy world the right way up, so that the gold emerges from it. That very gold which, for the very symbolic economic technological enthusiasts of that time, apart from what it actually is, was also the solar symbol for what had blossomed out, was rounded, and luminous. Alchemy again, mutatio speciarum, transmutation of inorganic species, and its incubator. The pupil first had to purify himself before he began this sort of thing outside. However sober and business-like the impulse to make gold, the fields of gold had to be tilled with reverence. Otherwise, it was said, and 640. All works, however confused, are agreed on this: no initiate may be accepted, and even less may a piece of the art be betrayed to him. Often fasts, sexual abstinence, and other solemn remittances were required. At least the pupil thereby attained an out of the ordinary, devoutly patient state of mind. And, in a business which could never come to an end anyway, there always remained the possibility of putting failure down to one's own impurity, to inadequate inner preparation. In addition, the fear of evil spirits played a part, in an age when the impenetrable night inhabited by demons already began 3 steps from the tallow candle and the hearth. When a hellish something croaked, groaned, threatened, hovered, or groped in all dark corners. Thus it seemed advisable for the initiate just starting out to be clean himself, and unassailable, so to speak. A pious heart was regarded as an amulet. But superstitious as all this was, some of these inward pieces of advice nevertheless seem strangely close to nature, subterraneanly close to nature as it were. The alchemist also changed his pupil's state of awareness so that he should attain an unconscious connection with his materials. The initiate just starting out therefore not only had to become just and pure of desires but also had to do justice to his material, connected in such a way with fire, lead, antimony, ductility and luster as if they were fundamentally a part of him. Then an imagination of gold was presupposed, in reality probably one which was mostly very clear-cut, one of the very comprehensible exchange value, but according to the ideal regulation one which referred to gold, frankincense and myrrh, and thus almost to the birth of the Lord. This kind of thing is less blasphemous or even ideological than it sounds in view of the usual alchemical gold-making and hence money-making. For it belonged, according to the faith of the art, to the technological method itself. Here totally disregarding for the moment deeper allusions and intentions which became apparent in the case of the Rosicrucians. Gold was at any rate to be aroused and summoned with the volitional image of itself, with the preparation of an internal philosopher's stone, before the great metallic sound could be evoked. Some regulations concerning this imagination seem as if the whole passionate volitional subject itself had to enter into nature, sympathetically linked with its own core or source, as if by a subterranean passage. Psychological, religious, and natural categories frequently became intertwined in alchemy, just as in the contemporary cosmologies of Paracelsus and Bohm. This state of affairs can hardly be re-experienced scientifically anymore, when the very independence from the experiencing and interpreting subject is regarded as the criterion of knowledge. Above all, even 641. The pictures of the lives of alchemists that have been preserved convey a dogged and single-minded character, of course, but more rarely one which seems to have just taken Holy Communion or has even just come from the cave of the earth spirit. Men like Ramon Lull, and also several of the later Rosicrucians, constitute a clear exception, of course, and this counts. In the midst of the mess of his kitchen, of his boundless recipes and endless wrong paths, henosis was required of the initiate, a Neoplatonic term which means simplifying oneself, concentrating on efficacity and seed. Significantly, even the principal things which the pupil had to know were not all that complicated. This although the many swindlers deliberately obscured the business in order not to have to say what they did not know. And although even in the subjectively honest books the recipes and the pictures are often incompatible with one another, as well as being in a language which has become wholly strange. All the same, certain unified and almost well-formed basic concepts stir in the drapery, but they are by no means numerous. The whole thing is a pure searching, testing, and also uncertain retesting of other people's experiments, with tremendous industry. Throughout 10 centuries and more. Perhaps the alchemical dream goes back to the Bronze Age, when the first alloying into a golden gleaming metal was successful, and it was certainly widespread in all cultures from about 700 AD. There is not only Arabian and European, but also Indian, Chinese, and Siamese alchemy. And even here, the essential features are not so very different. This art always deals with releasing something that has become in things again, with displacing something mixed up in them. What was sought in them, above all in those which were themselves already elementally decayed, was at first a still totally featureless substance in itself, the virginal beginning. Everything in existence was tested in turn to this end, the duller or even the more decomposed and exhausted it appeared, the better. Rainwater, urine, and excrement were promising when it came to finding the materia prima and the enzyme in them. The metals themselves, apart from this passive original substance, were supposed to be a mixture of 3 basic components, in varying proportions, of mercury, quicksilver, sulfur, brimstone, and salt. The 3 do not coincide with naturally occurring deposits of mercury, sulfur, and salt. They are related to them roughly as carbon is related to coal, or rather, they are, in a magicized scholastic sense, their essence. Mercury, the essence of quicksilver, was regarded as the most important component of metals. It consists of water and earth. Facilitates ductility and fusibility. Because of these passive properties, mercury was regarded as a feminine power, and 642. Thus it is closest to the materia prima. Sulfur, or the essence of brimstone, consists of air and fire, an active masculine entity. It gives metals their color, and above all, their combustibility and transformability. Finally, the essence of salt, causes the calcinability and also the hardness and brittleness of metals. Very old, magical high evaluations, even touched on in the New Testament, salt of the earth, occasionally even link sal philosophicum with the philosopher's stone, cf. the healing powder with a decidedly alkaline taste in Goethe's Poetry and Truth, Book 8. but more crucial than all this was the belief that with the materia prima and with the mixture of the three other basic components, metals were not yet exhausted, not yet at the end of their being. Chemistry itself, until towards the end of the 18th century, believed in the three basic components of metals cited above. Even phlogiston or thermal matter, first disposed of by Lavoisier, still has sulfur as one of its ancestors. Only, they were not struck by the flash or the will-o'-the-wisp of gold. Thus alchemy further added to the three basic components the highest essence or the germ of gold, which presses in all common metals, hindered in growth, and entlecheae which is not yet actualized. Like the featureless materia prima, the idea of the entlecheae of gold also went back to Aristotle, in an admittedly monstrous overwhelming of all other natural entelechies of species and genus. Aristotle had only called motion an unfinished entlecheae, but for him there lay in matter itself the possibility of every higher form which is next in order, but then all matter is potentially gold. Just as the egg is an unhatched bird. This gold entelechy was to be promoted and liberated by the red lion, the red tincture, the grand elixir, the magisterium. Magnum, which all means the same as the philosopher's stone. Welling's Opus Mago Cabalisticum of 1735, the same which the young Goethe read with Fräulein von Klettenberg, the beautiful soul, says the following on this point: the philosopher's stone is a substance which is skillfully composed of a highly refined animated mercurio and its living gold, and combined together by means of a prolonged heating in such a way that it can never be separated again, in which form it can immediately produce, refine, and tinct the other metals in such a way that they are raised into the nature of the purest gold. At least descriptions of this fabulous stone exist, and in fact by very famous men. The descriptions tally to some extent, just as if each later one stood on the shoulders of the ones before. Ramon Lull compares the stone with a carbuncle. Paracelsus, in his Signatura Rerum Naturalium, states that the stone is heavy, in mass bright red as a ruby, transparent as a crystal, but also malleable as resin and yet fragile as glass. Helmont, the chemist and Paracelsian, relates that the stone, when he had it in his hands, was a heavy saffron-colored powder, shimmering like not very finely ground glass. Cf. Kopp, Die Alchemie, 1886, p. 82. Both silver and quicksilver, as well as the unripe metals, namely lead, tin, copper and iron, as well as brittle ones like antimony, bismuth, zinc, and so on, permeated by the tincture and the stone, are supposed to turn to gold. This refining is caused by projection, i.e. by throwing the tincture onto the metal when it is in a state of flux, such that the tincture, according to the purity attained, can transform base metal up to 30,000 times its own weight. Cf. Schmieder, Geschichte der Alchemie, 1832, p. 2. But the alchemists always speak of this utopian, all too utopian jewel with a reverence which goes far beyond such lucrative metal miracles, and also more particularly does not omit gospel allusions to another cornerstone and savior. Just as the materia prima and more specifically Mercury are compared with the Virgin Mary, so is the stone to her Son. Then there is a conception of the blessed stone, and Robert Flood calls it the foundation stone of the inner temple, so that the whole work of the Son is done. Then Jacob Boehm praises it as the root of a kingdom in which there is no longer any other element than the Son of Man. Just as Boehm on the whole elaborated the outlines of his Theosophy and Theogony in accordance with alchemical operations. As if in the alchemical process man was only doing what God does in a similar or the same way in the created life of inorganic nature. Cf. Harless, Jacob Boehm und die Alchemisten, 1870, p. off. Angela Sile-Suze, in the wealth of his allegories, spurns the alchemical messianic ones least of all. I am myself the metal, the spirit is hearth. And fire / the tincture which transfigures body and soul is the Messiah, cherubinical wanderer I, rhyme 103. But the cue for all this idolization of the stone and of what it brings was given by Marsilio Ficino, the Neoplatonist of the Renaissance. All the later allusions and transparencies are first found in his work. Whether still hesitantly veiled in a half-Gnostic Theologia Plato Nica, or openly in the treatise De Arte Chimica, as follows: the Virgin is Mercury, from here the Sun is born to us. That is the stone, through whose blood the tainted lower bodies are led back into the golden evens intact. At the same time through this text, as it recurs word 644. For word or with Baroque embellishments in numerous alchemical Rosicrucian writings, the stone, the philosophical gold, and the golden heavens are made one and the same. So when Andrea says, the red tincture is the purple cloak around the appearing king, then the king is both the stone and the heavenly earthly gold itself which it releases from the world. Chemical chiasm certainly became one in which analytical chemistry, red tincture, gold, and paradise at the end of time seem to coincide. In fact, the work of transmutation is regarded, in complete hubris, as the laboratorium dei. It is not astonishing that now also all other myths, whenever metamorphosis occurred in them, seemed interpretable in terms of alchemy. Circe and the voyage of the Argonauts, the march through the Red Sea and the deeds of Hercules, King Midas and the garden of the Hesperides, the staff of Moses transforming bitter water into sweet, and the wedding feast at Cana, all this and much more besides had to serve the worship of the stone for the best. Mythical archetypes of change have been most powerfully preserved in the lavish allegory of alchemy, and if indeed the Olympian gods breathed their last only in the 18th century as metallic symbols, metallic souls, then the Persian Jewish messianic faith lived on in such strange metallurgy, not just in secularized form, not just allegorically either, but symbolically. For the transformation into essence lacks the ambiguity which sends from one Alteritas to the other. It is characterized in its target by unambiguity and undeniable fanaticism of the absolute. Gold, happiness, eternal life are imprisoned in lead, the captive Christ, the gold entelechy of all things and beings, must be released from the dungeon of the status quo by means of the general reformation of which alchemy is a metaphor. Historical improvement and the transfiguration of the world were thereby cross-connected just as they introduced into one another an organic-inorganic motif of the Savior. Thus it was no accident that Andrea adopted a motto which was probably already instructive for the Renaissance visionary of alchemy, the Neo-Platonist Ficino. An ancient motto from the Messianic Odes of Solomon, stemming from Philo or from his school. It runs, only the pure man, transformed by his own conversion, possesses the resurrecting power to dissolve, to renew, and to wake the substances sunk like lead into the chaos. By means of the holy water, the Logos Spermaticos, he returns them to existence and leads them in purified form upwards, until all things below are transformed on high. With this statement alchemical utopia, the boldest and most mythological that was possible at all in technology, is really characterized in toto. Even beyond the Christ of the unripe metals. Finally it is characteristic that the pure man or Kadhar 645, who was found in the Odes of Solomon and who is absent from Arabian and Christian alchemy of the Middle Ages, reappears in the age of the Reformation as does the kingdom element within the essence. The pure man becomes in Paracelsus a chemical Elijah Artista, and the work of alchemy as a whole becomes that of the great May, or simply of the kingdom. Hence Paracelsus, Book Paragranum, Chapter 3, says of nature, in terms as messianic as they are chemically chiastic. She brings nothing to light that is perfect as it stands, but man must perfect it, and this perfection is called alchemy. This is the dies septimus or Sunday of the world, created by man. Not least, the influence of Joachim of Fiori and his Third Kingdom is apparent in all mysticism of the stone during the Reformation and the Baroque. He and Ficino together are the first to produce this very complex alchemical Rosicrucianism. The myths and the difficulties surrounding the usual greed for gold could thus hardly be more colorful and more convoluted. But in order that the ultimately uncomplicated, ultimately unambiguous nature of the alchemical wishful dream should emerge even at this final stage, we will further refer to two clearly Jochite books. On Mutation from the Baroque, The Heyday of Alchemy. To Sperber's treatise on the Three Secules, published in 1660, and to the work by Nolius Theoria Philosophiae Hermetici, 1617. Sperber, one of the most genuine chiliasts, not only seeks to demonstrate that a golden age, as the third and final age, is still outstanding, and what it will be like, he also promises, the third gospel and the art of alchemy will emerge together. Nolius, a systematic disciple of Paracelsus and persecuted Rosicrucian, gave the work of perfection a total climax. Referring to the general Reformation, the philosopher's stone here becomes a series of stages itself. Like its manufacture, it becomes the celestial stair of nature. The chemical climax to the final kingdom runs, Verus Hermes, Porti Hermetici Sapientiae, Silentium Hermeticum, Axiomata Hermetica, Degeneratione Verum Naturalium *, and finally, De Renovatione likewise, the Golden Dream, apart from the metallurgy in which it was technologically immersed, was everywhere really a kind of mythology of liberation as well. It was never more than, at best, a mythology, but also seldom less than one of liberation. Something like the catharsis of objects, together with that of souls, did not lose its main alchemical sense from the late Middle Ages up to the metaphors of classicism, and especially Romanticism. Even Goethe, in his History of the Theory of Colors, when dealing with the alchemists, still alludes to these connections. He even interprets them by means of a kind of Kantianism. If those three sublime ideas most intimately related to one another, God, virtue and immortality, have been called the highest demands of reason, then there are clearly three corresponding demands of a more sensory kind: gold, health, and long life. Alchemy certainly did not find any gold, nor was it capable of finding this goal with its fantastic process methods. Nevertheless, it can be justified not merely as a forerunner of modern chemistry, and even its more specific plan, the transmutation of metals. Elements, as a plan itself, sounds by no means grotesque any more in the age of the splitting of the atom, and of the transfer of electrons in the elements. On the contrary, it was grotesque that in the last century, in Darwin's century of the transmutation of species, the inorganic elements themselves were regarded as unshakable. And the wholly identical term mutatio speciorum, it first occurs in alchemy, was not understood at all. But above all, as has become obvious, the purpose of alchemy is by no means exhausted by partial transmutations, at least not in the century shortly before the Enlightenment. Instead, the inscription on the gate of this disreputable technological wishful dream ran, in a quite total fashion, Jahi, or, let there be light. This therefore lay in the horizon of the fantastic mutations. The vast majority of the gold cookers were undoubtedly searching for nothing other than a purse that is always full, and here fooled neither themselves nor others with anything much grander. The enthusiasts in this area, however, sitting in front of the same furnace, and also thoroughly inclined towards the prospect of as many ducats as they liked, also had in mind another transfiguration of nature as a goal of metamorphosis. Unregulated inventions and propositiones in the Baroque period. It was always possible to plan into the mere blue, arbitrarily and also shakily. But sounder technological dreams, and those directed towards an extension of implements, appear only sparsely before 1500. However remarkable Roman plumbing, Chinese paper, and gunpowder, only used for fireworks, and Egyptian cranes are, only with the mandate under capitalism did larger technological projects also get underway. Admittedly, around 550 in Byzantium there are already plans for a ship with paddle wheels which are moved by oxen at a capstan. But it never got further than the planning. 647. Stage. Miniatures based on the medieval legend of Alexander already portray a kind of submarine, in which Alexander sinks into the depths and observes their monsters. But the age was only interested in these ocean depths, not in the glass submarine. Roger Bacon, the empirical and scientific Franciscan, represents a solitary exception in the 13th century. In his Epistola de Secretis Operibus Artis he prophesied carriages which are moved without the aid of animals, with incredible speed, and also flying machines, in which a man who sits comfortably and thinks about everything beats the air in the manner of the birds. But Roger Bacon, with these inventive dreams, met with no interest in a society which was just as class-bound and static as it was full of mistrust towards nature. Thus only in the Renaissance, only with the business interest and pursuit of profit of the capitalism which was getting underway at that time, was the technological imagination publicly acknowledged and promoted. The Renaissance and Baroque are both the age of technological windmakers a la Dr. Orffyreus, whom we have encountered above, and above all of practical and capable designers. They were dilettantes tinkering around in many areas, experimenting around in all areas, without sufficient mechanical knowledge, but overflowing with patentable ideas. At their head stood Joachim Beecher, 1635 to 1682, a splendid figure whom Sombart rescued from obscurity, cf. Die Technik im Zeitalter des Frühkapitalismus, Archiv für Sozialwissenschaft, Volume 34, p. 721 ff. A lucky Sunday's child of inventiveness, Beecher brought blueprints into the world by the dozen, new looms, water wheels, clockwork mechanisms, a thermoscope, a method of extracting tar from hard coal, and so on. His book Foolish Wisdom and Wise Folly, or 100 at once political and physical / mechanical and mercantilic concepta and propositiones, 1686, really raves in the realm of unlimited possibilities, unimpeded by mathematical and mechanical knowledge of the facts. This strange connection between dilettantism and technology, incidentally, lasted from the Renaissance until far into the 18th century. A doctor, a student of theology, an Egyptologist, and a young worker invented asphalt, the knitting machine, the magic lantern, and the steering mechanism of the steam engine at that time, while the great natural scientists, like Kepler, Newton, and even Galileo, were interested in technology more as a sideline, and only two scientists, Guericke, as the inventor of the air pump *, and Huygens, as the inventor of the pendulum clock, figure equally strongly in the history of physics and technology. The capitalist mandate was the same for technology and science, but for a long time technology was still connected with handicrafts, and almost only in Agricola, De Re Metallica, 1530, was practical activity accorded the same status as theory. There is also something else which, for their part, kept the majority of inventors in those days aloof from mathematical and mechanical knowledge. For the magic natural background had still by no means collapsed for them. The world of Paracelsus took root and survived for a long time precisely in technological books. Above all in those dealing with mining. The earth spirit, or a ghostly life in the depths, had a naive effect on the technologists at that time, just as it stirred the poets and the philosophers of nature sentimentally again so much later, in Romanticism. The gases in the air were demons who were after the miner's blood, the rising waters from the depths contained a living water spirit, whereas the falling waters which have to be raised were therefore regarded as dead waters. In short, even in this direction, technology, and not just alchemy, lived in a qualitatively magical and not in a quantitatively mechanical world. Almost solely in Italy, as the most advanced capitalist country at that time, was invention linked with early calculation. Around 1470 the engineer Volturio sketched a car, called a storm carriage, with windmill sails at the side. The drive was transmitted to the wheels of the carriage by means of cogwheels, and the sketch was worked out mathematically. And when Brunelleschi put together the machines for building his Dome of Florence Cathedral himself, they were combined levers and inclined planes in a mathematically considered design. And as far as the bold technologist Leonardo da Vinci is concerned, he is the first purely immanent inventor and scientist whatsoever, working on the basis of causality. Necessity. Keen observation and careful calculation assisted his varied plans. Occasionally with the errors of the pioneer, but without any dilettantism. Thus he designed the first parachute, the first turbine, preserved as a sketch, propeller in a canal, and the first flyover system, likewise preserved as a sketch, designed for streets lying above one another. He studied the flight of birds in order to realize the human dream of flight, the oldest of all the technological wishful images. I intend to make the big artificial bird take his first flight. It will fill the universe with amazement, and all works with its fame. Eternal glory will be accorded to the nest where it was born. The bird was to rise in Florence, but it never got beyond a plan, and Icarus did not even fall, so little did he rise from the ground. And of course the mathematical mechanics on which Leonardo wanted to base his inventions was only developed after his death. And furthermore, even Leonardo, despite the mathematically constructive instinct which so characteristically distinguishes him, did not wholly emerge from the organic view of nature of the Renaissance. On the contrary. 649. The sea of blood which lies around the heart is the oceanic waters, its breathing, and the waxing and waning of blood through the pulses is in the earth the ebb and flow of the ocean, and the warmth of the soul of the world is the fire inherent in the earth, and the fires which breathe into spas from various parts of the earth are the abode of the vegetative soul. Richter, Literary Works of Leonardo da Vinci, 1883, p. 1000. Thus even Leonardo himself had a more sympathetic than quantitative attitude towards nature, although and indeed because he believed that it was already written in numbers. But the inventive will in the Renaissance and the Baroque as a whole remains essentially in the impromptu, with the belief that inventing is a mysterious process, as is ultimately the nature into which it delves. Joachim Beecher, who was regarded as the greatest inventive genius of his day, himself speaks in deeply moved tones of the gift granted to him which cannot be acquired, the donum inventionis. For Beecher it is not tied to professional knowledge, there is no respect of person or profession here. Kings and peasants, the learned and the unlearned, heathens and Christians, the devout and the wicked have been endowed with it. Inventiveness built into the unknown for a long time to come and thereby made it known for the first time. It produced the unprecedented, additional working capacity of the machine, but often without seeking to have more contact with existence than that of the gift, the lucky touch and the chance which turns out lucky for the gift. Bacon's Ars Inveniendi. Survival of the Lullian art. Conscious invention also appeared at first only as dream and planning. As in Francis Bacon, in his Novum Organum Scientiarum, 1620, and the inductive information still imparted in very general terms there. There is a call for experiments, operational knowledge of the laws of nature, the renunciation of myth, and caution with respect to teleological explanations. Tricks of the trade are omitted, as are trade secrets, based on merely manual skill or chance recipes, especially magical theosophical backdrops. Admittedly, Bacon does not speak in an unfriendly fashion of alchemy in his posthumous work Silva Silvarum or A Natural History. He thinks that gold making is possible, as a ripening of the lighter metals, but he mocks the methods used, particularly the desired projection with the philosopher's stone, these few drops of elixir. He mocks this as he does everything abrupt and miraculous. That is why the connections often claimed to exist between Bacon and the Rosicrucians are also dubious. Only Bacon's 650 aim of a regnum hominis touches on the higher alchemy, but the regnum was conceived as the mastery of nature, not as the transfiguration of nature or as Joachim's third kingdom. Especially the Ars Inveniendi in the Novum Organum Scientiarum seeks to found theoretical finding and practical inventing wholly on experience, instead of on something beyond the sensory world, and on regular induction, instead of on deductions which trust written authority. Only through observation and analysis are the constant properties, the primitive forms of all things discernible. Only thus is the goal of knowledge achieved, the production of artifacts. Knowledge of earlier inventive dreams is also supposed to be useful for this, but essentially so that they can be used to emphasize that which seemed daring or impossible to men and which was nevertheless to be found in their technological dreams. The record of realized, and particularly of unrealized plans also gave useful hints for inventive ideas which hitherto lay beyond the Pillars of Hercules, but only the ship of the real art of experimentation will reach the golden gardens of the Hesperides. Only in this way, according to Bacon, do the old fairy tales come true. They are not realized by continually being told walking the same old treadmill in an increasingly garrulous, increasingly epigonic fashion. And just like irregular anticipation, the quarrelsome lumber of words and deductions has an unfruitful effect, so that the state of learning as it now is appears to be represented to the life in the old fable of Scylla, who had the head and face of a virgin, but her womb was hung round with barking monsters, from which she could not be delivered. For in like manner the sciences to which we are accustomed have certain general positions which are specious and flattering. But as soon as they come to particulars, which are as the parts of generation, when they should produce fruit and works, then arise contentions and barking disputations, which are the end of the matter and all the issue they can yield. Magna Instauratio, Preface. Knowledge is power, also the power to fulfill the old dreams of inventors, and indeed those of magic, if not to surpass them in boldness, for as for the natural magic whereof now there is mention in books, containing certain credulous and superstitious conceits and observations of sympathies and antipathies and hidden properties, and some frivolous experiments, strange rather by disguisement than in themselves. It is as far differing in truth of nature from such knowledge as we require, as the story of King Arthur of Britain, or Hugh of Bordeaux, differs from Caesar's commentaries in truth of story. For it is manifest that Caesar did greater things de vero than those imaginary heroes were feigned to. 651. Do. The term magia naturalis stems from a work by the Neo-Aristotelian Della Porta from the Renaissance, and it was already directed in his work against the Kabbalists and believers in magic at that time. In terms of detail, of course, Bacon exhibits rather than fills the gaps in previous knowledge, and gives desiderata himself, rather than building up natural magic. Also his technique of induction, directed towards the discovery of primitive forms, is still itself far more scholastic than scientific. Also he regarded mathematics as a mere appendage to physics and by no means as its methodical basis, which to his contemporaries appeared to be a downright backward element in this Novum Organum, this Nova Instauratio Scientiarum. Though he did this on the still wholly organic, natural philosophical grounds that the mathematicians spoil physics, because the latter deals with the qualitative, with the form of heat for example. But Bacon showed, with enormous foresight, if not the ways then the various and at that time still wholly untrodden quarters and areas in which modern science itself was to develop, with a purely causal mechanical technology. Regulated invention therefore here presupposes passing from the particular to the general. But however sound the inductive conclusion is, it neither seeks nor is able to go beyond a more or less high degree of probability. In the strict sense it is valid only for the sum of individual cases observed, but not for all the other unobserved ones, to which the general law obtained is now extended. Whereas the very deduction rejected by Bacon brings necessity with it, at least in terms of formal logic, if according to the major premise all men are mortal, then Caius as a man not only probably but necessarily has to die. And as far as this kind of propagation of science is concerned, even in the Middle Ages, as Bacon himself reminds us, and hence in reasonable proximity to Arthur's Round Table, there was an ars inveniendi, which even appeared in the shape of a machine. It was the so-called Lullian art or the technologically manufactured seven-league boot of the deductive concept, of the syllogism. Even the Middle Ages, though hardly technologically active at all, was interested in such instruments, as those of knowledge, not of change. The strangely the advancement of learning, Bacon's works, ed. Spedding, Volume 3, p. 361. Bloch is using an inferior German translation of Bacon. His quotation suggests, "Natural magic can perform great deeds, combined with science, whereas Bacon's original states that it is inferior to real truth and knowledge." In Bloch's version natural magic is thus compared with the true deeds of Caesar, whereas in Bacon it is compared to the legends of Arthur, i.e. exactly the reverse. 652. Rationalist scholastic Ramon Lull had made a device around 1300 by means of which every kind of deductive derivation was to be discovered and checked. The device, Instrumentum ad omnis Sibyllis demonstrationum, consisted of a system of concentric circles, on each of which a group of concepts was spread in the shape of a fan. By moving these circles all possible combinations whatsoever between subject and predicate were supposed to be achieved, whereby the number of possible subjects, and that of possible basic predicates, predicibles, and consequently the quantity of discs was fixed. There was thus a figura dei which contained the whole of theology, a figura animi which contained the whole of psychology, and a figura virtudum with the 7 virtues and deadly sins in alternately blue and red chambers. V. The details in J. E. Erdmann, Grundrisse der Philosophie, 206, 4, 12 Table in Stockel, Geschichte der Philosophie des Mittelalters 2, 1865, p. 936. The Lullian art thus sought to give instructions for discovering what is categorially definable, scientifically distinguishable, combinable, and provable in every object. And Lull's hope was simply that the deduction machine of knowledge should encompass and exhaust every variation of cognition that was at all meaningfully possible. It demonstrates literally ad oculos, so that anyone eager for knowledge can also see and not merely understand the arch-rationalist derivation of individual definitions from ideas. All this in the most abbreviated mode of deduction, based on Aristotelian topics, though also not unconnected with the Platonian, indeed Kabbalistic doctrine of emanation of the world from ideas. At any rate the most astonishing machine was in fact produced, that of an ars magna as both ars inveniendi and ars demonstrandi, portrayed in symbols, circles, tables, in the reductions of a kind of logical logarithmic clock. Giordano Bruno sought to improve the Lullian art by decreasing the circles, and Pico della Mirandola connected it for the first time with Pythagorean arithmetic. The need in bourgeois calculation for an arithmetical universal derivation of all that is given from a few logical elements or principles, first truths, ensured that the Lullian art was not forgotten anyway, at least with regard to its intention. Leibniz began his career with the work De Arte Combinatoria, 1666, in which, following Lull and Bruno, he treated the modes of combination of concepts as calculable, so that one would be able to demonstrate an error in reasoning with the same clarity and certainty as an arithmetical error. Throughout his life, Leibniz searched for the valid combination theory composed of an alphabet of ideas, according to which new truths can be found mechanically as it were. This ars combinatoria 653 survives in an extremely elementary form even in the diverse calculating machines. Though not in order to discover new truths but, as the so-called maniac, mechanical and numerical integrator and calculator, has succeeded in doing, in order to multiply two 10-figure numbers in less than 1/1000th of a second. Pascal had constructed the first mechanical calculator, with rotating wheels, and today Lull's arithmeticized dream has been turned into a whole intellectual industry, with speed as witchcraft. Even the newest American mechanical engineering, which has culminated for the moment in Norbert Wiener's cybernetics, still incorporates a portion of Lull's mechanical idea. His plan never aimed at such automatisms though, even a mathematical alphabet of ideas still lay beyond the horizon of the Lullian art, in view of the time at which it arose. Instead, Lull originally had a missionary purpose with his machine. The invention was planned as a kind of deductive apostle of the faith. Thus Lull had intended to convince all unbelievers of the truth of the Christian religion by means of the irrefutable demonstrations of his machine, free of every error in reasoning. This aim is of course also as remote as possible from Francis Bacon and his natural magic, even more remote than it is from Leibniz. Bacon thus speaks almost contemptuously of Lull, and not only because of the scholastic mythology itself, but also because of the curious deduction and subsumption in which its machinery moves. Nevertheless, because of its technical nature, Lull's invention would also have cut quite a good figure in Bacon's Ars Inveniendi, and especially in his utopian hall of instruments, Theatrum Mechanicum. Not even the passionate praise of induction stands in the way of this. For even Bacon's induction still seeks to explore the basic form of things and finally, although the word deduction is deliberately absent, permits descending, namely from the law of forms to the experiment of their self-application in appearance. Only in this, in contrast to purely flat empirical progress, is the regulated art of the inventor completed for Bacon, but after this store of particulars has been set out duly and in order before our eyes, we are not to pass at once to the investigation and discovery of new particulars or works. 4. Our road does not lie on a level, nec in plano viacida est, but ascends and descends. First ascending to axioms, then descending to works, novum organum I. F. 103. In this descendendo ad opera the Ars Inveniendi was for Bacon a portion of Lull's Ars Magna as well directed against the method of testing, failure, and renewed testing, trial and error method, of the Philistines, not just the superstitious ones. But the goal of knowledge for the English project maker was not knowledge for its own 654 sake, but very much in the manner of Marlowe's Dr. Faustus Power through knowledge, a new Atlantis, where everything serves man, serves him for the best. New Atlantis, the utopian laboratory. And if perhaps 100 years from now an airship with Greek wine HIGH laden through the Red Dawn steers, who would not be the ferryman? Gottfried Keller. But the hearth still lies far off on which the new useful things develop. In Bacon's dream of distant shores, shipwrecked people reach an island in the South Seas, and are there introduced to inventing as it ought to be. What was hesitantly and haphazardly begun elsewhere is completed on the clever island. A separate class of natural scientists achieves incredible things there. Bacon's New Atlantis, 1623 *, which appeared at the same time as Campanella's Civita Solis, was supposed to answer two questions according to the plan of its author, that concerning the best research institute, and that concerning the best state. The unfinished work only answers the first question. It portrays a Solomon's house, vast, bright and wide. What the wise king knew and could do by means of magic, according to the legend, is here actually carried out, in so far as it lies within human ability and advantage. The voice of the birds is not understood, no spirits are invoked, but the hyssop which grows on the wall is recognized all the better. The legendary accomplishments of the Atlanteans are also recalled, of which Plato gives an account in his Critias, with their skills in making canals and working in bronze. But in Bacon it is a question not of vanished but of utopian splendor, not of a pre-Mycenaean but of a post-Gothic age. In his New Atlantis Bacon describes successful inventions which are partly still to come, and he outlines them with amazing anticipation. Even though merely anticipating the result, and not the means to achieve it, for instance, as intended by the author of A Novum Organum. Disdain for mathematics prevented Bacon from having a vision of production, but his vision of the fruits is all the richer. Bacon's technological prophecy is unique. His book of Desiderata more or less contains modern technology in wishful outline and goes beyond it. The head of Solomon's house declares they have means of producing artificial rain or even snow and artificial mountain air. They cultivate new varieties of plants and fruit in hothouses, they shorten the ripening process, mix the species of animals according to their needs, mineralize their baths, and produce artificial minerals and building materials. Vivisection is not lacking, we try also all poisons and other medicines upon them, beasts and birds, as well of chirurgery as physic. The Atlanteans are acquainted with the telephone, and no less so with the submarine. We have also means to convey sounds in trunks and pipes, in strange lines and distances, ad magnam distantium et in linis tortuosis. We have ships and boats for going under water, and brooking of seas. The microphone is not lacking either, we represent small sounds as great and deep. Likewise great sounds extenuate and sharp. Atlantis is even acquainted, incredibile dictu, with the most modern quarter tone technique. We have harmonies which you have not, of quarter sounds, quadrans sonorum, and lesser slides of sounds. There is a telescope and a microscope, we have also glasses and means to see small and minute bodies perfectly and distinctly, as the shapes and colors of small flies and worms, grains and flaws in gems, which cannot otherwise be seen. Observations in urine and blood, not otherwise to be seen. Solomon's house further harbors aeroplanes, steam engines, water turbines, and still other magnalia naturae, feats of nature, with it and beyond it. Thus New Atlantis is not merely the first technologically reflective utopia, in fact D'Alembert called this work, thus surpassing the wishful models of fairy tales themselves, un catalogumensta ce qui rest a découvrir. Bacon's work is, even subsequently, the only utopia of classical status which gives decisive status to the technological productive forces of the better life. Unlike in real life at any rate, the mechanical world and the economic, social one were not always linked in utopias. Bacon's New Atlantis would have deserved emulation here, one seriously corresponding to technological development and its imminent possibilities. Bloch gives a direct quotation here, but the unreliable translation he is using has again condensed the original. The full text in which these ideas are found is not included here because of its length. It may be found in Spedding's edition, volume 3, pages 157 to 62. We have set the quotation in indirect speech here. An immense catalogue of what remains to be discovered. 656. Apart from the fact that the technological component never appeared in any novel of an ideal state other than as ornamentation, social utopias, as is clear in the case of Owen, often even lagged behind the technological level attained by their age. Aside from Bacon, only Campanella at best forms an exception here, insofar as he too dreams of unborn technology, indeed of unborn architecture, though without Bacon's powerful wit. Delighting in invention almost as much as Bacon, he predicts in the Civita solis that the development of the printing press and of magnetism will fill the coming centuries with more history than the world foresaw in 4,000 years. But Campanella's utopia could exist even without these breakthroughs in existing nature, it even contradicts them in its astrologically static form. Whereas New Atlantis seeks to lie in every respect beyond the pillars of Hercules, i.e. beyond the binding of given nature. Bacon's fragment, in its technological optimism, does not even recognize catastrophes anymore. There is no longer any fire damp in the controlled earth. There is of course no mention of the fire damps which fill not nature but uncontrolled human history, of the various burning Troys. Fate appears to be so restrained in purely technological terms that Solomon's house already seems to have coped with it before Solomon's state has even developed. The question as to what men should do with their knowledge and power, within the social nature which Bacon, the fallen Lord Chancellor, had not found to be wholly without catastrophes, is not yet posed by Bacon the philosopher in this fragment of his. Shortly before the question concerning the best state the New Atlantis breaks off. But the outlines of the unwritten sequel, concerning Solomon's kingdom, can be guessed perfectly well from the philosopher's other works. Guessed in contrast to a mechanization made absolute. For Bacon, contrary to popular opinion, is neither a pure utilitarian nor a pure empiricist. However much he praises the life of active invention, he still gives precedence to the life of reason, so must we likewise from experience of every kind. First endeavor to discover true causes and axioms. And seek for experiments of light, not for experiments of fruit. Only a balance between the contemplative and the active life appears correct and salutary to the dreamer of the New Atlantis, but this is that which will indeed dignify and exalt knowledge, if contemplation and action may be more nearly and straightly conjoined and united together than they have been. A conjunction like unto that of the two highest planets, Saturn the planet of rest and Novum Organum, Aphorism 70. 657. Contemplation, and Jupiter the planet of civil society and action *, but Solomon's house is incorporated into an ultimately calm kingdom, the control of nature, in which privation and catastrophes come to an end, serves in Bacon the establishment of a regnum hominis. This kingdom and goal of knowledge is in Bacon filled with the hopes which early capitalism was still able to cherish for mankind through the unleashing of the forces of production. Now the true and lawful goal of the sciences is none other than this, that human life be endowed with new discoveries and powers. Novum Organum, Aff 81. Mankind was to emerge from a world full of epidemics, shortage crisis, and underproduction, from a world to which Bacon's admired Montaigne had called out, grace al home, into the affluence which only seemed attainable to earlier utopias by transferring them to a paradisial nature, into the affluence which precedes the regnum hominis as dinner precedes the dance. The plan of Solomon's house has been fulfilled in the meantime by technical colleges and laboratories. Beyond Bacon's dreams there is still a long way to go as regards the regnum hominis. And even the production of artifacts in Bacon's sense, a not only Promethean but also artificial production, has not subsequently abolished catastrophes in technology. Admittedly the contact with nature remained in the bourgeois economy and society which arrived, but it remained sufficiently abstract and unmediated. Bacon's great maxim, natura parenda vincitur, nature is conquered by obedience, remained active, but it was crossed by the interest of an exploitation of nature, and thus by an interest which has nothing more to do with the natura naturans which Bacon still knows and singles out as the causa causarum, let alone being allied to it. In this way there arose, alongside all the blessings, such a peculiarly artificial abstract character in bourgeois technology that it can doubtless also seem, in many of its cunning inventions, still unnaturally founded and not just still inhumanly managed. Solomon's house, so it seems, cannot do without Solomon. After all, that is, without natural wisdom. It contains, like all wisdom, reference to its opposite number, nature. The regnum hominis attained within it too, and not merely above it, would then have it easier. To non-Euclidean present and future, the problem of technological contact. Plans must also be spurred on. There is no inner urge as such to invent something. A mandate is always necessary for this which pours water on the planned wheels. Every implement presupposes exact needs and has the precise aim of satisfying them. Otherwise it would not be there. Hunger started everything off at this very point. The earliest implements are those for hunting and fishing, the former also served as weapons. The plough, the invention of spinning and weaving, pottery, even if some of this was covered with ornament. The latter was never primary, or it served a useful purpose itself, as a supposed magic symbol. And to this day the inventor, even as a dreamer, is a practical man. At the same time he is more conscious than any other intellectual maker of not being a will that rolls of its own accord. If the English mines had not been in danger of flooding, then Watt, like so many others before him, would have watched the hissing kettle in vain, a legendary kettle anyway. And without a social mandate the image of the knitting machine or chain towing would not have flashed into the mind of any inventor, out of inner vocation for instance. It would not have flashed through his mind without a mandate any more than the invention of artificial raw materials or even of atom bombs today. Unrecognized inventors are therefore, in a particularly clear way, those who come too early or also, as in the stagnant business of the West today, too late. Here there are only two kinds of ideas, those which can be bought, and those which cannot be bought. The latter do not really exist even as blueprints. An inventor cannot do anything superfluous, nor has one ever had it in mind to plan such a thing. Late bourgeois curbing of technology, apart from the military kind. The bourgeois mandate to invent has been characteristically waning for a long time. Before the last crisis too much was produced for capital to be able to cope with it. Famine began, not because of crop failure as in 659 earlier times, but because the granaries were too full. As is evident and well known, the private capitalist economy has itself become a chain for the production which it once unchained. Only new means of death are interesting. Shortly before and during the war technology is booming, the peaceful kind follows in its wake. And there is also a second motive for this curbing, one from a wholly opposite, namely socialist area. Socialism at the present time is more urgently interested in changing backward society than in changing a technology which is advanced enough anyway and can be readily adopted. Technology is already collective, the individual workshop in which the master craftsman still collaborates with his few journeymen has long since become the factory of hundreds and thousands. But the private owner of the factory who does not collaborate in the production is still thoroughly individual for social, not for technological reasons. It is in fact precisely the contradiction between the maturity, and also the long since collective form of production and the antiquated private capitalist form of appropriation which particularly demonstrates the nonsense of the capitalist economy. Technology, in so far as it represents a technology of the means of existence and not the means of death, is itself cum grano salis already socialist. It therefore needs less future planning than society. All this combines to make technological utopias nowhere near as exciting as they were even in the time of Jules Verne. Not merely because the sky is teeming with fake birds, by means of which it is possible to go around the world in a considerably shorter time than 80 days, but above all precisely because even in utopian terms a temporary moratorium on technology has occurred. The term moratorium on technology stems from the long period of crisis before the Second World War and is in this respect far more pertinent than the jubilation over production fleetingly aroused by a so-called Economic miracle as a result of the Second World War, with which it is wholly in character. A crisis of surplus, the more than cyclical fate of monopoly capitalism. Stands in the way of the green light over and over again, of the mandate which capital, in its progressive period, had given to technological daring. The contrast to the pace of invention from 1750 to 1914 is and remains a piercing one. No investment of today feels anything like as electrified anymore. Wholly contrary to hasty appearances and propaganda, the vaunted pace of technology, as far as changes in civillife are concerned, rather advances like that of a mail coach, compared with that of the Industrial Revolution and with the 19th century. Look what became of Papin's old steam digester once capital was interested in making steam do some work. And what a long 660 lacking. The leap from the mail coach to the train was an incomparably greater change in living conditions than the leap from the train to the aeroplane. And we do not even need to consider here the hail of bombs beneath which the aeroplane has been encountered by most people and has also possibly transported them to kingdom come. The latent Luddism of late capitalism everywhere counteracts the progression of what is Edison-like, although once it has got underway it is not that easy to stop. On the whole, however, invention will only have real utopia at heart again when an economy directed towards the satisfaction of needs is pursued instead of a profit economy. When the law of socialism, maximum satisfaction of needs at the level of the highest technology, has finally superseded the law of capitalism, maximum profit. When consumption is capable of assimilating all products, and technology, regardless of risk and private profitability, is once again given a mandate for boldness. Without any imperialistically promoted demonism. De-Uranization of the machine. Atomic energy, non-Euclidean technology. This is all the more likely as another trend is stirring beneath the present crust. Far beyond substitute materials, however much it may lie in their field, namely in that which is no longer natural, but artificial, or all too artificial. The unnatural element already began when men invented the wheel, which is not found on their body. Usually, as we know, implements and machines arose from imitating parts of the body. The hammer is the fist, the chisel the nail, the saw the row of teeth, and so on. But great progress occurred only when this sort of thing was abandoned, when the machine solved its task with means of its own. The sewing machine does not operate like sewing by hand, nor the typesetting machine like hand setting. The aeroplane is not an imitation of a bird, on the contrary its wing is inflexible, and its propeller is not a wing. Only in the steam engine and locomotive does a semblance from the old organic series still continue to operate. Hissing, boiling, breathing, with connecting rods, like arms at the side. Children playing are thus still induced to imitate locomotives. And how organically familiar the description can still be which Joseph Conrad bestows on the ship's engine room in Typhoon, the pale long flames on the brightly polished metal, the enormous crankheads emerging from the flooring, and sinking down again, the big jointed 662 connecting rods, reminiscent of skeleton limbs, which thrust down the crankheads, and pull them up again, and deep in the half-light other rods dodge deliberately to and fro, crossheads knotted, discs of metal rubbed smoothly against each other, slow and gentle, in a commingling of shadows and gleams. This sort of thing, in its expressive and unerring movements, still looks like an artificial organism or also like a natural mechanism. But the technology which has developed in the present century shows less and less resemblance to human limbs and proportions, and the steam engine only gives a final greeting, itself only the semblance of a greeting to the old organoid series. The retort is no longer a mixing bowl or kneading trough in which given existing substances are combined and remodeled into forms which are not very remote from them. and the big machine disposes of the final organic resemblance. If the rod, shaft, bearing, ball bearing, wheel, cogwheel, transmission and all other machine components were already the beginning of the organization, this is all the more true of their combination, the machine as work transformer. Not merely is the organic guideline broken down in it, but another break or constraint redisposes things here, one in the physical guideline itself. A machine as a whole, as defined by Rulliez, is a combination of resistant elements which are so arranged that by means of them mechanical forces are compelled to operate under set conditions. Although this definition, in accordance with the 19th century way of thinking, omits any human final designation, and hence the social, unnaturalistic purpose which mechanical forces are compelled to achieve, it is still evident that machinery itself is already an unnaturalistic occurrence, a kind of unnatural physics. And within it the repulsion to the given naturalistic element increases even further. Organic projection is increasingly abandoned or transcended. The electric locomotive is a colossus from no man's land, and the rocket-propelled aircraft that shoots through the stratosphere is not even like a propeller and wing in relation to the bird, but like a meteor. This is all the more true of the possible technology derived from the hitherto remotest power drives, the subatomic ones, and from the transformers into which these are conducted. With this technology, not just organic projection is abandoned but also partly the realm of the at least three-dimensional mechanical world, in which the electric locomotive, the diesel engine, and the rocket-propelled aircraft are still located. Graphic classical mechanics itself is thereby abandoned, in the electron nothing looks like anything at all anymore, electrons and protons are no longer the matter of the old physical world. Even if they are by no means, as their idealistic interpreters say, mathematical logical. 663. Structures, the former ether, which conjured up notions of gas for so long, has nevertheless become a synonym for an n-dimensional field, for an electromagnetic structural field. If a real radiation industry was to arise, still within capitalism, or, as now already emerging for peaceful purposes, in the Soviet Union, then a substantial departure from classical mechanics and its projection would be added to the abandoned organic projection. Classical mechanics was and is that of our mesocosmic visual space, between the inhuman four-dimensional world continuum and the inhumanly realized abyss of atomic space. But since future technology must essentially feed on subatomic impulses, and therefore on precisely this grotesquely dimensioned atomic center, compared with the present one it uses a totally different world, into which it is translated and transposed. The technology that can be expected is not just like the difference between wireless telegraphy and the acoustic handbell, but by means of annihilation radiation any parts of terrestrial matter can be transformed into the condition of the matter of fixed stars. It is as if factories stood directly above the orgies of energy of the Sun or of Sirius. Synthetic chemistry, which produces raw materials not yielded by the Earth, cheaper and occasionally better ones, is joined in atomic physics by a kind of analytical gain of energy which is not at all of this Earth, the hitherto familiar Earth. Though this presupposes a society which can endure this upheaval in the forces of production, and this includes that kind of nature which even the old society called up from the depths of nature. The still uncanny path began when substances were successfully annihilated by radiation. It had long been conjectured that the gaseous state of a body was not its last. Faraday gave the state, suspected but not experimentally proven by him, the name radiant matter. The series of astonishing discoveries is well known which led from cathode rays to X-rays, to Becquerel rays and from there to the so-called radioactive rays emitted by the self-decay of a very heavy element, uranium. In 1919, Rutherford first succeeded in splitting the atom, and thus the energy from annihilation radiation was released by artificial means, though still in a minutely small quantity. Rutherford did not yet think that a practical energy source could be obtained from atomic decay, but the energy obtainable theoretically was already well known. 1 gram of radium emanation contains a work capacity of 160 million HP, and therefore enough power to drive a ship with a cargo of 1,000 tons for 600 nautical miles. According to the theory of relativity, the energy of a stationary body with a mass of Rn grams is E equals m.c2, where c signifies the speed of light, expressed 664 in kilometers per hour. C2 is therefore an enormously large number, and its multiplication even with the smallest mass in grams reveals latent quantities of energy of cosmic proportions in every large stone. Thus the successful practice of the atom bomb, the so disgracefully perverted forerunner of subatomic forces of production, displayed the same basic energy which builds, sustains, and can destroy the universe. The neutrons in the exploding uranium bomb had the speed of 6,210 English miles a second. A completely unearthly hurricanes at the root foundation of the world, and one started by human beings. For the elements 95 and 96, which are provisionally used in the manufacture of the atom bomb, the names pandemonium and delirium were suggested, which have since been replaced by the names americium and curium. The delirium in the chain reaction is in fact solely imperialistic. Just as the chain reactions on the sun bring us heat, light and life, so atomic energy, in a different machinery from that of the bomb, in the blue atmosphere of peace, creates fertile land out of the desert, and spring out of ice. A few 100 pounds of uranium and thorium would be enough to make the Sahara and the Gobi Desert disappear, and to transform Siberia and northern Canada, Greenland, and the Antarctic into a Riviera. They would be enough to present mankind with the energy, which would otherwise have to be obtained in millions of hours of labor, ready for use in slim containers and in highly concentrated form. Together with all this, the organization of technology, of one which is no longer Euclidean, would be complete to its remotest extent. It would project from our mesocosmic world into an immeasurably different one, not just into a subatomic, but also into a macrocosmic one. A near future which can also best illustrate to itself, namely through practice, the quantum theory and what is tenable in the theory of relativity, the new theory of gravitation, will raise the possibilities of a non-Euclidean technology, as it is pursued in the radiation industry, out of the realm of fantasy into almost sound, almost already delineable prospects. If it were at all conceivable to apply the spatial and temporal relations of Einstein's world to our own, paradoxes would appear which not only surpass all the visions of technological fiction but almost the classic books of ancient magic. Outside our three-dimensional world, more generally, in all spaces with an even number of dimensions, spaces would remain bright even when the fight source disappeared, which is supposed to be deducible from the wave equation of light as soon as it is applied to n-dimensional space, cf. Herm. Whale, Philoster Mathematik und Naturwissenschaft, 1927, p. 99. The indifference of mathematical physical laws towards the number 665 of dimensions ceases at a deeper level. Something impossible in three-dimensional classical mechanics can thus be valid, become technologically possible. It can do this in a way which is at least no longer absolutely out of the question. The utopia which has begun of a non-Euclidean technology already has limits which have been pushed extraordinarily far forward. In return, of course, there is also the danger cited above of ever greater artificiality, of projecting ever further into a mathematicized no man's land. And this artificiality is in fact at the same time the negativum emerging at the end ever more clearly in the break in the graphically physical guideline itself. A Negativum, which indicates likewise at this end a future shift in the expansion of technological space, which is so highly important and so highly progressive in itself. Only this shift will no longer be able to occur on the basis of the bourgeois relation to human beings and to nature, i.e. within that component of the relation to nature which belongs to bourgeois ideology and thus shares the rest of the abstractness, alienness, of the bourgeois material relation. But just as it manages atomic energies humanely, a no longer imperialistic society will mediate to itself this material, however non-Euclidean it may be, as one without ultimate alienness. Also connected with this abstractness is the peculiar pathos of non-graphicness which has filled all non-Euclidean physics up to now. What is meant by this is not non-graphicness in the simple sense, namely the obvious kind inherent in all occurrences outside three-dimensional visual space. But that other non-graphicness is meant here, which is the same as unmediatedness of the independent object with the thinking subject, of the thinking subject with the independent object. In so far as a non-Euclidean physics, despite constant recourse to observation, still constructs its world as a mere reification of mathematical symbols, the abstractness has grown so great that subject and object no longer meet at all, indeed that the non-Euclidean object precisely as real kinetic matter totally drops out of sight. Complete unmediatedness with content thus appears. Here an ideological analogue to the totally alienated, derealized functional operation of late capitalist society, projected into nature. An idealism of method thus still increases that whereby even a non-Euclidean technology still towers so strangely into the unmediated and into what is downright disparate to concrete mediation. Certainly the ideological component is only the one in dehumanized physics, and the other one, irrefutable by ideological analysis, is the dictate of observed nature to do theoretical justice to it. But neither are both components already sharply separable, nor can the real threat of a lack of mediation be overlooked in the whole trenchant business of 666. Abstraction. However, the very triumph of non-Euclidean practice, represented by the technology of annihilation radiation, now brings salutary anticipations from the image of a no longer apparatus-ridden society into the arena. These concrete utopian outlines spring in technology particularly clearly from the task of a concrete subject-object relation. So that the subject is mediated with the natural object with the subject, and both no longer relate to one another as to something alien. The organization which completely abandons the organic and ultimately the mesocosmic must not lose the connection with the human subject which, precisely in technology, in the fine phrase of Engels, seeks to transform things in themselves into things for us. And for the same reason the organization must prove the depictive contact with the object, with its real obedience to dialectical laws, which combines nature and history in the same connection, but also of which more in a moment with that nuclear and agent immanence of the really naturalistic connection of the object, which was once half mythically described as natura naturans, or also hypothetically as subject of nature, and which is certainly not yet settled by the questionable character, but also that worthy of question, of these descriptions. It became apparent at any rate, for all its progressiveness, how much abstractness and what an abyss of uncontrolled disparateness still lies in de-organization. De-organization only becomes a blessing when apart from social order it also has the final anticipation of natural magic, to use Bacon's term, in its favor, the mediation of nature with the human will, regnum hominis in and with nature. Subject, raw materials, laws and contact into organization. Bourgeois thinking as a whole has distanced itself from the materials with which it deals. It is based on an economy which, as Brecht says, is not interested in rice at all, but only in its price. The transition from use to barter is an old one, but only capitalism introduced the transformation of all bartered goods into abstract commodities, and of the commodity into capital. Corresponding to this is a calculation alienated not only from human beings but also from things, one indifferent to their content. Thus, a non-organic, dequalifying spirit has been spreading ever since the end of the original accumulation of capital, and hence since the concentrated production of commodities and the corresponding commodity thinking. From the 17th century on, the qualitative concepts of nature disappear which, 667, had still been cultivated by Giordano Bruno and even by Bacon himself in places. Galileo, Descartes, and Kant are united in the idea that only what is produced mathematically is recognizable, and only what is comprehended mechanically is scientifically understood. But sugar as an abstract commodity is different from real sugar, and the abstract laws of mechanistic natural science are different from the substratum of content with which these laws maintain no relation. What is true of theory is all the more true of technological practice. It contents itself with laws about sheer contingency. Poincaré, who only believed in conventions anyway and not in material laws, once remarked that one could not help being surprised to see how little a man needed to know of nature in order to tame it and make it serve his will. Steam and electricity appear solely as quantities of working power, which are defined in terms of physical technological units of measurement and of production costs. Thus, bourgeois technology itself stands in a pure commodity relation, one alienated from the start, to the natural forces with which it operates from outside. And the very relation of content becomes all the smaller, the further technology has advanced beyond harnessing the organic horse towards the internal combustion engine or gains a foothold on the ultraviolet volcano of atomic energy. In any case, bourgeois society relates in an abstract way to the substratum of things which affect its thinking and behavior. Thus even a working substratum of nature, that aspect of it which has elsewhere been called efficacity and seed, remains without relation. But this problem of relation is the most urgent one for every technology that is becoming concrete. For it is that of technological hope itself. It remains instructive here and will become ever more instructive that even the technological system of production, however abstract, will never attain or seek to attain Munchausen's total lack of contact, pulling himself out of the swamp by his own pigtail. But even perfect artificiality, despite all technological nihilism, still definitely uses nature, and cannot avoid this support from outside. If we first take raw materials, then even the greatest cunning with substitutes cannot succeed in a vacuum. If synthetic chemistry manufactures other raw materials or existing ones in a different way, then it does of course secure independence from the natural occurrence or growth of these materials, but not from natural elements of relation in general. It obtains dyes from tar, petrol from coal, fertilizers from Thomas slag, rubber from grain, potatoes, or other basic materials rich in carbohydrates. It produces textiles from milk, why not butter from the nitrogen in the air? But only the basic or initial materials have changed in this way, and only the process 668 is a different one from the slow development of nature. Only the starting point is moved back, only fewer and fewer finished products of nature are used as raw materials. But however bold the new formation, water, air, and earth at least remain indispensable. However synthetic the chemistry, no cornfield will grow on the flat of the hand, which is to say, the link with what has prevailed, which can only be better managed when allied with itself, still does not come to an end here. This is even more true of the experiment which advances far more precariously than synthetic chemistry, of possible radiation technology. Of the problem as to how classical mechanics is to be abandoned technologically as well, and how machines are to be established on the non-Euclidean margin. Even then the forces used remain derived from nature, although from a particularly sinister fund, and the process whereby new work transformers are built into previously undreamed of effective powers and miracles can by no means remain disparate to the impulse matter in the non-Euclidean segment of nature. Secondly, though, even more false than an abstract omission of raw materials is an omission of what has differently prevailed, of the natural laws. It is a purely subjectivist state of affairs if the laws are merely regarded as imaginary. THINGS, and especially as fictitious models, in accordance with which a succession or a simultaneity of perceptions is arranged with economy of thought. This fideism then of course reveals, in all its variations, a particularly loud-mouthed and ostensible freedom in the object space which has been idealized away. A freedom à la Simul with regard to history, since the mind itself maps out its shores and the rhythm of its waves. But then also a freedom à la Bertrand Russell with regard to nature and its laws, as supposedly purely logical structures which consist of events, i.e. perceptions according to which these laws certainly reflected nothing real that exists independently of methodical consciousness. The consequence for technology here would be that the de-organization, still projecting in a dangerously ungraphic fashion as it is, would now completely end up in no man's land. It is true, however, that all recognized laws reflect objective real conditional connections between processes, and human beings are thoroughly embedded in this element independent of their consciousness and will, yet capable of being mediated with their consciousness and will. All theorists have pointed out this both insuppressible and helpful objective character of these laws, of the economic laws of concrete construction, but also of the naturalistic laws of the technology which serves it. Not so that men should become slaves of these laws and make a fetish of them, but rather so that even in Marxist terms, precisely in 669 Marxist terms, no attempt to take these necessities lightly and superficially should gain ground. Thus it has been said not unjustly on this point, though too one-sidedly. Throwing almost everything onto the side of the object, Marxism interprets the laws of science no matter whether it is a question of laws of natural science or of political economy as those of objective processes, occurring independently of the will of human beings. Human beings can discover these laws, recognize them, investigate them, take them into account in their behavior, exploit them in the interests of society, give the destructive effects of many laws a different direction, restrict their sphere of action, pave the way for other laws which are pushing their way to the fore, but they cannot overthrow these laws. Stalin, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR. Otherwise putschism or adventurism arise, those exaggerations of the subjective factor which confuse changing the conditions with leaping over the framework of laws, within which these changes can alone be concrete beneficial, concrete real ones. Above all, since the necessity is solely interpreted as external, unmediated with the subjective factor, indeed operating against it, a possible hostility also arises to this necessity, and hence to the objective real timetable of laws in general. And therefore this necessity appears to consciousness, however remote the latter may otherwise be from bourgeois abstract consciousness, not as one to be intrinsically recognized and thus to be controlled, but because of its alienness solely as one to be exploded. Despite Engels' instruction, freedom does not lie in the dreamed independence of the laws of nature, but in the recognition of these laws and in the possibility thus given to make them operate according to plan for specific purposes. Anti Düring, Dietz, 1948, p. 138. Hegel's insight already pointed in this direction, though in such a way that his undeniable hostility to nature, that is, his relative rejection even of an internal necessity in the motions of nature, now again precisely understood the control of the laws of nature just as much and more in the sense of cunning than in that of matter having been penetrated in a concrete way. So that an early statement by Hegel admittedly skirts technological necessity, but literally only skirts it, and thus again does not seek contact with its substratum of content. Thus the passage from Hegel combines the correct approach, that makes nature into a collaborator, and the false approach, that associates with nature in technological terms only through the abstraction of alienness, of colonial cunning as it were. It combines them in the following way: this passivity, of the man who makes nature work for him, is transformed into activity, so that nature's own activity. 670. The elasticity of the watch spring, water, wind is used to do something very different in their sensory existence than they wanted to do, so that their blind actions are made into purposeful ones, into their own opposite. Nothing happens to nature itself, individual purposes of natural being become general. The drive here wholly withdraws from the operation, it allows nature to wear itself down, calmly looks on and merely controls the whole thing with very little effort, cunning. The broad flank of force is attacked by the edge of cunning. It is the distinction of cunning with regard to power to tackle blind power on a flank so that it turns against itself, to attack it, to grasp it as a certainty, to work against this or to make it retreat into itself as a movement, to cancel itself out. Hegel, Genenser Real Philosophy, Meaner, 2, p. 198f. And there is even more of the same thing in the style of a pitfall which is prepared for nature, of a treadmill into which duped nature is led. The cunning consists generally in the mediating activity which, by causing the objects to influence one another and to wear one another out in accordance with their own nature, without directly interfering in this process, nevertheless only carries out its purpose. Hegel, Werke 6, p. 382. So the edge of cunning here is the equally shrewd and abstractly incomplete term for the technological relationship to nature, to this foundation of human activity. Cunning has the same relation to nature in this passage from Hegel as Schiller's man to fire. Beneficent is the fire's might, if man controls and guards it right. The passage from Hegel does not have Faust's attitude to fire, sublime spirit, you gave me all for which I asked. You did not turn in vain your countenance to me within the fire. Goethe's phrase is that of a rising trust in nature, finally expecting the bosom of a friend. Schiller's phrase is not without that violence which draws benefit from nature, like a tamed, guarded colony, only on condition of dominion. The capitalist concept of technology as a whole, and Schiller and Hegel react more like capitalists on this point than Goethe with the older, Renaissance line. In Faust, thus exhibits more domination than friendship, more of the slave driver and the East India Company than the bosom of a friend. Thirdly and lastly, therefore, only the total penetration into the essential necessity of processes could also preserve the organization from non-relation to the afire of the nature agent. In the sense that the manufacturing element in nature too is increasingly felt, tracked down, and comprehended in place of merely external necessity, and especially the agnostic model extra rem. With the Renaissance dimension handed down by Leonardo, not just in his paintings, the laws of nature compel the painter to transform himself into the spirit of nature and to make himself the mediator between nature and art. With the Renaissance dimension recalled by Marx himself, a fact itself worth recalling over and over again, in his Holy Family, among the properties innate in matter, motion is the first and most excellent, not just mechanical and mathematical motion, but even more the drive, living spirit, tension, and the torment, to use Jacob Boehm's expression of matter. This with all caution towards the numerous mythical traces in the concept of a gushing substratum, and indeed towards a pantheistic bogeyman which could likewise still haunt the concept of a natura naturans. Whether in its poorly cleansed entrances and forecourts, or by virtue of the theological inconsistencies of which Marx also speaks in the passage cited above, even with reference to Bacon. Nevertheless, the difference between bourgeois technological alienness to nature, especially unworldliness and affinitive inhabitation of nature, is crystal clear. natura naturans can be set on its feet, physical nihilism definitely cannot. Thus the problem of a centrally mediated relation to nature becomes the most urgent. The days of the mere exploiter, of the outweeter, of the mere taker of opportunities, are numbered even in technological terms. Bourgeois technology as a whole was a type of outweeter, and the so-called exploitation of natural forces was not primarily related, any more than that of human beings, to the concrete material of what was exploited, or interested in being indigenous to it. But precisely activity beyond what has become, this so wonderfully strong impulse in technology, needs contact with the objective concrete forces and tendencies. It is the technologically intended super-naturation of nature itself which demands inhabitation in nature. Prometheus, when he fetched fire from heaven to animate his human creations with it, stole not only fire, but according to a phrase of Plato's in the Protagoras which aims at all or nothing also the ingenious wisdom of Hephaestus and of Athene, in order to give it to men together with fire. And the more technology loses the final traces of its old rootedness, or rather the more it gains new rootedness wherever it wants to, in the synthetic production of raw materials, in the radiation industry and whatever else in magnificent hubris, the more intimately and centrally the mediation with the interpolated system of nature must develop. Only then can things also be changed at their root cause, instead of merely displaced from outside. Every technological intervention contains the will for change, without, however, the X of what is to be changed having to be familiar to the mere outweeter, or even having to exist. An agent of the phenomena is of course admitted, but only as one which is 672. Absolutely unrelated to us, alienated from us, and as one without a subject. Children and primitive people automatically insert a subject, corresponding to their own ego, into physical events. And less naively, less directly analogous to the individual ego, a subject is also to be found in later non-animistic conceptions of nature, provided that they are not quantitative. This is already the case with Thales when he ascribes a soul to the magnet, and it is the case in a big way in all panvitalist images of nature. In Leonardo, Bruno, and in the early Schelling. But a subject, in the empirical organic sense, is fundamentally lacking, and this was a great advance at first compared with all animism in the quantitative view of the world, and therefore also in classical mechanics. It is completely lacking where quantitative thinking totally passes into thinking which is theoretical in terms of relation and function. In non-Euclidean mechanics nature becomes an absolutely free-floating association of relativized laws. Kant admittedly based the physical association of laws on a transcendental subject, as he did with every combination. The I think must be able to accompany all my ideas. And this would not of course be introducing a subject into the mechanics of nature, but rather a hopeless subject into the mechanical concepts of nature. However, the latter subject is, as a so-called transcendental one, least of all an empirical organic one. Nature is here rather something to which an empirical organic subject can only be added in the mind, though it can be added in the mind. In other words, the extreme objectivity attained by Newton's natural science does not so exhaust nature in Kant that there is no room for basic concepts of a less alienated kind as well in his view of nature, even though only conceivable, regulative, and not scientifically constitutive room. These basic concepts are above all those of an inner purpose of nature, with the final purpose of a realm of rational beings, but this introduces, with an undoubtedly still cloudy teleology, a conceivable natural subject. The causal explanation is thus supposed to be supplemented by the inevitable, although only regulative definition according to a capacity immanent in nature which could pursue its causes as purposive causes. Which in analogy to the human type of will goes to prove that we conceive of nature as technological through its own capacity, whereas, if we do not attribute such a type of effect to it, its causality would have to be represented as a blind mechanism, Kritikter Teelskraft, Werke, Hartenstein, v. p. 372. Kant still had no or very few technological viewpoints, and therefore the cited as if definitions were also aimed far more at organic than at inorganic nature. But as soon as the problem arises as to whether the eminent expediencies of human 673 technology can have any contact with the production of physical processes or not, at this moment the problem of a natural subject which can be mediated with us emerges from the mere regulative addition to mechanics. The definition does not of course become as strict as mechanics even then, but more serious than the latter, for the problem of a concrete technology consists precisely in not allowing the organization and its consequences to refer to a void. As questionable as it remains whether a subject of nature already exists as realized, this subject must just as certainly be left open as a driving predisposition, and furthermore as one which thoroughly works into all its realizations. But at this point there now arises without any Kantian regulative element, if not theologizing additional thinking, Leibniz's problem of energy, what he called inquiétude posante. Leibniz posits it as the nuclear intensity of all monads and at the same time as the explicating tendency of this nucleus of theirs itself. There is thus a combination here of the sharpness of Leibniz's equation of energy and that inwardness of the monads which signifies subjectness in the objective sense as dynamic natural determination. The problem of the subject in nature is of course pluralized in Leibniz into a host of individual monads, but in this host, the prototype of all this, the old Natura naturans, is still clearly discernible. Animaism may remain wholly absent here and no less the psychological element as well in Leibniz's individual points on the problem of the subject. But the fact that Leibniz's equation of energy and subject res retains its relative meaning, even if the utterly false combination of energy and the psychological element is omitted, is indicated by Lenin himself in an extraordinarily profound remark: there is indeed a subjective factor in the concept of energy which does not exist in the concept of motion, for example, philosophical notebooks. Not even the so indubitable subject of human history exists as already realized of course, although it increasingly manifests itself in empirical organic terms, and above all in empirical social terms as working man. How much more therefore may that which is hypothetically described as the nature subject still have to be a predisposition and latency? For the concept of a dynamic subject in nature is in the final instance a synonym for the not yet manifested that impulse, the most immanent material agent, in the real as a whole, cf. Volume I, p. 307. In this stratum therefore, in the materially most immanent one that exists at all, lies the truth of that which is described as the subject of nature. Just as the old concept of natura naturans, which first of all signified a subject of nature, is of course still half mythical, as noted above, but by 674 no means posits, in an idealistic way, a psychological element as prior to natura naturata. On the contrary, the concept of natura naturans was from the very beginning, from its originator, the naturalist Averroes onwards, applied to creative matter. Even if the remnants of mythology cited above are not lacking, which may return as a pantheistic bogeyman, and which have long accompanied the problem of the subject of nature at least as a secularized Isis, which have nevertheless only accompanied, not exhausted and settled it. Whereas a mere in itself of nature, in which neither subject nor even object occur, rather leads to Sartre, i.e. to the world as a disparate stone wall surrounding human beings, than to Marxism. Likewise, in place of the technologist as a mere outweeter or exploiter there stands in concrete terms the subject, socially mediated with itself, which increasingly mediates itself with the problem of the natural subject. Just as Marxism has discovered the really self-generating subject of history in working man, just as it only allows it to be discovered and to realize itself completely in socialist terms, so it is probable that Marxism will also advance in technology to the unknown, in itself not yet manifested subject of natural processes, mediating human beings with that subject with human beings, and itself with itself. The will which resides in all technological physical structures and has built them must simultaneously have both a socially grasped subject behind it, for the constituent intervention, beyond the merely abstract external one, and a subject before it which is mediated with it, for cooperation, for the constitutive contact with the intervention. And finally, the first subject, as that of human power, cannot be conceived in sufficiently influential terms. Nor the second subject, as the root natural naturans, indeed supernaturans, in sufficiently deep and mediated terms. Technology of the will and concrete alliance with the hearth of natural phenomena and their laws, the electron of the human subject and the mediated coproductivity of a possible natural subject, both together prevent bourgeoisification from being continued into organization. Both together suggest the concrete utopia of technology, which follows the concrete utopia of society and is bound up with it. Electron of the human subject, of technology of the will. There is an inner force which has not been purely applied up till now. It constitutes the so-called strength in man, and does not wholly coincide with his familiar will. It acts as a power which sweeps the body beyond weariness, sharpens it as an instrument and equips it with astonishing capabilities. It acts equally as a power directed outwards, as influence or 675. Weight of character, or however else this peculiarly tough substance has been described. Its most usual discipline is military, Spartan, a voluntary, extremely masculine renunciation of desires, which practices in obedience the beginnings of command. All soldiers bear Spartan features, they are unmistakable wherever they appear. They are marked with stringent force, authority of command. But this sharpening of energetic capacity to a kind of lance posture and lance head of itself is only a beginning of that which subjective force has believed it can do. In the Spartan military posture the will remains only abstractly polished as it were, it is of course allied with believed images and ideas here too, but mostly in a superficial, at least not in a necessary way. Thus the will shaped in an abstract Spartan fashion was often able to fight for or lend executive support to anything at all. Officers, and also officials in the Baroque period, served in foreign service, an attitude that if you are not for us you are against us does of course exist, but its contents are still interchangeable here. Even the fealty of the knight was formal, it did not yet pull together directions of the will which remained separate, ma cur ad aim, o Dieu mon aim, ma voroi, el honor pour moi, * into an irresistible unity. Only the religious war was able to do this, hence the entry of a content-laden, object-based, indeed object-based demanding goal into the militarily sharpened will. The will with believed ideas now no longer becomes transportable to any foreign service, that is, whose content it finds unimportant. Instead it is strictly fixed, which means it becomes fanatical. And it is this fanaticism which, where it occurs, now first produces the most monstrous increase of force or kindling of force in man. The pure force of command is now joined by the strength, fixing in accordance with an idea, of an idée force. It alone overcomes what was formerly insurmountable. Loyola gave the most impressive coinage of idee force, moreover in the connection which remained with military discipline. The exercitia spiritualia of this former officer, and visionary fanatical founder of an order are technology of the will to the highest degree reached in Europe so far. Punctuality, obedience, authority of command, cruel authority of faith become one and the same here. They are joined by imagination on command, inflamed by the service of Christ, by the image of heaven and hell, opened and capable of being switched off on the dot. What the heretical sects had carried into the field in the way of courage and obsession was now made up for against the heretics themselves. Above all, Muslim influences were not lacking on Spanish soil. The fanaticism which had once produced the hallucinating and murderous sect of the Assassins was deployed against the different infidels, against the Jowers of Protestantism. The result of such training, of one which was often almost mechanically rationalized, was that human beings appeared as machines of the will, with no will of their own, but charged with the energy of a mission and goal they believed in. The attitude that if you are not for us you are against us became totally one of content, as an attitude to the kingdom of Christ on the one hand, to the kingdom of the devil on the other, and the decision became fanatical through both. But all this is still Europe, of course, and hence compared with the far older, far more radical technology of the will in Asia still almost dilettantism. At least if the inner force, which is practiced by the trainers there, can be compared with the European will, and above all if even just a couple of words are true in the reports which have been circulating for ages about inconceivable intensification of inner force in India, which has so little energy. Even in India only the former yogis come into question, not the charlatans and fakirs of nowadays, who are partly raw epigones, partly tourist industry. There is no way of checking past effects, of course. The purely ideological role of the yogi is clear. As his first duty he had to set an example of repose. He had to make higher knowledge equally uncontrollably exclusive. But apart from this, a subjectively genuine trance of the most disciplined kind exists here, in a form which is still inaccessible to Europeans despite the Jesuit spiritual exercises. Cf. Rubin. Geschichte der Indischen Philosophie, 1954, p. 210. The intention and the methodical seriousness of the former yogis are certainly true, however unverifiable and undiscussable for the enlightened European the traditional hair-raising effects may be. After all, the technique of yoga fashions a belief in willpower which thinks it can move real mountains, not just mountains of difficulties. Thus for ages it has formed the center of utopianide force. And the intention here becomes totally monomaniacal. It is obsessed with the most extreme utopia of the will, that of material intervention through pure resolve. Control of breathing became the main path of these spiritual exercises, for in man as in nature, prana, breath, is regarded as the prime mover or divine wind of life. Control of breathing in the body is now to cancel the external rhythm of time, dependence on the course of the stars. The yogi feels that he has become the breath of the world itself in the small world of his body. Abstraction from the body is aided by disciplined muscular contractions. The styles or figures of posture, there are 10 of them. The light of Hatha Yoga teaches that they increasingly 677 destroy old age and death, in the double sense that they grant perfect health, but above all that they place the initiates in the possession of the deathless element which is hidden within themselves. Cf. also Zimmer, Indiskspheren, 1932, p. 3. What remains constantly strange here is the external technicity, i.e. the change from self-control to the control of things, with which such concentrated willpower proceeds in what it claims to do. To it, every physically erected and ordered barrier, indeed every natural power, seems reduced to something powerless, helpless, and insignificant. Admittedly by means of a mythical alliance with magic which is added to the will. In its superhuman intensification, the yogi attains rapturous power of the kind that Krishna ascribes to himself in the Bhagavad Gita, as buddhi, or the attribute of becoming a god. The initiate of secret world forces is thus not merely contemplative, with sense organs of the soul or lotus flowers which mediate communion with a spirit world, as an Indianizing theosophy trimmed it into a stereotype for Europe. But beyond so-called clairvoyance, precisely the old magical technology was to be kept alive, with a concentration which commands the world forces and comprehends, and thereby breaks through, their order. the yogi is now no longer there. Underling, concentration of controlled breathing, right into the center of the breath of the world, was to mark the point from which the world can be governed, and hence co-governed and turned round. This is Indian technology in Brahma. To Indian consciousness, to which all determination and all concepts of law are foreign, the anang or conformity to the law of nature did not seem uninterrupted anyway, least of all superior to the coherent will. Many hair-raising things were reported concerning the effects of this power attainable by yogis, concerning second sight, telepathy, and even levitation. Concerning the removal of their body to any distant place they chose, outside the dimension of time, in a moment. Concerning spring air surrounding the yogis of the Himalayas, in the middle of the snow region. Concerning the lingering force of curses and blessings. To decide how much of this is exotic nursery tale and how much a remarkably developed force which European meditation never attained or sought to attain, neither the otherwise so reliable authorities of European experience are sufficient, especially if they harden into negative dogmatism a priori, nor in fact the existing evidence. Even our knowledge of the actual complications of trained willpower is not sufficient. Possibly it still stands on the electrotechnical level of the Greeks, whose knowledge of the whole of electricity was confined to rubbed amber and who knew nothing about the dynamo. In fact, something similar to that signified by the electron. 678. An amber in the early history of electricity could in the utopian line of extension be signified by an electron, discovered in India, of the volitional subject in the history of the technology of the will which lies before us. It is true, of course, that no power of the Indian mind has so far mastered the bullet of a single English infantry rifle. Indian magic works only as a private or peaceful commodity. Nevertheless, this very thing could lie in its nature, and also all magic presupposes the old environment in which and for which it has been developed, in which it is effective. However monstrous the demands which Indian tradition makes on common sense, and however much use mere fantasy may make of the world of Maya or illusion into which most Indian philosophy has volatilized everything that is empirically, or mechanically given. But this can act as a temporary measure merely in order to provide space for mental energy in general, the courage of a space in which to operate. And the implemented doctrine of yoga, above all that of Patanjali, paradoxically seeks to extract a material force from its contempt for matter itself. Whereas the same subjective system to which this force is ascribed is only regarded as spiritual in mechanically materialistic Europe and thus remains unmechanized. In short, the goal in the temple of awakening may be of the most adventurous kind, but it is an adventurousness of technological power, not of spiritual self-cultivation, as in the otherwise so materially active Europe. It is the goal of omnipotence in the fantastic sense that every wished-for and imagined event can be realized by virtue of the telepathy of the trained will and by virtue of the conceit which believes it is able to blow away or remove the veil of Maya whenever it wants to. Even Buddha, who has a very different blossoming of the lotus flower at heart, speaks of the magical wish as one which is allowed and of the technique of fulfilling it. If, you monks, a monk should wish, if only I could manage to experience the display of power in a varied way, to become many when I am only one, for example, and having become many to be one again. Or to become visible and invisible. Also to float through walls, ramparts, and rocks as if through the air. Or to surface and submerge on earth as if in water. Also to walk on water without sinking as if on earth. Or also to fly through the air sitting down like the bird with its wings. Also for example to feel and touch this moon and this sun, which are so huge, so powerful, with my hand, and for example to have my body in my power even as far as the worlds of Brahma, if he should wish that, you monks. Then he only has to practice perfect virtue, to secure deep peace of mind, not to resist contemplation. And to be a lover of empty hermitages. Newman, Die 679. Reading Gotamobidos I, p. 71f. So this is how far grotesquely magical wishful technology of the will, even if only one enumerated by Buddha, extends into a doctrine whose only wish is in fact to forget all wishes. But such faith in willpower rarely occurred even in self-hypnotic, subjectively magical Western regions, and then always only sporadically, as with individual miracle men like Apollonius of Tyana, never as a religious system. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are, at least in their orthodox form, hostile to magic. They tolerate no shamans, not even yogis. Thus magical technology of the will or technology of the subject was also prevented. Mystic contemplation intended only the constraint of heaven, not the constraint of matter, and also European subjectivity only reached during rare and disintegrated fits the beginnings of the state of awareness which is the normal condition for the yogi. Thus the only technology of the subject which could compare with the Indian in quality referred in Western regions to the production of brief ecstasy. And during the ecstasy it referred to intended skimming, not to intended overcoming of the world. 2. More strange disciplines are relevant here though. One Jewish, one Christian developed self-hypnosis, both in contempt of orthodox anti-magic. From the Jerusalem of the 1st century AD an art of entering into paradise is recorded, and in connection with the famous vision of Ezekiel, Ezek. I. 15-21, it was called Mas Markaba, work of the wheels. This was the secret doctrine of the habitation of God and the technique of finding, indeed of forming the entrances to it by means of a disciplined change of consciousness. Jochanan ben Sakkai, the head of the Pharisees, is said to have concerned himself with such a work of the wagon. In the 2nd century the so-called art was regarded as so dangerous that it was only mentioned reluctantly, and later it was totally disreputable. A Christian equivalent to this is to be found in the Byzantine mysticism of the 14th century, in the conscious technique of enlightenment practiced by the Hesychists on Mount Athos. They sought a kind of religious love charm, a filter which artificially evokes an ecstasy of light in man and causes Jesus to appear within it. Just as he appeared to his disciples on Mount Tabor, surrounded with light, transfigured. The technique of the Hesychists touched on the technique of yoga through the method of contemplating the navel, hence of total self-concentration, but the force which was thereby to be exalted was not in fact that of any change of the world, but exclusively that of an intensified heaven forcing. The Hesychists were the strangest of all strange saints, namely synthetically self-manufactured ones. At any rate, the Byzantine mystic Kabasilas, as 680. If reminded of Prometheus, called those in the grip of the filter robbers of the kingdom of heaven. Zoe and Phos, life and light are the basic characteristics of Christ. Since there is no celestial life without the appearance of both in man, but every Christian is to partake of such a life, a teachable intensification of the energies of longing led to the artificial manufacture of vision. Thus technology of the subject here broke into the supposed supernatural world, and enforced the unenforceable per se, divine grace. But it also opened in an oddly mechanized fashion a strange, still thoroughly mythicized floodgate in man. Behind it latent physical energy is dammed up in many of the cases cited above. On bursting through, it changes the known state of consciousness and the previous world of consciousness constructed on it, where it does not as the practice of yoga intends seek to change parts of the external world itself. By virtue of a kind of energy which is a leap ahead of all the others, and therefore neither qualitatively measurable nor transformable into others, but fantasizes instead that it is even expert at telepathy. Something in this alleged force is both decayed and always new, and thus it never becomes established. It is surrounded by endless cloudy gossip, but on the other hand it seems as if a fermenting element were superannuated here so to speak. It is high time to put things right in this simultaneously superstitious and strange utopian field, to consider a seriousness which has been distorted in the matter. For at least 100 years expectation has been rife that we are standing on the threshold of great psychodynamic discoveries, according to which only a little effort is needed to attain highly charged willpower even in Europe, that which is called in colloquial language, precisely with regard to people of this kind, rousing or even electrifying. Just as this sort of thing has in any case been the wish and in fact the will in America since pioneering days, manifesting itself in thousands of encouragements or dilettante suggestions. In America pioneering gave grounds for such things, then the former notion of make way for efficiency, as well as a course without historical inhibitions and ties. Success and failure thus seemed in a healthy superstition as it were, left up to self-persuasion, and therefore to the attainable power to persuade others. Indeed, the course of the world there are no limitations in what you can do. Think you can. The American bestsellers already mentioned with regard to wishful images in the mirror, cf. Volume I, p. 349 ff, are full of this kind of thing, a cheap yogism against despondency and doubt, but all the same, as now first emerges, a pledge of very old, never properly formulated hope. Once you learn a few simple secrets. 681. You will be amazed to find how ideas begin fairly pouring into your brain. All America believes or believed in a psychic magnet and in the art of charging it. This includes sentences like these: they do not lose the hidden storehouse of energy. In translation, a wish, conceived and uttered, brings what is wished for closer, namely in proportion to the strength of the wish and the increasing numbers of those who wish. Or, every imagination is an invisible reality, and the longer, the more intensively it is retained, the more it will be converted into that form which we can perceive with our external senses. According to the nature of our daydreams, we pile up gold or explosives in our destiny. Or, we must cling to the thought of happiness and of health with every fiber of our being, week by week, month by month, year by year. Dream up our own image, free of every evil, until this dream has become a fixed idea, second nature to us, and intervenes in destiny. From castles in the air arise the palaces of this earth. Prentice Mulford, a Californian journalist of concentration, wrote these sentences, as vested rights, so to speak, indeed as native ideas of Americanism. They are taken from his work, Your Forces and How to Use Them, 1887, a veritable investment of will in things, of things in will. A technical college of willpower is demanded, a theological laboratory as well, with departments as follows: the slavery of fear, the religion of dress, positive and negative thought, immortality in the flesh, the doctor within, the church of silent demand. It is a single capitalist Lord's Prayer, and that of a pantheistic engineer as well. If his machine goes more slowly, man casts the will of his prayer like a transmission belt around the original dynamo of God. Or, as it can only really be expressed in American Greek, the man feels synchronized with the rhythm of life. In this way the utopia of a psychodynamics surfaces in America, again and again, with the hope of securing in practice a daily experienced force factor. Thus ultimately a certain, namely totally wild kind of will magic was not lacking even in the modern West, though without technology and system. As in America, it was not lacking in Europe either, although with less business sense and more interest in a newly redeemed spirit, so to speak. It is nevertheless a related intention. And here it has contacts with the end of naturalism, with a soon used or misused, but not yet irrational reactionary recourse to the soul. The neo-romantic Maeterlinck thus wrote, at the turn of the century, when mechanism was subsiding, of an enormous receptacle of power which lies on the summits of our consciousness, of psychic energy as an unexpected central property of matter at its highest level. And the poet, when he called this power the transition of the world. 682. To the motions of happiness, in an essay with the characteristic title The Olive Branch, the poet found himself with the secessionist optimism of his, as far as orbits of willpower are concerned, in far-reaching philosophical company at that time, in such various and yet such spontaneity-loving company as that of both James and Bergson. James, on the strength of the practice of yoga among primitive peoples, arrived at the assertion that the will, in so far as it was concentrated, had no limits. Bergson proclaimed psychic energy to be the raising counter-force to mechanical decline and sleep. It guaranteed, at the human extreme, the struggle against stifling habit, as the constantly threatening subsidence of life, and it used the brain and indeed all physical determinisms in the same sovereign manner as a virtuoso uses his instrument. Finally, as far as the often felt vital thrust of a person is concerned, as a raw force as it were, which is everywhere felt and nowhere explored, let us recall one of the few inventories of this phenomenon itself. It comes from Simel, an impressionist of philosophy, for whom the abundance of life admittedly remained formal, but who turned to impressions from the above-mentioned area in a thoroughly notational way. Simmel's impressionistic inventory, concerning vital thrust as subjective energy, runs, I am convinced naturally without the possibility of any proof that the human individual does not yet end so to speak where our senses of sight and touch reveal his limits. But instead that beyond them there still lies that sphere, whether it is conceived as substantial or as a kind of radiation, whose extent defies every hypothesis and which is just as much a part of his character as the visible and palpable nature of the body. It is related to these in the same way as the infrared and the ultraviolet rays, which we cannot see but whose effectiveness is nevertheless undeniable, are related to the colors of the spectrum. As extremely important for all real community life as this component of individual existence appears to me to be the mysterious phenomenon of prestige, the antipathies and sympathies between people which cannot be rationalized at all, the frequent feeling of being ensnared as it were by the mere existence of a person, and much else which is often decisive even in events which have become historical may be traced back to this component. This sphere still clearly defies tradition and reconstruction more than the qualities of character accessible to the five senses and therefore possessing a linguistic formulation. At any rate the sphere is probably connected with the latter qualities, together with which it forms the totality of man, linked in some way which still admittedly defies all conjecture at the moment, so that sometimes a glimmer of this expanded region of 683 being touches us from that which survives of a human being, his speech, his actions, the description of his appearance, Fragment und Aufsätze, 1923, p. 174f. Simmel sees the connection of this atmosphere with the visible character above all in the significant portrait. But precisely the less contemplative reference to a force field is not lacking, to what James and Bergson meant by technological spontaneity. And finally, though in a totally abstract, wildly indeterminist way which became objectless out of sheer subjective pathos, an anarcho-syndicalist like Searle, in emulation of Bergson, completely exaggerated the will. It appears as a gigantic muscle of molded power, force. Individualist dans les masses soulevées reverses the course of history which is inherently always sinking. Accumulation de-exploits heroics. Always breaks through what is determined. A general strike is the electrotechnics of this spontaneity. The will knows no bounds. This is putschist, in this abstractly pure exaggeration, and could in fact become fascist, as actually opposing the course of history. But it still contains this element of reality that the subjective factor, though only allied with the objective tendency, has the strength to counteract fate and to accelerate the hesitantly possible of a good kind. Thus an element of yoga will, so to speak, also undoubtedly smolders in our Western world. It appears in the adventurous consequences of the former pioneering will in America, and it appears in European terms in the more or less vague notations of the will, or decisionisms which so soon degenerated into fascism. A technique comparable to that of yoga is certainly never developed, despite Loyola's exercitia spiritualia, and even these pay no attention to the source of their effects. Instead, the partly reflected modes of spontaneity in Europe reveal a similarity to the Indian ones in the most dubious point: they all move in an objectively undetermined field or think they are able to move within it. Their supposed indeterminism is related to Indian acosmism, at least to the superstition that the external world, insubstantial and dispersible as the veil of Maya, is not insuperable to an energetic imagination. This is the price which has had to be paid up till now for every approximation to the hidden storehouse of energy. And there is ultimately only a single exception to this. It lies typically enough in the springtime of the Renaissance, as daring as it was nature-seeking, and the exception is called Paracelsus. All the modern utopias of the will cited above seem like diminutions of the intentions, however forgotten, of Paracelsus anyway, as the strategist of concentration in the human microcosm. And he is the only one in whose work the contact with the presupposed natural subject is also not undeveloped. The contact which occurs at best mythologically in the 684 practice of yoga, as the transcendental process of becoming Krishna, as the attainment of the divine Buddhi, whereas the contact with the worldly natural subject is lacking. Even in Paracelsus, of course, the pathos of velleity in man himself is important at first, and of the imagination which it releases. In the books Paramirum and Paragranum he conjures up the conjuration as follows: you should know that the effect of the will is a major factor in medicine. It follows from this that one image conjures up the other, not from strength of character or the like, through virgin wax, but the imagination overcomes the image's, own constellation, so that it becomes a means to complete its heaven, that is, the will of its man. Just as a carver takes a piece of wood and carves out of it what he has in mind, so the imagination does the same with astral matter. All human imagining thus comes from the heart is the sun in the microcosm. And from the small sun of the microcosm imagining radiates into the sun of the great world, in the heart of the macrocosm. Thus imaginatio microcosmi is a seed which becomes material. If we human beings saw its nature in a true light, then nothing would be impossible for us on earth. The ceremonies, circle making, furs, seals and so on are sheer monkey tricks in comparison, and seduction. Imaginatio is confirmed and completed by the faith that it will truly happen, for every doubt breaks the work. Faith must confirm the imagination, for faith resolves the will. Werke, Husser, I, p. 334, 375. 2, p. 307, 513. But even in the subject such faith is not so lacking in contact as in isolated technologies of the will and their will armed only with itself. Instead, the contact ground of the interior in which the will is located is called the arcos in Paracelsus, i.e. the subject of nature in man. As it were, arcos is the working image according to which organic matter combines during procreation. It dwells in the seed, then later permeates, animates and preserves the body. But every will and every imagination is located in the arcos, only has its power in harmony with it, and furthermore only in harmony with the general cosmic natural force, which Paracelsus calls Vulcanus. In this double contact Paracelsus limits and founds the imagination, with regard to its intention, and thereby rids it of its later abstract crazed character, and also its lonely quixotry. However, and this is decisive for the power with which the subject of natural magic is sharpened and emphasized here, Paracelsus did not allow any technological work, whether medical or chemical, to succeed without the participation of the lever to the arcos vulcanus. It was indicated above that the European rejection of yoga energy is the same, in terms of its method, as if the Greeks, on the basis of their knowledge of the electrical 685 properties of amber, had rejected the possibility of a dynamo. This metaphor, elucidated with Paracelsus, has in fact another wholly literal meaning. There is indeed an analogy of undeveloped subjective energy with the simple Greek electron, of the subjective energy developed in the future with the dynamo. At any rate, the technique of yoga already seems to know what may be called, highly comparatively, the Leyden jar or the electrostatic generator of this level, though by no means any inductors or cathodes. But Europe, by looking exclusively at the merely external factors of nature, has blocked itself off from a solid and sustained pursuit of Paracelsus' intentions. Though what is termed vital thrust and energy of the will only developed with the organic psychological condition of matter, and thus cannot be measured and treated at the level of mechanical energies at all, except in subordinate idle analogies. There is no equivalent of heat for will power. Also, psychic energy is able to move mountains at best figuratively, and even here only with the most exaggerated metaphor. A magnetic current is able to rotate the plane of polarization of light, but the most concentrated will is unable to pick up a pencil from the floor. And precisely the physics of apparent telepathy, of induced electricity, delivered the maxim. Through Faraday, its discoverer, electrical action at a distance, i.e. ordinary inductive action, never occurred except through the influence of the intervening matter, and, even more pertinently, if we succeeded in moving even just a blade of straw with the force of our will, our conception of the universe would have to be changed. Intervention of the will in the world without the external machinery which the practice of yoga professes to exercise and which Paracelsus intends certainly presupposes no intervening matter, and all this kind of thing is incompatible more than ever with the world of mechanism or with the world conceived in purely mechanical terms. There is nevertheless a technologically utopian approach to the problem of a legitimate kind here, one which, within a no longer mechanistically cropped matter, is not afraid to announce will and imagination as factors of nature sui generis. This always stimulated the hope that the lever was in man by means of which the world can be technologically lifted onto its hinges. That there is a dormant potential in human matter which does not know its own strength, which occurs in 1,000 irregular experiences but not in a single adequate theory. There is a future in all this, a legitimate problem of the future, and there is indeed an enormous receptacle of power, which lies on the summit of our consciousness. People travel through it on their own account, on one different from that of the become, with the objective sense which 686. Paracelsus himself teaches against exaggerations. As a magic realist, but still as a realist, spontaneity extends exactly as far as the reality allows it to, from whose strength it stems, and towards whose process it is correlatively directed. And this reality is of course further advanced than that of mechanics, which only represents the part of it which is turned away from man, indeed one which is often still artificially isolated and reified in the superficiality. Man's possible field of action in nature is definitely more extensive, more unenclosed. And it is able to be this whereby the main theme returns by virtue of that possible subject of nature which gives birth to and dynamizes itself in utopian terms not merely subjectively, but also objectively. Co-productivity of a possible natural subject or concrete technology of alliance. Even the external forces do not always exist as unequivocally as it seems. Often they were just a name for that which cannot be explained, a flashy name as well, which concealed ignorance. Opium, for example, is soporific because it contains a vis dormitiva. Vital force also belongs in this series. What is to be explained is thus turned into the explanation itself, and analytical work stops at a mere word, quickly invented and turned into a capacity. And there is something else behind this, something preserved in the linguistic form, the belief in spirits. The more specific a force appears, like the soporific force of opium or, as in a joke by Merrick, that of scarlet fever, the wicked fairy brisker Latina, the closer it is to animistic ideas. That is why physics sought more and more to level the individually designated forces in general mechanical terms, along the lines of pressure and thrust. Chemical affinity is the real force by which the atoms stick together in the molecule, cohesion the force by which the molecules stick together, and its opposite, in gases, is then called expansive force. But as early as 100 years ago Davy and Berzelius tried to explain chemical affinity further by means of electrical attraction or repulsion, an explanation which only foundered on the chemical combination of atoms of the same kind, namely of carbon atoms, into chains and rings. Electron research working on the basis of quantum theory is on the point of tracing the so-called force of chemical affinity uninterruptedly back to subatomic processes. The general theory of relativity ultimately seeks to dismiss even the so-called force of gravity as a separate form of energy, indeed as energy. 687. Itself, and explains it by the mathematical structure of a four-dimensional continuum. The fact that a body is attracted here means simply that it describes the shortest line in curved space, a geodesic line. Space is particularly curved in the vicinity of large masses, hence a body in this space simulates parabolas or ellipses. But they only appear as such to the Euclidean way of thinking, and make the assumption of a force of gravity necessary only in a plane space. The tendency in physics is to define all manifestations of force as local irregularities in a metric, non-Euclidean, curved continuum. Clearly at least the specific multiplicity of forces thereby disappears, just as their super and subordination disappeared long ago. The prophecy of Newton himself in his Optics is thus fulfilled, to tell us that every species of things is endowed with an occult specific quality by which it acts and produces manifest effects, is to tell us nothing, but to derive two or three general principles of motion from phenomena, and afterwards to tell us how the properties and actions of all corporeal things follow from those manifest principles, would be a very great step in philosophy, though the causes of those principles were not yet discovered. And yet, the specific forces, in so far as they characterize the unexchangeable effective form of a group of manifestations, are not yet bought up by this generalizing quantification. Not even the notorious vis dormitiva of opium is bought up by it. 4. Quantification makes all cats gray, it ignores the various modes in which general natural force still appears and has its effects. It allows a mechanical monotony to triumph over the always qualitative stages of development, a theorem of the identity, not just the conservation, of energy over its always still fermenting core, inquietude. Posante, according to Leibniz, and its ever more highly qualified objectivizations, entelechy, according to Aristotle. The very reduction of the various force dominance to a single basic force of nature cannot merely be one which analyzes everything mechanistically to death. Nor can it merely be one in the sense of the electromagnetic theory of light, nor merely one in the sense of tracing all phenomena back to a simple universal field law. But charge, energy node, field, even the peculiar conception of energy levels, in atomic structure, expressed by whole quantum numbers, all these new terms of efficacity and seed are predominantly abstract ideas instead of mediations. Despite their not merely quantitative but higher mathematical abstraction, they are quantifications, kept isolated, of a natura naturata, not penetrations into the producing element of a natura naturans, at least conceived as an agent. But physics, precisely as a dialectical science, remains related to a nucleus of force like natura naturans, indeed to a 688 coherence, in the tendency to manifest itself. All this is sealed to mechanism. The real problem of the agent which operates the turnover and dialectical switch of natural phenomena is an implication which also exists quantitatively but cannot be quantitatively pursued. It is part of mechanistics to confine itself to beginnings which are kept isolated, and it is all the more a part of it to forget the original relation of production itself in face of the product and its relations. But that which objectively corresponds to technological world change must be founded for concrete technology in an objective production tendency of the world, just as, mutatis mutandis, it is founded for concrete revolution in the objective production tendency of human history. Co-productivity of nature is required, that which Paracelsus himself had in mind when his nature already appeared to him as friendly or capable of being befriended in a utopian way, inwardly full of remedies, full of prescriptions and one big chemist's shop. A cosmos in which man opens up, just as the microcosm of man causes the world to come to its senses. By being used cooperatively, the root of things seem tangible. The experiment is mediator between human and non-human, and it would like if possible to go so deep that it tests the current in the non-human itself. So deep in fact that it tests the access to the hearth on which external things have been cooked and on which they should continue to be cooked, in alliance with the natural subject and the natural tendency. All corn, said Meister Eckhart, Sermon 29, all corn suggests wheat, all metal suggests gold, all birth suggests human beings. Developmental history itself, from Aristotle to Hegel, contains the objectivity of this suggestion, in contrast to static mechanics. And it was no accident that the activity of the suggestion at the hearth, naturalistic shaping and developing, was thought out at the moment when the methodical concept of generation was transformed by Fichte into the universal one of an active deed, with priority of doing over being, and by Schelling even into that of an itself still shapeless original productivity, with renaissance of the natura naturans. Thus only an indifferent partial view regards nature as a product. Speculative physics recognizes it as something productive and as tendency. Schelling makes the following contribution here totally incomprehensible from the point of view of mechanics, and even from that of contemplative science. We know nature only as active, for we cannot philosophize about any object which cannot be activated. Philosophizing about nature means lifting it out of the dead mechanism in which it seems imprisoned, animating it with freedom as it were and initiating its own free development in 690. Other words, it means breaking free from the common view which sees in nature only what happens, sees at most action as a fact, not the action itself within action, Werke I, 3, p. 13. Whereas therefore in the usual view the original productivity of nature disappears in face of the product, in the philosophically concrete